Hey, sorry. I accidentally had the intro on the loop. I'm like, no. When it says 1, that's it. Hey, stars 0716, aloha. Yes, closings are today. I'm super excited. Super excited. I'm waiting. I've been waiting for something new to come into my life. Hey, Elizabeth. Hey, Henny. Sherry. Hello. Closings. Woo, woo. They're saying that there's supposed to be like 2 hours for the state's closing and 2 hours for the defense closing. We shall see. Hey, Donnie. Hey. Stars thinks she's guilty. I'm not sure. I think she's guilty too. I just don't know that they proved it. Like beyond a reasonable doubt, right? That's my thoughts. That's my opinion, but I think she's guilty. I think she either did it by herself and shot him at the closing time. Right, Donnie? Yes, closing time. Yeah, she did say she wanted him gone. That's a fact. She did. But I feel like if she did it by herself, I feel like she shot him, whether she shot him in the house or not. I don't know. But if she did it herself, she shot him for sure at the fire pit because there's no evidence that she drug him or anything. However, I'm not like resigned to the fact that camera's moving, that she didn't have help, even maybe by one of the kids or both. Or I don't think the girls would have had anything to do with it, and I'm not sure that the boys did, but we know Rusty wasn't available. So hi, Cordelia. I love that name. Love the name. Cordelia. Oh, so this trial is ending today, Cordelia. If you love to watch trials and you like family drama, this trial here, the Farris, Melody Walker Farris trial, she's the mom, okay? She is on trial for killing the husband. However, like QB says, her defense is that she didn't do it, that one of the kids did it. One of their children did it. It's kind of like Who Shot JR. We've said this all along. It's kind of like Falcon Crest, Dallas, Santa Barbara, One Life to Live, General Hospital, Young and Restless. It's like they all just got together and had one big love sesh and created this baby that is known as the Farris family. It is good. It's worth replaying, yes. You've been watching Sarah Boone along with everybody else. We all have been, right? But we've also been streaming this trial, and it's been something. Dallas, Bold and the Beautiful. Oh, my God. So what happened was they called 911 because they couldn't find the dad. He's 60-some years old. He's an attorney, like a corporate lawyer. And he is loaded. He's got the money. And yeah. So I think everybody feels like whoever did it for the money. Star says was probably shot in the basement, blood in the basement, but not sure how he would get to the burn pile. But she maybe could have drug him, not that many steps to go up. Well, but Stars, how did she get him to the burn pile? There was no evidence that he was drugged to the burn pile. Hey, Morgana. Cordelia says, I love watching cases. Sorry, was just hooked on Sarah Boone and elated that she's guilty. But I'm going to start watching it so I can catch up. Well, today is day 18, so you got a good couple of weeks and a few days. But you should be able to go back to the channel, and scroll like way, way, way back and find where we started it from day one. Brittany, hi Brittany. She believes the son did it. A lot of people do. A lot of people do. Um, yeah. Yeah, we're a fun group over here, Cordelia. We're a fun group. We are closing time. La 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 la. But anyway, what I was saying was he's loaded. They got lots of money. The kids are always asking for money. And by kids, I mean adult kids. Like they're adult kids that are all married. Well, most of them are married and have kids of their own. But they couldn't find him. They couldn't find Gary one day. And she called the kids to come help look for him. And they found him. But when they found him, they found what they. Oh, hold on just a second. Hold on a second. Got more camera movement. Hold on a minute. On your way to post-op, Donnie. I hope you're feeling okay. A little loopy. Did everything go good? Did everything go well? But he was found on the burn pile. But not like what you think. Like they didn't know that it was him on the burn pile. Like they had a big they lived on a farm and they had a big burn pile that Gary would you know, burn things at. And I don't know if it was like trash or just brush, that kind of stuff. But the son, Scott, Cordelia, possibly a mother and son, very possible. Yes. A lot of people think that. But one of the sons, Scott, has been he's been deployed before. And he says, I've been to war. I know what burned bodies look like. And that's what that is in that burn pit. So they call 911. 911 people come and they're like, we're sorry for your loss. That it's definitely human remains. But there was not much. I mean, like you couldn't hardly make it out, right? So anyway, they just assumed because he'd been having these medical health spells where he would have to like lay down for a couple of days just to kind of like, basically we found out that he was diabetic, and was not being treated as such. But anyway, here they are. Gosh, look, that courtroom is packed. Yo, look at the amount of people in there. There's never been that many people in there ever. I mean, usually it's pretty, like, empty for the most part. But man, it's a full house today. But anyway, they thought that he just had a heart attack and fell into the burn pile, and, you know, it was an accident, right? And but oh, there's Scott.
Printed copy, but I sent y'all electronic copies yesterday. Were y'all able to review the charge, and were there any issues we needed to take up?
Volume is all the way up. Make sure if it's.
All right.
Hopefully they get the audio turned up here in a second. But this trial has been really bad about having low audio.
Dropped out last night. I emailed you on one of them. I don't remember what the last one was.
Okay. I'll try to quickly finish before they get started. So he was on the burn pile. They thought it was an accident. Then the autopsy results come back, and they're like, wait a minute. There's a bullet in his rib.
Are y'all ready to proceed?
There's the other son, Scott, or Chris.
Anything else we need to take up before we bring the jurors in? All right. Bring them in.
Yes, Cordelia. She's on trial for it. But her attorneys are trying to say she didn't do it. The son did it. Kind of blaming both sons, actually.
We'll see if they need a break when you get done with your opening. If they don't,
make sure to have earbuds or headphones or something to help you, because they had the audio so low.
Hopefully be close to lunch break by then, I think.
Oh my God, closing time.
Talk to me about the food getting here. Let me know.
I saw Emily in there too, but I don't know. Do we see Amanda in there? I'm looking. I don't know if I see Amanda in there or not. Coffee time. Oh my goodness. I don't think I see Amanda in there unless maybe, is that her in the back? She would be sitting on her mom's side, I would think. Okay, here comes the jurors. Oh, exactly, Cordelia, right? Yeah, 100%. Why isn't she standing up?
All right. We ready to proceed to closing statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Fergus, you intend to go first and last?
Yes, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Georgia law allows for the party with the burden of proof to go first and last for a closing argument. So Ms. Frankish will get an opportunity to talk to you twice. Mr. Ray and Mr. Weaver will talk to you in the middle. I believe Ms. Frankish is going to handle the closing arguments for the state, and Mr. Fogus is going to.
I noticed that
remain
too.
Silent. If
Henny.
he needs to say something, we'll probably give him the opportunity. But I believe Mr. Weaver, Mr. Ray want to split theirs up and want to both talk, and that'll be fine. I anticipate what's going to happen is Ms. Frankish is going to go for about 30 to 45 minutes, and then save an hour and a half or so for her final close. If we need a break in 30 minutes, we'll take a break. It's going to be a long day. Y'all are going to be sitting there listening for a long time. If y'all need a break, if we need this, y'all need to go reload your coffee. That's fine. We'll do it. I've told Mr. Weaver, Mr. Ray that we will stop about halfway through theirs regardless, and we will take a full break at that point and give y'all a chance to walk and stretch and grab a cup of coffee. We will go till when defense finishes their closing. It should be right at noon. We should have food available for you. We'll take a 30-minute lunch break. Then we'll start back with Ms. Frankish will resume her closing statements. Then we'll probably take another short break, and then I'll give you the jury charge. Then y'all will have the case. It's going to then take us we did a pretty good job yesterday at gathering up all the exhibits and everything for you, but we'll still have to get all that out there, but I'll give you instructions for that. There will be another break before y'all jump in and start deliberating, just so y'all know. And then we'll also have to talk to the alternate so you give them instructions. All right, with all that, Ms. Frankish, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
You have a power cord hooked up to the laptop?
Yes. Oh, the power cord? No, but I have a USB.
So yeah, power. It's your display is going to sleep. So plug a power cord into the laptop. It's on the It's on the screen.
I know. I have a privacy. It's the audio that's not playing.
Oh, is it not playing audio right now?
Maybe I'm.
Okay. We need to be on the same page.
Okay.
All right. And so.
Thank you, Henny.
Don't want to be confused. But.
Georgia, Cordelia. It's in Georgia.
I remember you telling me he's on the burn pile.
Mm-hmm.
Were you lying about Scott? Is Scott, you think what? You tell me what happened.
I can tell you that there should not have been as much damage as there was done.
I don't know what that means.
That body should not have been burned up.
This case is about Gary Wayne Farris. And you're here because Melody Farris shot him, concealed his death by putting him on a burn pile on their property like he was trash. This is not a chess match or a well-played orchestra, as Ms. Farris would lead you to believe. This is murder, and it is not a game. Murder is the highest crime we have, and it is your duty to hold people accountable when they commit that crime. Murder does not happen often in Cherokee County. You are in a unique position as a juror, as a Cherokee County citizen, to make sure that remains the case. And to hold people accountable who commit those crimes in your county, to your citizens. You have heard 3.5 weeks of evidence, maybe 4, I've lost count. But today, I'm going to go over the law with you and how you apply that law to the facts and the evidence that you've heard.
Yeah, let me just give a heads up here. I've mentioned it in the chat, but in case people aren't looking at the chat, the volume is all the way up on the video. I know it's low. I've got the volume all the way up on the video as high as it will go. So earbuds or headphones will be your friend. Okay. Try that. But yeah, it's been a struggle with this entire trial. The whoever is doing their audio visual stuff, just they don't have the audio cranked up like they should have. But anyway.
The law instructs you to determine the facts. The facts are for you to determine. We have presented you the evidence, the witnesses, the exhibits, but you get to determine what happened in this case. And then you will apply the law that the judge instructs you to those facts. You are bound by the law. After the judge instructs you on the law, as he stated he will do for about 40 minutes or so, you will be armed with not only all of the materials that we gave you, the evidence, but you will also have the tools, which is the law. You will be in the position to convict Melody Farris. We talk about duty a lot, a juror's duty. You took an oath. The object of the discovery, the object is the discovery of truth. It is your duty to seek the truth of what happened to Gary Farris. You are not to seek doubt. All of the evidence before you points to her guilt. It is not your duty to go through all of that evidence to find all the holes that are unreasonable and to come up with some hypothesis that it doesn't even make sense. Your duty is the truth. And see, the defense wants you to ignore all the evidence that points to their client's guilt. They don't like the truth. They're going to lead you in a different direction. That will not make sense. That is not reasonable. Stay on the path of truth, and you will come to the conclusion to convict Melody Farris. The defense is going to talk about the state's burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. As the state, we have to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. But that is just that, a reasonable doubt, the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror seeking the truth. If there's a doubt in your mind, it has to be reasonable to acquit. It cannot be a doubt that makes no sense that you have no answers for. That's not a reasonable doubt. And in this case, we have proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. All of the doubts that they're going to get up here and try to plant in your mind are not reasonable. And the evidence shows that. And the law demands it. The defense is going to want you to believe that this standard is unattainable. They may even show that stair step picture that they showed an opening of each burden as it gets higher and higher with reasonable doubt at the top. You cannot define reasonable doubt with steps. It is defined in the law. It is not to a mathematical certainty. It is not beyond all doubt. Beyond all doubt is unattainable. Crimes are not committed for everyone to solve and know about every single detail. Crimes are committed and concealed because no one wants to be caught. That's what you have in this case. No square circles. Essentially, that's what the defense is going to want you to figure out. How to make this circle into a square. You can't do that. That's impossible. The pieces fit together and they show the truth. We asked you in jury selection about your experiences in your life, things that you've been through. We are asking you to bring your common sense and reasoning into that deliberation room. Do not leave it behind. Because common sense and reason gets you through life. That's what you need to apply to this case. You make inferences, you can make deductions, and reach the conclusions based on what you know, what you've experienced, the evidence, your common sense. That's how you'll reach the verdict in this case. In the beginning of this case, you were informed that you must be an impartial juror, not biased to either side. Impartiality. That's the starting point. And that she has the presumption of innocence. Well, that was 4 weeks ago. That was before you heard all the evidence. That was before you actually realized that she's just cloaked in all her lies. You no longer are impartial. You have all of the information, all of the evidence. And that leads to one conclusion, which is that she's guilty. She is no longer presumed innocent in your eyes. That is no longer where she sits. There are two types of evidence that the judge will instruct you on, direct and circumstantial. A lot of shows and podcasts and commentators, they all say, well, it's just circumstantial. Right? We've all heard that. But the law says you give whatever evidence, whatever weight to whatever evidence you want. There is no legal difference between circumstantial or direct. You could have the most convincing circumstantial evidence, and yet the direct evidence is just, well, maybe. Or you could have evidence that's actually both. Let me give an example. I have a 3-year-old, and the other night he was eating dinner at the table, and I ran upstairs to go get his sister's pajamas or something. We have a box of cookies on the counter by the cookie tin. They weren't in the cookie tin, they were in the box. And I come downstairs, and he had crumbs all over his face. There was a cookie missing. And so, based on that circumstantial evidence, I could infer my child stole a cookie out of that cookie box. I'm not going to infer that some cookie fairy came into my house and took it. That's not reasonable. But that is circumstantial evidence. Now, had the box been knocked over on the floor and the crumb's sitting there on the floor, and my dog is laying on the couch licking his paws, well, that scene points to my crazy dog probably jumped on the counter, got a cookie out of the box, and ate it on the floor. I don't have to see who took the cookie to know who took the cookie. And the scene leads me to believe it's one or the other. Because I know my child and I know my crazy dog. So circumstantial evidence is a conclusion that you can reach based on inferences. Direct evidence is something you heard, saw, tasted, smelled, Scott seeing blood on the floor in the basement. All of the testimony you heard, those are things that they experienced firsthand, the witnesses. It's direct evidence. There is no legal difference. You give whatever weight to whatever piece of evidence you deem appropriate. You get to determine the credibility of all the witnesses in this case. To do that, you can consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, and on the next slide, there's going to be a non-exhaustive list of other factors. In this case, motive, bias, all of those come up. Scott, Emily, and Chris will not get their father back. Whether they get up there, they have no motive to lie to you because Gary's not walking back through that door. That's their mother. They have no reason to lie. They don't want this. They don't want her sitting there. They don't want Gary gone from their lives. All they wanted is for you to have the truth. Martha, she is the epitome of a credible witness. Look up credible witness in the dictionary. It's a picture of Martha Barton. She loved Melody. She knew it was the right thing to do to come in here and tell you people the truth because you need to know the whole story. She had no motive to lie. Consider all of these factors when you're giving credibility to a witness. All of the facts and circumstances which they testify, their manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing facts, the nature of the facts, the probability or improbability of the existence of that fact, the interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. You actually weigh people's credibility every single day without really thinking about it. You choose who your friends are, you choose who you want around your family, who you hang out with at work. You decide that based on a person's credibility. This is no different. The nature of the facts, the nature about the facts of which they testify, let's talk about that for a second. David, Melody's friend, who came in here talking about his one experience with Scott in the driveway in the trailer, he didn't really have the means and opportunity of knowing the facts surrounding that situation. He knew Melody for like a second. Scott didn't know who he was. You know what Scott knows? Scott knows Melody killed his dad and is running around with Rusty Barton still and letting strangers over to the house and throwing Christmas parties. Yeah, he's going to be mad. His dad was just murdered and burned up in a burn pile on his own property by his mother. And now some strange man is coming and using his trailer. He's going to be mad. David had no perception of that. 0. And he has an interest in the outcome of this case. He doesn't want to see his friend go to jail. We've talked about this. You must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or don't believe. Again, you weigh people's credibility all the time without even knowing it. The law allows you and demands that you determine who to believe and who not to believe. And some people, you can believe some things they say and not some things they say, right? Like Rusty Barton. He plays both sides. We know that. We saw that. He wants to stay out of trouble, yet he doesn't want to upset Melody. We know what he said was the truth about her statement, he's in the burn pile, because of the context in which he said it. We know the recantation is a lie because it makes no sense. Why, if she gave that statement at Martha Jane's house after Gary's remains were found, why would Rusty respond with, "Don't tell me anything else"? And he references that 2:20 a.m. call. And then the call you just heard, he references it again. And that was August 2nd of 2018. That is a witness. You'll have to resolve the conflicts of his credibility. But he was up there long enough. Y'all know the kind of person he is. Use your common sense and reasoning. Now I want to talk to you about what she is charged with in the indictment. And you'll have a copy of the indictment in the back with all the charges in it. I'm going to start with 4 and 5. We've got malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, concealing the death of another, and making a false statement. I'm going to start from the bottom and then go to more serious charges. Okay. First of all, let me say this. If the defense doesn't get up here and concede making a false statement, no credibility to the closing argument. Knowingly and willfully making a false statement in any matter within the jurisdiction of the government of any county. Like Michael Ray said in his opening, lying to the police. I lost count how many times that woman lied to those police. But specifically this charge is about being currently in an affair with Rusty Barton. And y'all heard that voicemail on June, I think it was 25th. It was like less than a week before Gary's remains were found. Call me back, love you. That affair didn't end a year before. She just saw the unraveling. She didn't even own up to any affairs. She lied about Ted Wiley. Oh, we were just friends. We were all just friends. We know that's not true. You literally left your husband and went to stay with him for a significant amount of time. And he had to take the stand and talk about their relationship. If they don't get up here and concede that, you can't give their closing any credibility. Concealing the death of another. Commit this crime by concealing the death of another, hindering the discovery of whether or not such person was unlawfully killed, i.e., putting a body in a burn pile to conceal that he was shot to death. Concealment. Now we're going to go to count 1, malice murder. Causing the death of another person, in this case Gary Farris, unlawfully and with malice aforethought. Malice. That's what this charge is about. Malice is doing something maliciously, which means you have an abandoned and malignant heart. Malice can be formed in an instant. Now, we have a lot of evidence of malice in this case. Malice is not premeditation or anything like that. It's not ill will or hatred, although we have hatred. She despised Gary. That's no secret. She intended to kill him without a legal justification. The state does not have to prove premeditation, although we have evidence of premeditation in this case. Taking that gun from Martha, telling Addison not to spend the night, she knew this day would come. There is no required time to form malice. Like I said, malice can be formed in an instant. Every time she saw Gary, she had malice. Felony murder is another type of murder, which essentially is when you cause the death of another during the commission of a felony. And in this case, that's aggravated assault. Aggravated assault will be defined in the next slide, but it's shooting someone or pointing a gun at someone. That's aggravated assault. And that caused the death of Gary Farris. We do not have to show in felony murder that Melody acted with malice, even though we know she did. This charge does not require malice. It just requires the commission of a felony and someone resulting in somebody dying. The judge will instruct you that aggravated assault is a felony. There needs to be what's called proximate cause to the death. So the felony has to have resulted somehow in the death or be connected to the death, which we have. The judge will give you a definition of a simple assault, so you know what assaulted means, assaulted another person with a deadly weapon. And he will also instruct you that a firearm legally is a deadly weapon. We do not have to prove injury, although we have that in this case. It's not required. You can assault a person by instilling fear, but that's not what we have here. We actually have a shooting and we have a death. I want to talk about the state's burden. Like I said, reasonable doubt cannot be measured. They will want you to believe that that burden cannot be reached and it is unattainable. They will get up here and try to instill upon you that there's no way we can ever prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, that is just not the law. The law does not require beyond all doubt. We need order and justice, and that means we prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. You have more than what you need in this case to convict Melody Farris. I want to talk about grave suspicion and mere presence because I assure you that Mr. Ray or Mr. Weaver will get up here and talk about how we just have grave suspicion of Melody. She was merely present at the home when he died. No. We have way more than that. What they have is a grave suspicion of Scott, which is based on speculation and conjecture. And that's what that charge says. You cannot convict on speculation and conjecture. We can't even indict on speculation and conjecture. That's not even probable cause. mere presence, Scott wasn't even merely present in the home. He was merely present at the barn. Compare the two, right? Grave suspicion, mere presence. Scott Farris. They have suspicion based on what? He's 6'5", he has a messy apartment, he was in the military. I'm sorry, is that a suspicion these days? Do we have to suspect everybody in the military is a murderer? Grave suspicion, speculation, and conjecture. That's what they're going to throw at you about Scott Farris. That was all their defense witnesses. Well, I just didn't like the way he talked to me. Well, I'm sorry his dad was brutally murdered by his mother. I think he's allowed to be angry. But Melody, we're here because Melody is sitting in that chair. And we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she is the one that murdered Gary Farris. The judge is going to instruct you on what impeaching a witness is. It's essentially showing that a witness is unworthy of belief. You attack the credibility, and he'll give you all those charges in the jury charge. We saw some of that here. But you know, the person whose credibility that was attacked the most is Melody's. I mean, you saw Amanda sit on that stand, and Mr. Fogus showed her the text messages of Melody lying to her about going to Minnesota. Did you see Amanda's demeanor? Betrayal, disappointment. That's attacking her credibility. She's not worthy of belief. Amanda knows that. Her other children definitely know that. They sat up here and told you that. To that same vein, consider the source of a witness's information. If that witness's information is coming from Melody Farris, it is not worthy of belief. That's how you impeach someone. Every crime must be committed with criminal intent. To determine criminal intent, you can consider words of the defendant, conduct, demeanor, motive, and any other circumstance that you deem relevant. We have a lot of intent in this case. We even have a text message where she says, "I told him I hope you die a gruesome death." If that's not direct evidence of intent, I don't know what is. Her demeanor when she found out about Rusty's statement, she was angry. She was mad at him. Her motive, she had plenty of motive. She's the only one that had motive. I've said this. She despised Gary. She hated that he was giving away their money, her money. That was the main motive. Rusty was a bonus. She was mad about that money. And you could tell that was her motive because after the offense, she was on a money hunt. It was all about the money. We'll get into that in the next close. Telling Addison not to sleep over, she had criminal intent that night to kill her husband. And she, one, didn't want witnesses. Two, never told her grandkids that they could not spend the night. telling people to shh. I thought I told you to stop talking. Everything she said and did in this case not only proves that she committed these crimes, but she did it with malice aforethought and an abandoned, malignant heart. She stood to inherit all of his money. She burned the remains of her husband for almost 39 years in the hopes it would look like an accident. All because she wanted his money and to live a life with Rusty. In my next close, I'm going to talk about the evidence and why the evidence and the law demands a verdict of guilty in this case.
Let's go ahead and take a quick break. I'm going to try to set up another microphone over here. All right.
Woo, that was
We'll
good.
try to keep it to 10 minutes.
That was good. Sorry, I'm
Y'all
on
can
double
run
class.
down and get a cup of coffee if you need to.
So they got their break. They're on a break. They really are on a break. Yeah. And I really do believe that. I believe we were talking about it yesterday, and I really think, I said this earlier, I think she's guilty. I just don't know if she did it. I don't know if she did it alone or not. But, what are they getting another microphone for? Because that one's not working well, or... Ay. Sure is a packed courtroom today, though. Sure is. That man has very pretty hair. Very pretty hair. I think he said they were going to take a 10-minute break. But yeah, I feel like that they're either going to find her not guilty, or it'll be a hung jury. Because you look at everybody that's been talking about this case, and it's pretty evenly split. I mean, of the people that I've talked to, you got about 50% of the people that believe she did it, and 50% of the people that believe one of the boys did it. So, I don't know. The fact of the matter, though, is that the son or the sons are not on trial. She is. So, she's on trial. I need to fix my audio. Hold on a minute. You guys let me know, is that audio any better now than it was a while ago, or is it the same? Hey, Spins. Yes, Spins. He can be charged. Yeah, he can be charged. But they would have to have, they would have to come up with something to show why they think he did it. You know what I mean, Burn? Not as loud. In a good way or a bad way? When I have someone up here with me, like QB, I have to go into the audio settings and change it to echo cancellation because she always hears an echo. But when she's not here, I turn the echo cancellation off because it makes the audio sound a little bit better, I think, but I don't know. I'm not great. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, oh, oh. State of Georgia. In a good way, okay. Thanks, Sherry. Hi, hi, hi. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I wonder if the defense, or not the defense, is the state going to continue their closing arguments, but with the Mr. Fogus or whatever his name is he gonna come up and, speak? Or is the defense going to go ahead and start their opening statement? Because the way they do it is the prosecution will give their, I said opening, I meant closing. The way it works is the prosecution will give their closing argument, the defense will give their closing argument, and then the state has the last word, and they give their rebuttal closing argument. Hey, Miss King, good to see you. You're behind but catching up. All right. Speaking of catching up, do y'all like pickles? If you like pickles, you should really try the new, I don't know how new it is. I've said this before, but I just found it. It is Heinz ketchup, but it's pickle flavored ketchup. It's still red ketchup, don't get me wrong, but it's really good. It's really, really good, but it's also very pickly, but it's yummy. It's very, very good. You remember back years and years and years ago when they came out with like different colored ketchups, like green and purple? I never could eat those. It grossed me out. I guess if I closed my eyes, that would be one thing, but no. Mm-mm. No. Mm-mm. It's really good, Sherry. The pickled flavor ketchup is really good. Yeah, right, Elizabeth? That was gross. She said they discontinued that because the chemicals to make the colors changed the flavor of it. I always thought that it looked like a different kind of like texture to it. It looked weird. Okra pickles? I don't think I've ever had that. Mm-mm. So, as far as the pickle flavor ketchup, though, it's really good on like burgers and dogs, obviously. But if you put like ketchup in your, like, if you use like, when I make meatloaf, I use ketchup. I would not use the pickle flavored ketchup for something like meatloaf. No. Mm-mm. Gail says, good morning, Lizzie and everyone. I've never heard anybody call Elizabeth Lizzie. It spins is like it's gross. It freaked me out. No, thank you. Speaking of pickles, made you think of it. Closing time. Thanks to Donnie. Now I got that song stuck in my head. Bum 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 ba-dum. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. Dun 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 dun. Hey, Gail. Hi. How are you feeling, Miss Morgana Banana? Okay, back to workies, said Elizabeth. She's literally lurking, working and lurking. Talked about the ketchup, and she's coming in like, yo. Oh, also, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to have to figure something out on their, the ketchup flavor potato chips. Yes. I've always loved to dip my potato chips in ketchup. I don't all the time, but I mean, I like it every once in a while too. Because of weather, our trick or treat night for the kids is tonight. I think it starts like 6:30 or something. So I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to do if they stay late and deliberate. That rhymed. Grinch! Hey! How are you, friend? How are you? It's so good I love when you pop in here. Hey! Praying y'all been doing well. Just wanted to come say hello. Hello, Grinch. It's so good to see you. Hi. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. What I was saying was, though, if I don't get, if they go late today in deliberations, then I'm going to have to figure out how to handle it because I'm going to be trick-or-treating. So, I mean, I'm not, but my kid will be. So, I'll be out and about. I won't be home. So I'm going to have to figure that out. Maybe I can get a hold of QB. Maybe QB can assist. I don't know. QB, are you here, ma'am? Yeah, I know, right, Sherry? Ask QB. I'll have to call her. Be like, yo. Psst. Mm-hmm. All right, I think they've been on a 10-minute break long enough. Come on. Come on. Grinch says, I'm doing well. Been watching the YSL trial, but I saw your live. Beside the video link I went to click on. Well, yay. I'm glad you're here. And you've been watching the YSL thing. That thing is a train wreck. That thing is that's a total train wreck. Wow. I feel bad for the jurors. I mean, like they've wasted a whole year of their life. All right, so the camera's panned back out. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully they're done and ready to go. Plea dealing out now to avoid mistrial. Well, I mean, if I was the jurors, either way, I would be mad. If they're taking plea deals, I'd be like, really? You had me sit here all this time, and now you're going to take a deal. I think it was QB that said it yesterday. She's like, how dare you mistrial on your own, basically. Like, yo, okay, we decided to take a deal. We're sorry we wasted your time. Thank you for coming. Okay, they're back. They're back. If you haven't watched this trial, Grinch, it has been, we have made jokes about it being like, you guys start throwing the words out in the chat, like Falcon Crest, Dallas, all those old drama, Who Shot JR, General Hospital, Bold and Beautiful, like all those drama shows combined had a baby, and this is it right here. I mean, you got a family that's jack loaded with money, and shot and killed the old man, the attorney, the lawyer, that's her husband. And
Correct the audience that unless you're
the
a
old and the
member of
restless.
media, you cannot have your phones out. And I don't generally get bent out of shape about things when the phones go off during court. I just pretend I don't hear it until it goes off the second.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Goes
Grinch.
off,
Good to know.
you'll
Good
be
to know.
removed from the audience. So
This has been a nightmare.
media folks can have yours out and can be taking notes or whatever, but members of the public who have not filed a Rule 22 may not.
Crazy.
So make sure you have it on mute, and if you're not certain, or if you have some monitor like I do that will go off even if you have it on mute, turn it off. Well, I didn't put it back on after the other day, so
You're going to have to come over more often, though, Grinch. We miss you, man, when you're not here. You're like an OG. For real, for real. Faux show. Dun, dun, da, da, dun, da. Da, 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 dun, da. So he's ready. He's ready to go. He's like, all right, let me undo everything that this prosecutor just did. Her hair looks pretty today. Ay, ay, ay. The Ferris wheel, that's for sure.
all right, Mr. Ray, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, first off, on behalf of Mr. Weaver and Ms. Farris, thank you very much. I know that this has been, for y'all, a long 4 weeks, and definitely for all the lawyers, it's been a long 5 weeks of dealing with this case. And we note that you have been paying diligent attention, taking your notes, and we are very appreciative of that. And with that, and like I told you on October the 7th, when I did my opening statement, you're getting on the Ferris wheel. And it is, in fact, this family is a soap opera. And I think through the testimony that you saw that. Now, first off, the indictment, Ms. Frankish went over the indictment with you, so I'll just touch on it briefly. Count 1, malice murder. Count 2, felony murder. Count 3, aggravated assault. Count 4, concealing the death. And count 5, making false statements. Now, this is just to point out, Ms. Frankish pointed out that, we're disingenuous if we don't just get up here and freely admit about count 5 making a false statement. So I'll just go ahead and give you a preview that Mr. Weaver is going to be coming up with. He does not have a PowerPoint. He's got 2 books and about 10 pieces of paper, and he's going to be specifically addressing that with you. But what I will be doing in mine is walking you through what the actual physical evidence was in the case. And we're actually going to start by walking through the front door of the Farris property.
Hey, Margaret.
Now,
Good to see you.
With reasonable doubt.
Good morning.
Reasonable doubt is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. Ms. Franklin said it to you. I said it to you in opening. The judge is going to say it to you again. Mr. Weaver is going to say it to you again. And Ms. Frankish was right. There is a stair step. I found that several years ago, and I have used it ever since, and I absolutely love it because it shows what reasonable doubt is, because it's not, you're not finding this case and deciding this case based on reasonable doubt. It is beyond reasonable doubt. So it's a doubt that you can give a reason for. They have to go beyond that. They don't just get up to the reasonable doubt step and stop, because that's not guilty. They got to get up on that top step beyond that doubt. And it is a long burden. Look at all the stairs, no evidence until a reasonable suspicion, probable cause, preponderance, clear and convincing, reasonable doubt, and then finally beyond reasonable doubt. They have not come even close to beyond reasonable doubt. The state has introduced a case to you and spent 4 weeks presenting evidence, and it is so full of holes, and we're going to go through all of those. Remember I told you about when John Luke and I were getting ready for this case, and he had kind of hit a wall that day, and he was like, I'm leaving, I'm done. Can't listen to any more interviews. There's so many hours and hours of interviews in this case. He was like, I'm leaving. And he went to the drugstore close to our office, and he was just talking to the clerk there, and she said, well, sometimes the greatest questions go unanswered. Came back in rejuvenated the next day. And we're like, hey, we got a theory, because we do have a lot of unanswered questions. So what are just some of those? The questions that have no answers in this case. How about the easiest one? Where was Gary shot? All right, if you remember from that drawing from Dr. Gooding, and I'll show it later, he could have been shot here. But she also said he could have been shot here. They don't actually know where he was shot. They don't have an entrance wound. They don't have a wound pad. They don't have an exit wound. And in fact, and I'll go over it more later, Dr. Arden stated that the bullet is lodged in the soft tissue, never entered the body cavity. In that fact, that bullet that they found in the burn pile, there's no way that it would cause death. It would cause some bleeding. He said it could possibly bruise the lung. But in his medical opinion, it's impossible that that bullet caused the death. How was he put on the burn pile? This trial started out, it was a week of establishing the fact that they have a tractor. And there are now hundreds of photographs of a tractor and an RTV. But how did he get on there? And we'll go through what the tractor and the RTV shows. Where is the gun? No idea. How about where are the bullets? No idea. Scott's odd behavior, and I'll talk more about that shortly. How did Gary even die? And that ties into where Gary was shot. You heard Dr. Arden say that he would have to say that the manner of death is undetermined and that the cause of death is undetermined. And he said that because that was his medical opinion. And he was very clear in stating that I am saying this because I just do not have the facts. And I have not been given the facts. And the state hasn't shown me the facts to be able to make to a medical certainty of what the cause of death was and the manner of death was. And there are countless others, and we're going to be going through several. So, walking through the crime scene. This is the front door of the Farris home. You'll remember from talking or from the testimony to that point in time, he was an investigator, now he works at the school. Shaw, you remember him. Shaw stated that he was brought back in, because I don't think he can remember who told him to, but there was a blood droplet. I don't think my little pointer will work on the TV, but it's right there, kind of underneath the window in the middle of that hallway that there was a blood drop, a potential blood drop. But what ended up happening, that blood droplet was not collected or tested. And actually, when they brought Agent Coffey out, or Agent Honey, they didn't even have her blue star it either. So there is a spot on the floor of unknown origin, and nobody knows actually what it is. Moving further into the house, into the dining room, and you'll remember, if I am facing this photograph, the door to the stairs to go down to Gary's living quarters, it would be to the left. Agent Honey sprayed this entire area, if you'll remember from her testimony, in blue star. Nothing. Not a single drop of blood, except for when you turn and on that same rug. That's the rug there, and that's up toward what would be the left-hand corner of the rug. There's a single drop of what she said is possible blood because it reacted to the blue star. Wasn't collected, wasn't tested. I asked her, I asked Shaw, I asked Stewart, can you take that, can you cut it out? Can you swab it? Yes, yes. Have you ever done that before? Yes. Did they do it? No. They didn't do anything. They literally took a photograph of it and said, well, good enough. And you're going to hear a lot of that in this case. It all seems as a lot of good enough. And actually, they came in and they're sitting on the front there, which is perfect. Because a lot of them, if you heard us when we were questioning them, it's like, why didn't you do that? And what's the answer? I wasn't asked to. Well, when you're the government and you're investigating a murder, you should have some decency to actually take initiative in this case, especially if you're going to accuse a woman of murder. But they don't have any initiative. In fact, they had Kuykendall over there standing next to a tractor at 8 o'clock at night for no reason instead of actually investigating. They abandoned, and of course, Hayes ain't getting off the hook that easy, but that sheriff's office, they abandoned Hayes. They went out there and they investigated that crime scene and they left, and then they just said, Hayes, you know what? You're the lead. It's on you. Figure it out. And just left it. That's why Pope had to go with him to Tennessee. He don't even work for the sheriff's office. He's an investigator with the fire department. And he goes all the way to Tennessee to interview Martha Jane, I believe, and also Rusty Barton, because he was left. But so there's no initiative. Agent Honay says, when I asked her, did you collect it? No. Why? Nobody asked me to. No initiative. Here's the other blood spot, and this is two separate photographs. One on the left is essentially how the photograph is taken if you just took it while we're standing here today. The second one is you turn off the lights, and you remember with Shaw how you got to manipulate the lights, and then I did the whole thing about instead of taking a photograph and manipulating it, why don't we just set the stage in the house to actually be able to show the luminescence of the blue star actually on a photograph instead of manipulating the photograph to maybe see the blue star. So that one's been manipulated, but that's fine, because what did Honay say? It reacts like blood, but it could also be something else. Because remember, I went through with her different types of food that can react to blue star, different type of chemicals that can react to blue star, different type of minerals that can react to blue star. So she said, I don't know what it is. And also, did they sample or collect it? No. So essentially what we have here is a photograph of something that proves nothing. The stairs were the same way. I was going to go in, put in the blue star on the stairs, but, not just going to sit here and beat a dead horse. They didn't do anything with the stairs. They said, well, there looks like blood. Well, we're not going to collect it and we're not going to test it. So good enough. Now the downstairs, we actually get some investigation going here. You see from 1, 2, 3, and 4. You heard with the GBI that essentially we were calling 1 and 2. That's EM1 and EM2. And that's just EM was evidence marker, so 1 and 2. Now, those blood droplets are the DNA, blood DNA of Gary Farris. That is proven. That is a fact. 3 and 4 were not collected nor tested based on the testimony of Shaw and Thrasher and Hayes as well. Side by side, up close comparison of EM1 and EM2. You can see the blood droplet of EM1 is a centimeter, a little bit smaller. EM2 is those tiny, substantially less, less in size than a centimeter, 3 little droplets. Now, the basement. We talked a lot about the basement. So I just put that in there from a backed away perspective of this. You can see there where the arrow is, that's about where EM1 was. It's essentially at the foot of that wooden spiral floor lamp. The projectile that was found in the basement is in between the cushion and the chair. And there's a close-up of the projectile. Now, here's what's interesting about the projectile. The projectile, they testified, did have DNA of Gary Farris on it. And I believe that they actually tested a piece of skin. Is what the testimony of that was. But look at that bullet. It's in a very peculiar spot. According to all the witnesses that testified, there's no impact marks, there's no bullet holes, there's no nothing. There's no marks on the ground where this bullet landed or anything like that. And then when Honay got on the stand, because remember she blue starred the basement, and also with Kuykendall, since he's the one that found the bullet, no blood found around that bullet. The only blood is EM1, 2. That's the only blood in the basement. Around that bullet, there is no blood. So there's no blood found anywhere around the projectile. Now, Honay said she blue starred it, the whole basement. I'll show you another photograph here in a second. And also the GBI quantified that they examined the bullet and there were no textile fibers found on the bullet. And if you'll also recall with, I think her name was Bagwell with the GBI, talked to her about how a bullet can go through, especially with those types of bullets that you saw. And you'll have it back there. You'll see that the flanges that kind of go out kind of got, almost looks like kind of teeth on them where the bullets opened up. And they talked about how that can go through and snag on clothing and things like that. You could get fibers and other types of materials on the bullet, of which they found 0. Now, showing the basement out again, the little area, that's where Honay blue starred. And I asked her specifically, did you blue star on the couch and the chair and on? Her testimony was, and you'll remember this as well, was that she believed that she had blue starred the whole basement, but she would only take photographs if it showed the luminescent or presumptive blood. And she had no photographs of the couch. Nothing. Up here, any of the walls, and this applies upstairs too. Nothing found. Nothing found on the back walls, nothing found on the ceiling, nothing. The only thing found, 2 less than a centimeter drop of blood in the basement. Now this was admitted through Thrasher, I believe, essentially, and this is a pivotal piece of evidence because when you're looking at the photographs, it's kind of hard to figure out, especially for you guys who hadn't been there and seen all this stuff, of actually trying to navigate that house. Very confusing, especially when you get in the basement. But you can see, and you'll have this back with you as well. This is the main floor layout, and you got the porch and all that. And I've taken this and I put the little dot. So that first dot closest to the bottom, that's where they said they thought was blood, but they didn't do anything with. Then you move around and you've got nothing until you get to that little drop at the top of the stairs that Honay talked about, as well as Thrasher, and then that other kind of swipe mark closer to the family room and the drops going downstairs. Now, what I thought was interesting in this, and the reason for it is, so you supposedly have, because you'll remember Mr. Fogus asking, I think he asked Hayes, did you have evidence of a violent crime being committed in this house? He said yes. Okay, so that's your evidence of a violent crime. 4 supposed drops of blood that was never collected, never tested in this entire, y'all saw the house. It's a pretty big house. But where else was nothing found? Or what else was found? So we got the living room, there's nothing. Kitchen, nothing. Breakfast area, nothing. Little hallway that leads to the bathroom and the mudroom, nothing. The hallway leading into the dining room, nothing. The dining room, there's just that one little drop that they didn't collect on the carpet. But other than that, nothing. Study, nothing. And most importantly, or second most importantly, that's the hallway that leads out to the garage, 0 found. Front porch, 0 found. Going downstairs, that's EM 1 through 4. You can see I've labeled it, the top 2 kind of bigger ones. It is hard to make a circle with a mouse attached to your keyboard where you just got to do it with your fingers. So pay no part of that. But also down here, so we got that, and we also got the projectile, right? So let's not forget that. But what else do we have? Well, we got nothing found in the media room of the workshop. We got nothing found in the bedroom. Nothing in the office, storage, utility. Nothing leading out of those sliding glass doors to the outside. And nothing leading out upstairs, going back again, leading out the front door. different. And also, you'll remember I asked, I think it was Shaw, and he hemmed and hawed around most of the stuff I asked him. But there's no damage to any of the doors, leading in or out of this house. So, any evidence of any dragging or any equipment being used or anything like that, and we'll get more into that later. But there's no damage to any of the door frames, the doors themselves, nothing. Now, this was, I think, aerial, one of them. I put a little campfire, so that's my burn pile. All right, and that's a rough estimate of where it was. Y'all recall, y'all all walked down there. But what I wanted to show you is using this photograph is, so here, no blood is found. Here, no blood is found. Around the burn pile, no blood. No blood, no blood, no blood. Not a single solitary drop of blood from anybody. Melody, Gary, no one. And we'll go into the tractor, because you're probably like, well, what about the RTV and the tractor? We'll get to that. So that just shows all of those law enforcement. I could name, about who was there. Hayes was there, Shaw was there, Thrasher was there, Eckhart was there. I think Hands was there, Ballard was there. All of these people, all of these investigators, all of these law enforcement officers, EMS was there, fire was there. All of these people, and not a single solitary drop of blood is found on the outside where they claim that a violent murder happened. The outside of the house. This came up because you've heard, probably didn't know what a preliminary hearing was. There's no point to learn it now, but you heard you heard Amanda talking about it. I learned it at the preliminary hearing. And one of this photograph became a big deal actually in the preliminary hearing, because you notice you can see the crime scene tape. So that is actually taken on or around July 5th. And I know the grass is extremely different now than when you all went out there. That is actual, real, regular old grass. Not a single tire track, drag mark, nothing on that well-manicured grass, or the surrounding mulch, or anything else. In fact, there's the photo. We'll go on into that. So, we spent a whole day establishing tractors. So we got the tractor, and then we tested. Or actually, Tyke and Josh stood by with it for some reason. I think Stewart actually found a photograph on the left. That's the blood drop that was Gary's. That single, solitary, tiny little blood drop on the step. Because if you actually look at the tractor, there's no step on the, what would that be? If you're standing behind it on the right side, there's no step. So this is the left-hand side of the tractor, and that's all it is. Now the other photograph, that's the Blue Star photograph that Hayes and Shaw took when they actually took the tractor and the RTV over to the sheriff's office. And they said that this was, number one, it wasn't collected or tested, running thing we have here. But they said that was indicative of blood because it illuminated. But then, out of nowhere, I've been here for 4 weeks, and then we call the chief deputy. I didn't know it was the chief deputy. Thought he was still a captain. Found out he's the chief deputy now. We got promoted. Found out, why did you call in the GBI? And I was going to ask him that anyway because he was the head of CID, so he had to be the one to approve it. And what did he say? But our Blue Star expired. So there's now evidence that the Blue Star that they used in this investigation was actually expired, and that they believed that it was necessary at that point that they needed to call in the GBI to do Blue Star testing because they didn't have any that wasn't expired. Nobody told you a single word about that in all of the testimony about Blue Star by the sheriff's office until Pinion came and said, no, I called in the GBI because we didn't have any that was good. Not that it matters anyway, because yet again, not collected or tested. Now, the bucket. No blood, no DNA, zero evidence whatsoever. There is nothing that indicates that tractor was used to move Gary Farris's body at any point in time, other than a tiny drop of blood on the stairs. And there's plenty of evidence that Gary used the tractor. In fact, it was his tractor. He can use it if he wanted to. And there's a tiny drop of blood on it. But we're talking about a murder. We're talking about moving a 6'5", 300-pound man. We got to have a way to do it. Use the tractor. Nothing. Somebody that the state says was shot 2 or more times, and there's not a single, not blood, not skin, not sweat, not hair, nothing found in the bucket of the tractor. Also, the back. I was just thinking last night while I was putting this together that maybe they tied a rope around it, and we'll get into ropes and stuff later. But on the back of the tractor, nothing. Blood, actually no blood, suspected blood, or DNA, or any evidence whatsoever on the back of the tractor. So the front has nothing, the back has nothing. Now the RTV kind of shifted, and then it seemed to me like in the middle of the trial almost, or not necessarily in the middle, but during the physical evidence part, that things kind of twisted. It was we got to abandon this tractor idea because that's not really working out. We're switching to the RTV. It's a little easier. So of course we got a blue star tested too, but there was Melody's blood was found in the GBI testified to this on the L2 shifter. There was no other blood or other DNA found on the RTV. Now, here's what's interesting though. L2 shifter, that's how it's labeled. You'll have a copy of the GBI report back there with you. That's what they call it. Problem is there's zero evidence or photographs of it, of the interior of the RTV, and nobody testified what the L2 shifter is or does. We have no idea. I don't know if that's what makes it go front and back. No clue. It's just called the L2 shifter. Now here's the blue star, yet again expired, on the RTV. So it is very hard to see, but so I'll put the circles around it. So that is on the, we'll go with the left side first. That's on the, looks like the driver's side of the Kubota. Those little drops. They said that was presumptive of blood. Then on the back, where that indention is on the left-hand side, there was a little blood there, or what they thought was blood. Now, and keeping the theme of this case rolling, not collected, not tested, not sent to the crime lab. Also, remember, because I asked who would that have been? That had been Shaw. I asked Shaw specifically, that tractor and that RTV, what'd y'all do with that blue star? And he was like, we hosed it down, the whole thing. Remember, we got a violent crime, a violent murder. The state's trying to say that this was potentially used to transport a 6'5", 300-pound man. Where there is absolutely no DNA based on the blue star, and actually their own physical examination of the RTV is actually in the bed of it. Nothing. And also the blue star was expired. Now, this just occurred to me just out of other reasons. I just wanted to go because people were just, you never know what a jury's going to think and what other people think. So you just try to cover all your bases. So thought about, maybe they used a winch to get Gary out of the house or something. But there's no evidence of a winch at the house. There's no evidence of a winch on the RTV. Four-wheelers, well, I ain't got a four-wheeler. Got an RTV, it's got no evidence on it. No evidence of any ropes, cables, straps, sheets, tarps, horses hauling, dollies hauling. That could either be, I call them hand trucks, or the thing, like four square with the four wheels kind of dolly thing. No evidence of that. No evidence of any device used to potentially move the body of Gary Farris. Zero. Not one. You got all these photos, hundreds. I don't even know how much evidence we're actually up to in this case. Y'all can count it when you get back to the jury room if you want to. But there's probably 1,000 to 1,200 photographs alone. A lot of them are like this. That's why I put these 3 separate photographs together. It's like, look at all this stuff. But nothing is found. Now the house, I wanted to show you with that, because of that. So, you know, we've got none of these things to move the body. And then yet again, on the outside, he had no drag marks at all across that grass. Y'all saw the leaves, you know, how the, you know, underneath the tree canopy there, how it is. So you can see that if you were dragging a 300-pound man down that hill, you know, it's fairly steep, that there would be some evidence. And there's not. There's zero. Now, Melody's shirt, I just want to show you this. John Luke put this into evidence. And I'm just going to put gloves on to touch him because things get a little nasty when they've been in an evidence bag for 6 years. So, and we didn't do it with the GBI who actually did the test of the blood. But when you look, because I asked Shaw photographs, y'all have those photographs back. When you look at this, you remember, there's the front of it. Shaw was saying there was blood down here or here. That's where he was saying there was blood. But where there was actual blood found, way up here. He didn't point that out. That's where the GBI actually took the cutting of the shirt and found blood. And whose blood was it? That was Melody's blood. Now, they called the other lady with the GBI who said that she tried to run what was called a true allele test. And all true allele is just a computer program that can potentially try to separate two different types of DNA. And he couldn't do it. It just said that there was Melody's DNA and there might be the DNA of somebody else of unknown origin and unknown type. So we just don't know what it is. So it didn't work. So you got Melody's blood on her own shirt. And you also, on a pair of shoes, what John was also put in, there was a single drop of blood on Melody's shoe. And yet again, this is Melody's own shoe. Now, why is that kind of important for me? It goes to show the quality of the investigation. Because why take those things, send them off to be tested, if you're not going to do the basic thing? Hayes never asked, and we have no evidence of, did Melody wear the red shirt on the 3rd, 4th, or 5th? We know she didn't wear it on the 5th because she's photographed her on the trail cam. So we don't know. No evidence she even had the shirt on. We don't even know, you know, Hayes said he found it in the closet. Remember, we kept asking people where you found the shirt, where did you find the shirt? No, it didn't. He just said I found it in the closet. We don't know, was it hanging up? Was it in the dirty clothes? Was it laying on the floor? No idea. But again, there's the shoe, Melody's blood. So, going back to no evidence on the 3rd and 4th that she had those things on. I mean, it's her own clothes, her own blood on it. And there is evidence, remember, because she broke the plate and that she actually had a cut on her finger. That's in evidence. So, there you go. But they didn't go. They didn't take that initiative that you have to when you're investigating somebody for murder. Take the initiative to say, hey, this shirt's got blood on it. When's the last time you wore it? You know, let's document where we found it. Let's take photographs of it before we pick it up. Let's do those simple tasks. But they don't have the initiative. Shoes, who knows? I don't know when the last time she wore them. Put this in. You'll have it back there. I tried to cut and paste using paint. Didn't come out too good. But I just know what it says. These are the blue shoes and the T-shirt saying that is blood of Melody Farris. You know, fine. It's her own clothing. It's her own blood. And her fingers cut. We don't even know when she had it. Also, they sent off some towels, if you recall. Very limited testimony regarding these towels, but they sent off, it looks like 26 was the package. So A, B, C, D, E, F, sent off 6 things. 1 white towel, 5 white washcloths. 2 of those, or all of them, it looks like A and E didn't pass the test. It says 2 presumptive tests for blood did not produce the same result. And the GBI testified that basically they did a preliminary test on it, and they do it twice, and it gave different results. So they said, well, at that point in time, we can't tell you that's blood, so we're just not going to test it anymore. The other items that they sent down there, were negative for blood. Now the barn. The bane of my existence, that nothing was really done in the barn other than Lieutenant Stewart. And, you know, I kind of feel bad for him, kind of like I do Hayes sometimes, is he just got told to go out there. But to his own fault, he didn't take any initiative. And yet again, when you're investigating a murder, you got to have some initiative. Because he took photos, but asked him about Blue Star, all that. He said, I wasn't asked to do it. And you know, one thing is good, going back to Lieutenant Stewart, he works in the courthouse now. So I see him every day. And, you know, I was even talking to him this morning. But at the end of the day, it's like, you got to do your job. Whether or not I like you. Lindsay and Allison over there, every day. Talk to them almost every day. See them every day. Most of the deputies in this courthouse. But I tell them the same thing. If you're going to charge my client with murder, then you better take some initiative and actually investigate. So the barn. They took photographs of the barn. That's it. That's literally it. And we had pointed out, and I'll switch to the side in a second, just because we were going through, I'll kind of lay the framework for this. What we did is our staff, who they got here late, and so they did not get a seat, are standing over there, two of them. Now, they had to go through and print out every photograph in color in this case. One folder that is from July 15th has 2,006 photographs. And we had to print, and that's one folder. There's probably almost 3,000 photographs taken in this case in total. So we printed all of those out, and John Luke sat there listening to interviews, flipping through photos. And then I started going through and flipping through photos. And then we started noticing that, you know, Scott living in the barn, and you know, he's a 30-something-year-old man, probably not going to be very clean. It wasn't too bad, but his living quarters, pretty nasty. Dog feces all on the floor, not the cleanest. I'm kind of a clean freak, so I pick up on that. But what was curious to me, a 30-something-year-old single man living in his parents' barn, that bathtub and that sink are spotless. And law enforcement took no initiative to say, okay, this is kind of weird. The rest of the house ain't too clean. Why is this absolutely spotless? And also, there's a magic eraser in the bathtub. I mean, at a minimum, could have Blue Star. What if he was washing off blood? But we don't know, because they don't have initiative. Same thing, you'll remember, or you're probably wondering, like, why in the world are they putting these in the photograph? And I don't have it on a slide, but you'll remember downstairs in the barn, I think Mr. Fogus put in some, and I put in some too. There's that drain, and there's a water hose running over to the drain. We actually took close-ups of it. No Blue Star at all in the barn. And they had, you know, they can't use the old, it's expired excuse, because they called Monet out there, and I asked Monet, did they ask you to go out and Blue Star the barn? What'd she say? Somebody asked me to. The bullet. This is just more for my own curiosity why I kept asking these questions. And the answers were kind of shocking. We know the bullet on the right. We know who found that. That's the one from in the basement. That's Kuykendall. He found that. But the one found in the rib in the burn pile, of who found it. Dr. Gooding, remember her, she was the actual anthropologist. She said she found it. Now, before she testified, Detective Westbrook testified. If you remember him, kind of the bigger man with the beard that we put in the photographs of Melody Scar. He said he found it. Sally Sims, the coroner, who made herself a witness in the case somehow, she said she found it. And then everybody's favorite investigator, Shaw, he claimed he found it. It's just puzzling as to, you know, what is supposedly a critical piece of evidence in this case. And you've got 4 of your own witnesses being the person who claimed to find it. I mean, that is simple.
Hey, India. Good morning.
That really the easiest thing you could have done. Is who saw it first, documented, located bullet, rib, done. They got 4 people saying that they're the one that done it. This doesn't make any sense. Like a lot of people. This is the GBI, the ballistics report, saying that it was a 38 bullet as found in the basement. And you'll see the way they differentiate it. 38 bullet basement floor, and then 38 bullet jacket. That's the one from the rib. When it says bullet jacket, that is the one from the rib. And that one is in evidence somewhere. I think it's probably in here. So you can actually have that back in a clear case where you can actually look at it. And you'll also have, and I'll just talk about that while we're here, you'll also have what's called a bullet comparison sheet Mr. Fogus put into evidence with Ms. Bagwell with GBI. And what that shows is you'll see the comparison of the bullets. A lot of it probably won't make sense. But if you look at it, and from her testimony as well, you'll see that basically from the bullet in the rib, she based a lot of her assumptions off it based on the bullet in the basement. So the bullet in the rib is burned up, and I said, how can you tell what kind of bullet it is? And she says, well, I'm making the assumption that since the bullet in the basement is a Hornady brand, according to her testimony, I'm just making the assumption that the bullet in the rib is a Hornady as well. And I would say assumptions isn't reasonable doubt. Certainly isn't beyond reasonable doubt. You'll also see things like the weight of the bullet and stuff like that. They're both very, very different. But y'all will have all that back there to look at. Next, we also learned that 357 Magnum can shoot a 38 special bullet. Pretty well uncontroverted. There's plenty of evidence about it. And there's also, when you're looking at this document, you'll see that the GBI, they gave a list of possible firearms from the bullet comparison. And most importantly, she says this list is provided as only an investigative lead and is not intended to be an all-inclusive list. So short answer is, it's a 38 bullet. What kind of gun shot it? We don't know. But it may be some of these, or some like these. Now, bullets, these are what Scott had in the barn and in his bedroom. The one on the left is actually from his nightstand. And what kind of bullet are those? Those are 38 special bullets. 38 special, 158 green, lead round nose. American. And I also heard Scott talking about, actually he said it, Chris said he didn't own a handgun, never did. We know that's not true. But he's got this many 38 bullets in his immediate rim, so to speak. That's a lot of 38 bullets for somebody that doesn't have the ability to shoot a 38 bullet. But he did, because we know from his own testimony, he had a 357 Magnum. Now he claims it was stolen, and we'll get into that in just a few minutes. But, so that's a lot of bullets for somebody that ain't got a gun. Now what did he say? Well, somebody bought those over. Who? No idea. When? No idea. I mean, bullets fairly expensive. I'm not going over to somebody's house and leaving my box of bullets. Yet again, just doesn't make sense. Missing 357. And I call this, you saw that next slide, the magic gun. We'll get into it, but I want to talk just real quick about Scott's missing 357. So John Luke had introduced these with Scott, and it was Scott Defense 97 through 100. And you heard John Luke questioning him about where was your gun stolen and all that. He said it was down in Columbus when he lived down there. House got broken into, remember? Guns missing. They called law enforcement. So, all right, we got a stolen gun. Your gun gets stolen. You obviously report it because, I don't want my gun being used in a crime coming back on me years later or days later or whatever. So he claims to have reported it. So we asked the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office, give us all records. I believe it was between a certain year time frame regarding the 357 Magnum, other firearms belonging to Scott Walker Farris that were reported stolen. We are requesting copies of any incident reports 911, and we asked for that to be between the years of 2008 and 2015. And Muskogee County Police Department from the sheriff himself, Scott 98. In response to your open records request submitted to the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office, please be advised that the Sheriff's Office was not able to find information requesting the details you gave. Therefore, there are no documents that exist. So, Columbus is a big town. Had to call my buddy Cody, because he's from Columbus. Actually, I asked him what county it was, because I didn't know. So we found that out from him. Then we went to Columbus County Police Department, sent them the same records request, 2008, 2015. Good day. There are no records in our system for Scott Walker Farris. I did check our jail system as well. No records. He sat on that stand and told you, under oath, that his 357 was stolen. So what is more likely? That his 357 was never stolen, or that 2 law enforcement agencies lost the records of a stolen gun and a burglary that he claims to have happened. Now the magic gun. This, I have been on this case longer than anybody. Longer than all. I've outlasted every prosecutor. I don't even know what number I'm up to now. I've been on it longer than John. The only person who has been involved in this case longer than me is Hayes and Miss Farris, and then me. And this has infuriated me from the get-go. And I have waited for 6 years to get to stand here to talk about this gun and this absolute nonsense that the sheriff's office took hook, line, and sinker from that man's mouth on July the 5th. The magic gun in the basement. So what did Scott say this gun looked like? That it looked like that. It was chrome. It was a snub nose. He didn't touch it. He didn't take it out. It was in some kind of a holster, but he could see what it was. Remember, he didn't want to pull it out because DirecTV got there. And I would also tell you you'll have back the text messages that Gary tells him to come over, the DirecTV guys coming. Now you can read those and use your own common sense and reason. I can't tell from those text messages because Gary actually tells him, come here, I need to show you something like SSR, whatever it is. And then they talk about DirecTV guy got pushed back to 2. And it almost seems like in those text messages, he's having Scott come over just to help with something that he's actually there. Not Scott's version where he's having to go over there to let the man in. So you'll have it, you'll read it. It's just a little something to think about. So that's what Scott says is that he finds or he goes to look for. First he finds, tells no one, and then he goes and looking for it on July 5th. So it's in the basement. Now Martha Jane, she's safe for the end. What did she say? Looked something similar. She actually said she couldn't tell what color. She didn't know what color it was. Now Jenna, that was out of the blue, got on that stand and said, August 2024, over 6 years later, here comes Jenna into their office and says, guess what? I saw a gun too. And that's what she told the investigators. And they actually made her, and it's in evidence, you'll have it back there with you. If you remember, we actually put it in 3 different photographs of guns and said, pick, what gun did you see? Wanting it to be that, to corroborate Scott and his lies. But nope, they can't hold it together to do something like that. She picks a completely different looking gun, wood handle, black, and that's what she said that she saw. And we'll get to the locations here in a minute. Now, Chris, on the other hand, yet again, 6 years later, he hops up on the stand, and guess what? He's seen a gun too, but he didn't see it in Purcell Lane House. He saw it back in Alpharetta. Remember, it was just laying on the kitchen counter, and he's never told anybody, and he took it and he put it up on top of the refrigerator. And what did that gun look like? We don't have a photograph of it, it's not in evidence. But he said it was a silver gun with an ivory handle. Ladies and gentlemen, what I would propose to you, what that is 3 people trying to corroborate one. The problem is they just don't have the capability to hold it together because it's a lie. what Mark Twain said, that, you don't have to remember anything if you just tell the truth. The problem is when you're lying, you've got to remember the details of what you're saying. So Jenna knew to say it was a revolver. She couldn't remember the color, couldn't remember the handle. Chris, same thing. He remembered the color, but he got the handle wrong. He also got the location wrong. He said he saw it. They moved to Purcell Lane in 2013. So it had to be before 2013. Chris never told law enforcement in all of his interviews, sitting there talking to Hayes and Kuykendall and Pope, never said anything about this gun. Jenna never said a word in over 6 years about seeing a gun in that basement. Martha Jane, yet again, she's got her own slide. 2019 to 2024, 5 years, 2 law enforcement interviews, nothing. And Scott telling law enforcement within minutes of arriving on July 5th. Remember what Chief Deputy Pinion said? He's literally just walking down the driveway to the house to get things checked on, and here comes Scott. And then he said, he changed the conversation, and he starts talking about a missing gun and affairs and pointing the blame at his mom. Immediately. And you heard it from Amanda too. Amanda gets there, I'm going to check on that gun. You don't even know what's happening. You don't know where Gary is, supposedly. You don't know that might be a gun involved. You don't know anything. Why are you looking for a gun? Also, why are you these kids? Your dad's missing, and let's go through and let's look for his wallet. Let's look for guns. Let's see, where's his credit cards at? You got Emily days later trying to access bank accounts. Pope had to go out and freeze all the bank accounts. Took all Amanda's money, hadn't done anything. Nobody accusing Amanda of anything. But all her money got frozen too. Remember, because I think she said it was about $800, and that's all she had. Now, yet again, when you're operating under a lie, so you got to remember where things are. Scott said in the left-hand photograph, that's where the gun is. That's where he saw it with the DirecTV. Jenna, knowing it was the basement, but can't keep it in the same place, puts it over there in that thing. I don't know what that is. Armoire, whatever. Basically, it's on a whole nother side of the basement. If you remember, you'll have those photographs. The Scott location's up by the sliding glass doors behind the couch. Jenna's location is over essentially behind the bar. 2 different locations. Now, here is my whole point of law enforcement buying this whole magic gun theory from the get-go. Oh, and also, Scott saying it was a snub nose. What does every human being that knows anything about a gun think when you hear snub nose? 38. That's just the first thing that pops in your head. 38 special, all that stuff. That's what people think about. So he was very clear in saying it was a snub nose. He didn't say 38, he said it was a snub nose, and he gave the color of it. But what has hurt me since 2019 is the fact of this. So, who stores their stolen murder weapon in the living room of the victim? So let's see what they're wanting you to believe, because Ms. Frankish talked about, they're going to meet their burden, and I'm going to send you down rabbit holes and get you not thinking clearly about the evidence. This is their evidence, right? Their evidence is Scott located a gun in the basement. That gun is corroborated by Martha Jane saying that her gun was stolen, right? Because they're similar in the slide I just showed you. So they're similar. All right. Now, what intelligent human being, if you're planning to commit a murder, stores your murdering weapon in the living quarters of your victim? That is the most asinine thing I have ever heard. If I'm going to murder someone or shoot someone, I'm going to keep my gun close to me, in my part of the house, in my purse, in my pocket, in my car. I'm not going to store it in my husband, according to them, that she despises, behind the couch that he sits on and watches TV, where Scott claims that he sits and watches TV. What sense does that make? And that's why when you're talking about reasonable doubt, it says in there, in that law, common sense. Because you can't, there's no way that the state can explain that away. What, Melody's just so stupid she didn't know where to put a gun? If that's what you want to believe? That's ridiculous. This whole magic gun, it is the biggest farce I've ever seen. Bot Zone, just briefly, he did the CPAP machine, the Dell computer, all that stuff. CPAP machine, he used an open source, which just means free, program to interpret the data that he extracted from the SD card taken out of the CPAP machine. We had asked him, was that program approved by the CPAP manufacturer? No. Did you do any testing to make sure that the data coming out is correct and you can actually prove it that it's correct, verify it when it comes out the other end? And he said he didn't do that because he had to essentially just dump all of the information into the program, and that's what it spit out on the other end, all the dates and the usage and all of those things. So remember I asked him, I was like, why don't you just take July the 1st, plug it in, see if the data comes out and matches, then you've got it verified that this program's actually doing what you would expect it to do. And he said, well, I can't do that. I have to do it all at one time. So essentially we have a non-approved or tested open source computer program to translate the raw data from the SD card. So you can't determine the accuracy of the translation. Even Box couldn't say that it's correct, what he was testifying to. He can just say, here's what this program that's not approved says. Also the trail camera. Scott admitted to deleting the trail cameras on July 5th during the middle of the search for Mr. Farris. You didn't hear any evidence of Scott telling law enforcement in any of his questioning and interviews or anything like that about deleting the trail camera. You just heard that from the stand while he was testifying. But talk about the trail cameras. So that is 12/12/75/2018. That's Scott. He admitted that's him. Amanda also identified him. That is him walking up to the trail camera. Now, what you may be wondering is, how do we know that that's when the photographs were deleted? Well, we know that because there's essentially a way to print out the photographs to where you can get the data, call it metadata, call it whatever you want, of each of the photographs that were on the SD card. The two relevant ones, you see on the top one, Scott walking up, and it says deleted at the bottom, deleted true. That means that it was in fact deleted. So every photo before Scott is deleted. And then he's picked up on trail camera at 12:16 and it says deleted false. He's walking by covering his face. So he essentially deleted it and then got picked up walking by it 4 minutes later. Now, what was his excuse for that? Well, just searching for my father. I think a gun's missing. I'm worried about his safety. Need to check the trail camera and, I just always delete photographs from the trail camera whenever I go and check it. In the middle of searching for your father. State's evidence. All right, state's experts. Dr. Gooding, Pope, and Atkins. Gooding was the anthropologist, Pope was the fire lady, and Atkinson was medical examiner. So Gooding, remember I told you this would come back up. Best we can tell, or best she could tell, is that bullet found in the rib is somewhere around those black areas. And remember she said, and this is important, I think, their own evidence is saying that bullet is front to back, right? Front to back. So, first off, the body got to the crime lab July 2nd. Claims of projectiles on the inside of the rib. So, remember as Dr. Arden explained to you, bullet's going. Their expert says that bullet is front to back. That is her expert opinion. Fine. Dr. Arden said we accept that as fact. If that is a fact, that bullet is here. It is lodged in the soft tissue in between two ribs and did not enter the body cavity. Therefore, that bullet could not cause his death. Claims trajectory is front to back. Dr. Gooding didn't know if the projectile lodged in soft tissue is from the front or the back, but says it's a sternal rib end. And so that's when I asked Dr. Arden about, what is sternal rib end? And that is the ribs that are connected to the sternum coming off at the end of the rib. In the front, remember, if you remember from his testimony, I was able to show him with the little hand on the PDF. Yet again, Gooding couldn't tell him, none of them could tell me about any vital organs. And what Dr. Arden said is you can't say it hit any vital organs, and that bullet, if it went front to back and it's right here, it didn't go into his body. Also, most importantly, Dr. Gooding found no damage to any bones by projectile or otherwise. So there is no evidence, according to the bone, really, or the soft tissue, there's no evidence of saw marks, cut marks, knife marks. No evidence to the rib where the bullet is found, lodged in between the two of them. It had not been damaged. And there's no other damage to any other bone other than thermal damage caused by the heat of the fire. So looking at it from the state's case, they want to say that Gary Farris was shot 2 or more times. Right? If that is the case, he shot 2 or more times and not a single bone in his body that they can find was damaged. Now this is Dr. Pope. That's just a little snippet of her report because I just wanted to read basically her findings to you. She said that that's easier if I just read it. The fire that burned this victim's body is consistent with a single burn event where the fire was set and left to burn as a slow rendering fire. And then for some reason it says in parentheses hours. That remained undisturbed until discovered as a crime scene on July the 5th. The duration of the fire was less than 24 hours old. You'll remember from her testimony, she made that assumption based upon how hot the fire was when law enforcement arrived on July 5th, somewhere around 1 o'clock or so, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, whatever that is. Now, the important thing is that 24 hours. I also wanted to point out, so it's post-testimony that Gary's remains are in that state of cremation, being on the burn pile 24 hours or less. Okay. You remember from those interviews you were hearing where Kuykendall and Hayes are talking to Melody saying that we've seen people come out of house fires. We've seen people die in collapsed house fires, and they don't look that bad. They're not burned up like that. According to the sheriff's office, they don't even believe their own expert. Because she said it happened in less than 24 hours. And not a house fire, an open pit just laying there burning. And also, no accelerants, no gas, no alcohol, no nothing. Now, the reason that 24 hours I've always thought was curious. So, if the fire was 24 hours old, 24 hours old when they arrived on July 5th, 1, 2 o'clock, that means that the fire had to be set less than 24 hours or less before. So that'd been 1 or 2 o'clock on July 4th. Done the math. Actually went over that with Pope, and she agreed. Because I think, actually, I do remember. I was crossing here, and it was 1:09, if you'll recall. I was like, it is 1:09 p.m. right now, 24 hours ago. It was the day before at 1:09 p.m., and she said yes. So 1 or 2 o'clock, law enforcement's there. Fire's burning the fire's less than 24 hours old. Well, at 1:54, Melody is an hour away on the 4th of July, verified at Lake Lanier. So we know that about an hour or more on a major holiday to Lake Lanier. Amanda said traffic was horrible. Getting in was horrible. Also know Melody went to Target, had to go buy the chair. We don't know exactly when she left, but through the state's expert, it seems like less than 24 hours, unless you just want to say, well, less than 24, maybe it was 10, maybe it was 5, whatever. Use your common sense there. But if you put it around the time of 24 hours when that fire was started, according to their expert, Melody's in Lake Lanier. She wasn't even on the property. And that is verified by that receipt. That is verified by Amanda. That is verified by Cameron as well. That Melody wasn't at Purcell Lane, that she was at Lake Lanier. Now, Dr. Atkinson's report, you'll see, this is basically the summary of the findings that Dr. Arden was referring to. I probably should have put it up when I had it. But it says basically you can't find entrance wound and unable to assess direction of a wound path. And like Dr. Arden said, a wound path is a bullet going through bone and muscle and tissue and subcutaneous fat, being able to track the path. Now, Atkinson was the whole copy and pasting. I'll get to that in just a second. But he couldn't say what organs were damaged again. Remember, I asked him, did he die of blood loss? Did he, was his heart hit, lungs, liver, all of that? He says he don't know. They want to blame everything on the fire. Dr. Atkinson couldn't say to a medical certainty that Mr. Farris was alive when he was shot. He did not want to answer that question. And if you recall from his testimony, he started giving him this big long spiel about how I was like, no, you answer my question. Can you say to a medical certainty he was alive when that bullet entered his body? And he said no. And that corroborates what Dr. Arden is saying. Dr. Arden, complete honesty, was like, I'm not saying that you can't say that this is a homicide, but I'm just saying being academically honest with, I think his word, is I can't say that it is or is not. And when you've got is or is not, then you've got undetermined. And when you can't tell me to a medical certainty a man is alive when a bullet entered his body, then how can you say honestly to a medical certainty that a bullet killed him? And you can't. Dr. Atkinson couldn't say what rib the projectile was lodged in. He actually knew less about the rib and the bone than Gooding did. And the reason why is because he just copied, and he admitted to it, he copied Gooding's findings directly from cut and paste, directly from his report, her report, into his report. He never went out to that scene. He's putting things in this man's autopsy, talking about it was found on a burn pile, and here's what we did, and all of these things, saying that these things are factually true. But he didn't go there. He didn't do any of those things. He's basically taken somebody else's work, hadn't proven that he's actually, verified it other than just who she is, and just said, this is true and correct. I'm going to say it's a homicide. Dr. Arden, I've talked about it so much. Remember, he just said, look, I think actually what he said was, I'm not going to say it's crazy, to say that y'all have listed this as a homicide. I'm just saying, y'all haven't showed me, excuse me, y'all haven't showed me, and he had everything, all the, he went over all the reports and everything. Y'all haven't showed me to where I can agree with you to a medical certainty. He's like, I'm not going out there. I'm not putting myself out on that limb. Dr. Atkinson, he wants to put himself out there on that limb, be my guest. But Dr. Arden was not willing to do that. And you heard, I think you said, 3,000 autopsies that he had performed, been a medical examiner for 40 years, still practicing, got his own consulting business, all of these things. He's got all the credentials, in the world. And he's saying, no, I'm not going to go out on that limb based on these facts. And that in and of itself is reasonable doubt. Other witnesses. Ms. Frank just wanted to talk a lot about Addison and the text message to Melody, because that means that on July 3rd, Melody was planning on killing Gary. There's absolutely zero evidence of that. There's no text message, phone call, search histories, where there was any planning or preparation on July the 3rd. In fact, you'll recall Addison and Chris come out to the house. They come out to the house on the 3rd. She had just landed. Addison actually says they left. And then sometime later, she texted Melody. And Melody didn't say, no, you can't spend the night. She said, how about tomorrow? And in fact, she did spend the night the next day with Cameron. But also with Addison, and the whole reason I called Cameron, y'all are probably like, this kid don't know nothing. But she did prove one thing. Addison, who is Chris's daughter, who was interviewed a year later, who testified that she's only hadn't had any contact with Melody, but had contact with Chris essentially through her mother, because that's how she had learned about the death and all of those things. But she made it seem like when they got out to Melody's house that Melody was not wanting them to go outside, didn't let them go outside, making them go get a bath way too early. You saw the text messages. It's 8:30 when she tells them to take a bath. They sneak out of the house, go get in the hot tub. Now, what's important, what Cameron actually establishes is Melody wasn't acting weird. Melody wasn't restricting them to go outside, that they went up to the barn, they went and looked at the horses, they went and saw the animals, they looked for Gary, and both of them confirmed they were down in that basement, and they didn't see any blood or any bullet. Nobody did. Nobody did on the 4th or the 5th. Anybody that was in and out of that house. Oddly enough, the last person, best you can tell, is the last person to come out of that basement is Scott before law enforcement gets there, looking for his magic gun that nobody's ever found and that nobody's seen. He's the last person to come out of that basement. And then the bullet is found. Chief Deputy Pinion, we've already talked about him. Him and Scott, he's just trying to see what's going on, and he's got Scott in minutes throwing Melody under the bus. John Lambert, that was really just to show the weird dichotomy, because Scott and Chris and Emily wanted to get on the stand, or did get on the stand, and basically say, "Oh, Daddy dearest, I loved him so much, I miss him, I can't believe it." While at the same time, you got Chris robbing him blind, him actually saying he was stealing, him admitting that he had used his bank accounts because he had the account numbers and all that, which is illegal, and he was doing it without Gary's permission. Gary actually texted him and said, "Your stealing has got to stop." Scott texted Melody saying, "Is he gone?" wanting to know if Gary was gone so he didn't have to do anything anymore. That is not, those aren't the text messages of somebody who, you truly love this man. No, that was just their bank. And he was getting ready to cut them off. So Lambert, that weird interaction, he said, it wasn't fisticuffs like Mr. Focus likes to say. It didn't rise to that level, but he said it was just weird. And then Scott making the statement, "Can't wait till you're gone so I can get this," or something to that effect. That's weird. That's not the statement of somebody if you love your father. Dave Thomas, yet again, showing Scott's aggression, with a whole, Miss Frankish, she got up here in her opening and was saying, well, Scott's dad was dead and he had a right to be upset. And then she said, his trailer. That ain't his trailer. That's not his property. That is Melody and Gary's. He wants it to be his, but it's not. Just like they want the money, they wanted the house, but it's gone. They wanted everything. They acted like it was theirs, but it wasn't. And Miss Frankish bought right into it, came up here and told y'all exactly that. He's upset his dad died. He's got strangers using his trailer. It ain't his. The owner of the trailer was standing next to it with Dave Thomas when he comes up acting like a nut, then chases him halfway over to recycling. Martha Jane. She's known about this case since July the 5th, 2018. July the 5th, 2018. In the middle of this trial, she called law enforcement and said that, "I have to tell y'all something. Melody stole a gun from me in 2019, and it was a 38. And when did she say that? After, and you'll have this back there with you, after she admitted to it, after you watched this man on YouTube commenting over Rusty's testimony. And the title of this video, "Did I Just Crack the Case?" Because that man said, and I asked her, that's where the gun came from. The next day, she is on the phone with Captain Hands telling the story about how Melody stole her 38. There is no evidence that she ever owned a 38. They got some 38 bullets, but also just to show you, those are Winchester, not pointed at. The 357 that her husband owned was still there, and it also shoots 38. So it makes sense that you could also have 38. But there's no receipt. There's not a photograph of this gun. There's her words 6 years later saying that she's got a gun. Now, she sat on the stand and said, well, law enforcement never asked me about no guns. Yet again, July the 5th or the 6th, she knew Gary had been shot. And you don't think that might be relevant then? It only becomes relevant when a little man with a YouTube channel tells you that it's relevant. And she admitted to that. She also admitted that she was embarrassed. She was furious at this affair that she found out about, essentially on live television. Now everybody in Tullahoma knows it. She said she got to hang her head whenever she goes. Rusty destroyed the Barton name. And I also asked her, You believe that a mother should always protect her children. She said, I do. And I said, when you saw John Luke and I crossing those witnesses, you were furious. And that's when Mr. Fogus started his objections about let her finish her answer. Let her answer. She's 85 years old. She might be 84 years old. She might be 84 years old, but she came up with this lie because of YouTube and this trial being on television. That's the only way that she came up with this. She wants to talk about, Miss Rankins wants to talk about her picture is in the dictionary next to the word credibility. She has no credibility. She watched this whole trial. She knows everything. She knew to even say what color the gun was because she can go back and watch Scott's testimony. What did she do? Yet again, can't get the color right. She got the holster kind of right. She can't get the whole thing because you got to remember stuff when you're telling lies, and it's hard. And I'm sorry, when you want to show up in the middle of a murder trial, 6 years later, 5 years after you discovered a gun being gone, and your excuse is nobody asked me, and it doesn't become important until 2-3 weeks in, that's the definition of no credibility. And especially when you can't even prove to me that you owned a gun. And, you know, she's got an excuse for that too. Didn't like guns, she moved it all over the house, blah, blah, blah. Show me something. They got nothing. I'll go on for more, but I got to hurry. How long have I gone? Yeah. Okay. Real quick, motive means opportunity. Motive, they want to say it's money. All right. Melody had access to money. You've seen the house. She could buy whatever she wanted. Here's where they messed up, though. It was with the financial accounts. You'll look at those. You should have them back there with you. Gary had actually added Melody back on as a life insurance beneficiary in 2012. That's around the whole Ted Wiley fiasco and her leaving Alabama and all that. Got in the back. Here's where they messed up. They did not prove that Melody knew anything about the existence of life insurance. There's not a single witness who has said Melody knew about the life insurance policies, that Melody knew that she was a beneficiary. In fact, you heard from their own witness, Martha Jane. She said Melody didn't know anything about their finances. She didn't know where the money was. She knew that she had a debit card and that she could use it, and a credit card and that she could use it, and that Gary tracked her. But she didn't know anything about other than that. She didn't know anything about the life insurance. She didn't know anything about the 401k. She didn't know about the partnership stuff, though, because she called and asked about it. But that's it. They want to say that money is the motive, then you might want to establish some evidence that the person who's wanting the money even knows the money exists. The only thing that Melody knows about money existing in this trial that is a proven fact is a receipt in her car with $11,000 in the bank account. So with that, I'm going to just go ahead in there so John Luke can do his part, but that's the confirmation bias. And that's what it looks like. You remember I talked to you about that in opening. Confirmation bias. They got their beliefs and they leave all these facts. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you to find Melody Farris not guilty of all these charges. Mr. Weavers, after a break, we'll be talking to you next.
All right, let's take charges for 5 minutes.
Did they say how long the break was going to be? Sorry, I just got a Walmart order and I was putting some things away. Miss King's caught up now. Yay! Margaret's like, tell these people to quit looking in the camera. Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Can't take any more big eyes on the YouTubes. Gail missed what he said. Okay. I'll rewind it real quick and see what he said.
So with that, I'm going to just go ahead in there so John Luke can do his part, but that's the confirmation bias. And that's what it looks like. You remember I talked to you about that in opening. Confirmation bias. They got their beliefs and they leave all these facts. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you to find Melody Farris not guilty of all these charges. Mr. Weavers, after a break, we'll be talking to you.
All right, let's take, try to spend 5 to 10 minutes.
5 or 10 minutes. 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah, she's sure looking in the camera hardcore, huh? Jeez. Turn around. La 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 la. Da 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 da. Turn around. See, I know, right? Gail, I know Delphi should be good today. I've been looking. There's been lots of updates. Dr. Walla is on the stand. I don't know. I don't know. Again, last night I started Andrea Burkhart's update from Delphi trial yesterday and fell asleep again. It's not that she's boring. I'm very interested in the content, right? But her voice, it just lulls me to sleep. She was Miss King. She was very upset yesterday, and she was very upset. Was it Saturday? When Holman was... Yeah, it was Saturday. She was very, very upset. I got to the part where she was talking about the Gallipo or whatever his name is, the warden. I didn't get very much far past that. I dozed off and I woke up and rewound it and dozed off again. So I'm just like, my goodness. I got one of those, like warmed rotisserie chickens from the store. They always smell so good. They smell so good. I think I'm going to have to dig into it. Have an early lunch. Sure does smell good, though. So listen to this. This is a little worrisome. Bob from Defense Diaries, Bob Mata, posted this at 11 o'clock, so about 35 minutes ago. And this is an update, a lunch update on the Richard Allen trial from Delphi. This is a little worrisome, but then again, you know. It says Richard Allen trial update. Dr. Monica Walla is currently on the stand on direct. She's testifying regarding multiple confessions made to her by Richard Allen. Most notably, the confession made on May 3rd, 2023, wherein he gave a narrative description of his activities in the day of the murders. Wallace stated that Rick stated that he went to see his parents, then they were going to eat lunch, and he wasn't interested. He said he picked up a 6-pack of beer and drank 3, then drank the other 3 later. Went home, bundled up, and went to the bridge. Followed the girls, stated that he did something with the gun, and that's when he must have dropped the round. He said he was intending on essaying the girls, but a van startled him and he killed the girls, covered the bodies with sticks, and went back to his car, lived his life. More to report. Have to get back in. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Someone says startled him from essaying, but not from spending the time to do a gruesome double homicide, strip and redress the girls and take off with some of the clothing to drop in the creek. Makes as much sense as not testing a scarf at a murder scene or firing a round to match the unspent one. So, anyway, yeah, not so sure. Not sure. Gail said, yes, Miss King very upset. I suspect she will be livid today when they watch the other tapes after the big physical and mental change in him. Right. Oh, welcome back, Cordelia. You didn't leave. Miss King says, did you hear her talk about the interrogation videos? I heard, part of it. I heard all of it. I got through the interrogation videos, and then the next segment she talked about was Westville. Gail said, if a man startled him, why did he not see all that crimey stuff, right? He said a van, not a man. A van, V-A-N, like a vehicle. And he said, that doesn't sound good. Well, it doesn't sound good, but this confession was made on May 3rd, 2023. At this point, he'd already been in prison for a while. And during the interrogations, he's probably heard a lot of stuff by now at that point. And he's just, I don't know. I don't know. I can't wait to hear how the cross goes, because is this her statement, does she have audio recordings of this? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't know. She's feeling good, Sherry. She's doing good. She's still got a croupy cough. It's like a barking cough. But she's ready to trick or treat tonight. She is so excited. She can't wait. Gail said he also confessed to a bunch of stuff he didn't do. Right. Yeah, he said that he had shot the girls. Because, the first interrogations, they were talking about that unspent round. They're not available to see, Cordelia. The Delphi, Indiana trial that we're talking about, not what we're watching today. This is a different trial that we're talking about, but that trial is not being live streamed. And the interrogation videos haven't been made public either. So I guess we're going to have to wait till after the trial's over before any of that stuff may ever be made public. We will, Sherry. She'll have a good time. She'll have a good time. I just need to figure out, I need to get with QB and see if she has any ideas about what I need to do. It really depends on them. If they get through their closing arguments, I mean, it's getting close to time for lunch, so there's that. And then I think the judge said it would take about 40 minutes for him to read through the charging documents and instructions for the jurors. So I don't know if they'll kind of push through that and then let them go back. Because, see, the state still has their rebuttal. So I don't know. I don't know. It's Weaver's turn, though.
Weaver, go ahead.
All right, here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Fogus. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're already halfway through a long day, and I'm going to try to be as quick as I can. You've heard my partner, Mr. Ray, speak about a lot of facts in this case, but I want to speak to you now about the gravity of the situation, what we're here and what we're asking you to do and why we're asking you to do it. You are a jury, and you're well aware of that. And I think Michael mentioned my books, and this is a book I got on my first day of law school. It's the Constitution of the United States of America, and there's an amendment, the Sixth Amendment to the Constitution, and it's been in place since 1789. And it is the Sixth Amendment. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial. I think we've given them a public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district where the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and the cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, back then it would have been him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. That's it. That is the bedrock of what we're doing. And it has been here for a very, very long time. I told you back in jury selection that I was only looking for my client 12 fair, impartial jurors honestly seeking the truth. And you all swore that that was you. And you have sat here very diligently, and you have paid attention and taken notes. And we've all noticed the effort and time that you've put into this. You have put in weeks of your life. You have missed time from your families, your jobs, to be here for this very, very heavy, important moment. And I also told you you had another job. And I don't have my PowerPoints. I go with literally what you guys are going to have to work with. This is the charge that the judge is going to read to you once Ms. Frankish is finished speaking in this case. And your one job was to hold the state, and that's my job too, is to hold the state to their burden of proof. What is it? I'm just very clearly and succinctly going to read it to you, and then we'll talk about it. And I'm going to talk about some other elements of doubt that I think we should discuss. And I'm going to sit down, and the defense of this case will be over. We're going to leave this to you, the jury, who is the most important group of people here. And I want to know, and I want to know this. I've been meaning to tell you this for weeks, and I can't tell you this. My client, you may notice that she does everybody else in the courtroom. They rise for you. They rise for the jury. We don't. Here's why. You are a jury of her peers. You're her peers. We're on the equal footing. The judge sits above us all as he represents the law, and we are all under the law. So when the judge walks in, the bailiff says, all rise, we rise for the judge as the representative of the law that we must live under. But our framers, who wrote this Constitution, and then, I had to go dig this up. We don't actually use these books much at the office, I'll admit that. The Constitution of the state of Georgia, which was actually adopted in 1983, so it's a much newer document. And it embodies the same principles in our modern time. Now, some may say 1983 was quite a long time ago, but not to me. It embodies it in our real time, in our real life to this day. Because our framers knew the government is, in fact, that's why we're here. That's why we're not part of Great Britain anymore. And almost every, even the modern democracies of Western Europe kind of think we're nuts. They think we're crazy. Because we have 12 people who have no association with the government. And to come in here and decide the facts of criminal matter, to check the government for that very reason. We left over there because we knew that the government should always be checked, not just trusted implicitly with power. So I just wanted to explain to you, my client is not being disrespectful. I told her to do that because I so believe that we are equals. We are peers. The burden of proof. The defendant, and still is, by the way, presumed innocent. This case is not over. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. The defendant enters upon the trial of this case with the presumption of innocence in his or her favor. The presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense charged. 4 offenses in this case. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of each crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You're going to get this document. This is the indictment. These are the charges. They have to, every page of this indictment, count 1, count 2, count 3, count 5. Every element, every word has to be proven in each count beyond a reasonable doubt. It can't just be maybe. I'm going to slow down. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless or until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever. And the burden never shifts to the defendant to introduce evidence or to prove innocence. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. So here it is. A reasonable doubt is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but is a doubt for which a reason can be given arising from the consideration of the evidence, a lack of evidence, or a conflict of evidence. After giving consideration to all the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law. And you must acquit the defendant. It says the word must. But if that doubt does not exist, if your minds as to the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it is your duty to acquit the defendant. You will be given this. You'll be given a verdict form with 5 counts. Count 1, malice murder. Count 2, felony murder. Count 3, aggravated assault. Count 4, concealing the death of another. And count 5, making a false statement. It is, in fact, a heavy burden. But I contend to you that the state has not come close. Mr. Ray is far more eloquent than me. Mr. Ray is smart, far more intelligent than me, and his brain works in a way I'm truly fortunate to have such a good partner. But he found that diagram years ago of the stairs. I'll come down here and I use the bar. I say, a scintilla of evidence is down here. Probable cause or preponderance of the evidence is somewhere towards the middle of the bar. Clear and convincing evidence, which is not the standard in this case, is a little further up here. And then beyond a reasonable doubt, it's almost all the way here at the end of the bar. It's not all the way. I'm not saying it is. But I think this case that we have sat and listened to, and I think the time was taken as needed to get through the case. For you to see every bit and every element of this case. But here's what I think you have clearly seen. And this is the first doubt that I propose to you. That the district attorney's office and the sheriff's office and all law enforcement involved in this case from day one, from the early minutes of the 911 call, which let's think who made the 911 call. It was that man right there. He was in control from the very first minute of this case, Scott Farris. Scott Farris was always in control. And the fact that he had to immediately control the case, to me shows doubt. And I do believe it is a heavy doubt. When you look at everyone involved, every witness that you've heard testify, and that's another thing you need to know. You need to know that's your job, and you'll be charged on this as well. As a witness, you are to determine the credibility of the witness. Now, I'm going to read the charge. There's not a lot to this charge, and there's a reason why. The jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witness's manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. What does that mean? Here's what that means. Here's what I propose to you. From the day we're born, in the early years of our life, we begin to get a feeling when we hear people talk. Because the words coming out of our mouth sometimes aren't true. For example, if I were to have a bag, and say I told you that this bag was full instead of shoes, it was full of $1 million. I'm gonna take this half of this $1 million and give you guys the other half, and we're just gonna leave. But here's what you know immediately. You know that if I had $1 million in this bag, I wouldn't be standing here talking to y'all. You know that. You have that feeling in your gut. Because you know, you've sat there and watched this case, it's a bag full of shoes. It's a bag full of shoes that has no important evidence on it whatsoever, other than the fact that I think Melanie Farris cut her finger at some point and got blood on her shoes and her shirt. I think they've established that. And I think, and Mr. Ray did a very eloquent job, and I can go on and on, and I'm not going to, because this case has got to come to an end. But when you think about law enforcement in this case, and their response immediately, let's go back to July the 5th. Let's go back to the time that Scott Farris, who's sitting right there, goes up to Detective Kuykendall, who's sitting right there, and he gets in his car for an hour and begins to tell him the story of the missing gun and his mother's affairs. And in opening statements, Mr. Fogan talked about circles. Circles getting big, smaller, smaller, smaller. And I think circles will be talked about too when we talk about Miss Harris. But those circles were controlled by one man. And that's Scott Farris. The investigation of this case became one-sided in that first afternoon. And I would contend to you everything that happened, and it's unfortunate for us in Cherokee County, for the jury, for Ms. Farris especially, that it was stuck that way. There was never any true regard or respect for the evidence that should have been gathered in this case. You saw it. You had 1, 2, 3. 3 locations on this massive property. You've been there, you've seen it, that were not checked. All of the countless problems that Mr. Ray unfortunately had to kind of wrap it up because we have time limitations on how we've been up here for weeks. We can't continue on. That's your job. You as a jury are allowed to go back to deliberate, and you get to go through every bit of this. And there's going to be some of you that believe this, and there's going to be some of you that believe that. And the judge will tell you that you are allowed to hold on to those beliefs and stand up for those beliefs. It is that standard that gives you the true check on our government. You are the democracy. You are it. We're having an election in a week. Nobody's got to go vote. There is no draft anymore. Some people don't have to pay taxes. But the one thing you got to do, and y'all know it better than anybody, is when you are compelled into jury service, you have to come. We literally saw an individual brought in here during this trial who tried to get out of jury duty. You've seen it. This is the last duty we have because it's that important. You can take any fact that we may have talked about or even things we didn't talk about, and you argue about it back there. I'm not saying screaming and yelling, but if you got a belief, you state it. And you listen to other jurors, and you make sure they listen to you. It's truly that important. But I would contend to you that the fact that Thrasher, who came out of the crime scene, I believe she testified something to the fact that this was essentially the first crime scene she'd ever been on. And she totally and completely failed in intaking the crime scene in the house. And that complete failure of that investigation alone, I think that's a doubt. I think going further into that day, and the fact that this investigation was completely veered in one direction, and that's to Melody Walker Farris. So much was left, and that's part of what you've seen in this case. We've been attempting to investigate this case because we ultimately feel that it wasn't. We believe that the complete ignoring of the barn is absolutely, it's just despicable, for lack of a better word. And because they never even looked over there, they never even used Blue Star or luminol or intook any of those things, even though there were some clear signs that they maybe should have. Gary Farris's card was over there. Scott Farris's bathtub was perfectly clean. They're there. I mean, Michael Ray told you. He told you. We had all those boxes that sit back there, and y'all, I'm very analog. That's the way I am. So we had all these pictures, and I'm going through all these pictures for months and months and listening to all these interviews, and you guys have gone through most of those things. And sure, I got real frustrated one day. Michael's told the story, but I'm going to tell the story to you too. I think you need to know. So after going through this for weeks, preparing for this trial, hours and hours and hours, count hundreds and hundreds of hours preparing for this case, I finally threw up my hands. My paralegal will tell you. Sometimes I throw up my hands and I'm out. Michael says, "Where's John Luke?" I don't know. So I have to go pick up my family's prescriptions at our local drugstore. And I go over to the drugstore. There is this little, she's young. I think she's 17 years old. She loves to read. But I walk in and they're redecorating the drugstore. This is a drugstore that's been owned by one family in our hometown for about 70 years, Jasper Drugstore. So I go in there, get my prescriptions, and she's like, "John, what's wrong?" So I tell her, oh my goodness. And she looks at me. 17 years old, redheaded too, unrelated. 17 years old, she looks at me and she says, "Mr. Weaver, sometimes the greatest questions, they go unanswered." I mean, literally. Ton of breaths. The second she said that to me, it finally cleared it up. Because I've been running around trying to solve this case for 4.5 years. That's how long I've been on it. Mr. Ray was on it longer than me. But because it is not answered, that's a doubt itself. I want to talk about a lot of the evidence that has been shown about phone calls and sexual relationships with Rusty Barton and the grotesque amount of time that was spent by the district attorney's office proving a point that was proven very quickly. And that's that my client had extramarital affairs. But also evidence was shown that so did Gary. And they were in an open relationship. They lived on separate parts of the house. And I thought Amanda was a truly fascinating witness. And it's kind of sad that we had to call her. I think she's the only child that is impartial. She literally just looked at you guys and said, "This is y'all job. I believe in my mama unless or until she's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt." And I think Amanda is such a credible witness because she also testified she was with her mama the day of the 4th. Nothing was out of place. And sure, they were texting and they were calling. And you see all this back and forth bickering all the time between them. And that's the Ferris wheel, the moniker that has come to be in this case. And I know we are all sitting on top of the Ferris wheel, and we just can't wait for that ride to let us all off. That's y'all's job. And we're going to get there. But all of the drama and all of the infighting between the siblings and the affairs and the relationships that have gone on. I mean, the affairs started in the mid-2000s. You got Angela Phillips back in the 90s, who may or may not remember if she had sexual intercourse with Gary. All of that insanity. That's their life. But it's not motive for murder. And that is what they have put and leaned so much of y'all's time into, because they don't want you looking at this. They don't want you looking at what they didn't do to get to their burden. But let's go back to those phone calls that are before. Let's go back to the timeline. There's something that is absolutely bizarre to me. We did not find out until, I think it was last Friday, when Commander Harris testified. Gary Farris went to dinner, we think, by himself the night he was murdered. We don't know. We'll never know. He was at least alive until 9:30 something. When we see the dot moving, if the science is true. But sure enough, he went to dinner. They never thought to go get a video of that. Let's go up there, interview somebody. Maybe he was with somebody at dinner. We'll never know. And I'm not saying that breaks open the case. But I continue to use that huge glaring hole in the timeline right there. I'd say that's a doubt. Scott had been out at the lake all day. Golfing, laking. And there was a lot of testimony heard about that and the life and the dynamic that he had on the farm. He referred to the farm as his. He referred to the farm as his property, his possession. I mean, his sister even called it kind of comical. But you saw, and we'll get to go back through any of those you want to go back through and see the communications between Scott and his father. What really was happening was that Scott was a grown man who had every second. So whatever they're saying about Melody has to at least apply to Scott. He was completely controlled by his father financially. Bring me back that credit card. Where's my credit card? It better be in my wallet when I get back. Over and over and over. It's in the messages. You've seen it. You can go see it again. So that financial motive alone and that control, wanting something that's not his, I think that's a doubt. The timeline of the phone calls. You will have seen from Commander Harris something regarding activity in phone calls. But I think that you guys have enough common sense to know, and this is just some things we saw, that other days and other times you went back and extrapolated out over a year, sometime back in 2017, and we clearly saw that there was more activity the night before a baby shower in Nashville than would be alleged for Melody to have shot killed, moved, and burned Gary Farris. This is no easy task. That's a doubt.
There's another one.
All of the weapons that could have been used in this case, all of the bullets, the means, the ability.
Hey, Aurelia.
Start talking about the circles.
I guess so.
Start zooming in on one person. And it's not Melody Farris. It's Scott Farris. He's sitting here today. All of it. But I think it starts to become clear why I'm doing this. Why am I dropping these bags? These bags are 40 pounds apiece. I've got a few more bags to go. But I want you to know that it starts to become very impossible.
He's dropping the bags because
Add this up.
all of it's supposed to be how
Someone
much
who weighs 120
Gary weighs.
pounds can move this. That is a doubt in its own right. But there was a person on the property who could. And that's Scott Farris. He's sitting there today. Are you going to keep it consistent? Both of them, please.
Ooh, now he's going to put it all in this bag and see if somebody can move it. Very cool. I like your way of thinking, Mr. Defense Lawyer. This is cool. Really, he says, drag it, Melody, drag it. So help me, if he gets her up and makes her try to pull that, I will lose my mind. It's a pretty good visual. Good job. I'm impressed. Even the judge looks entertained, right, Margaret? He's having trouble with just half of it. I know. I think that it's, you know, when you say it, it's one thing, but the actual visualization of it is another.
This is 320 pounds. I am 185 pounds. And that's all I have. I think it is the heaviest doubt of all that they have provided you with no means, plan, that this
Good
could
job.
ever happen by Melody.
That's pretty cool.
There was tractors on the property and RTVs, but as my client or as my partner very clearly laid out to you, as my partner very clearly laid out to you. They didn't do their job. They've provided no way that you could have done this. They didn't check the boxes.
Right, Gail. Dramatic
didn't drill
pause to
any
catch his
holes.
breath. I like him too, Miss King. A lot.
The state of Georgia has put my client under grave suspicion. That is exactly what they have done. They have put on her grave suspicion, the most grave suspicion of all, and that is murder. But the doubt, I contend to you, absolutely exists. I'm sorry I had to do this demonstration, but they didn't. They didn't show you what 300 pounds truly feels like. I'm not saying I'm the strongest person in the world, but that is as heavy as a thing as a person can move. And I'm almost a 200-pound man. No explanation has been given. And I keep bringing this back because the grave suspicion that they put on her was affairs, calling Rusty, all of these things. And I want to note about Rusty as well. Let's note a few things. And I know you've listened to it and you saw it. Pope, he threatened to arrest him. He threatened his own warrants against him, the death penalty. Bugged my client for over a year. No confessions. Her own daughter has lived with her for years and years and years. No confessions. Now I want you to know this too, and it's a charge that the judge will give you. My client does not have to testify. She didn't. She chose not to testify. And we talked about this in jury selection, that you wouldn't hold it against her, but the law is clear. The defendant in a criminal case may take the stand and testify and be examined and cross-examined as any other witness. However, the defendant does not have to present any evidence nor testify. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way in making your decision. Because again, the burden never shifts to us in the defense. I feel like there's been so much time that we felt like we're trying to get you to see the side of the story that was never investigated. I feel like we've been able to do that, but we didn't have to do that. This decision in this case is everything.
$2 bet, right, Aurelia?
Melanie has had to live under this grave suspicion for 6 years. But now is the time. If 12 fair and impartial jurors, a jury of her peers, can finally give us answers. I'm not saying that you guys can ever answer what happened that night. The greatest questions, I do believe, they really do go unanswered. And in this case, it may be some of you as it was me that day. Very frustrating. You want to figure out what happened. But it's okay to know that you can't. And I contend to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that because you can't explain what happened that night, they have not proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I ask you to please hold to your oath and find my client, Melanie Walker Farris, not guilty. Thank you for your time.
All right, we're gonna break for about 30 minutes. We may go, I haven't gotten word that food is here yet, but I directed them to have it here at 12:15. And so I may be closest to being on time that I have been for the last 4 weeks. So anyway, when food gets here, we're going to give you all a break. I'd like to be up and running in 30 minutes. If y'all still need some more time, y'all just let the bailiffs know, but we'll be up and running at least by 1 o'clock. All right, everyone can be excused. We're going to close the courtroom for the recess so the deputies can have a break. So we'll open the courtroom back up at 10 till, and then we'll see if the jury's ready.
Okay, so he's going to give him a half an hour lunch break. Okay. 1 o'clock. 1:00 the clock. 1:00 o'clock. She's still sitting there in tears. Aurelia says, I agree, but if there's no proof, actual proof, and there's doubt, you can't say guilty, right? Yep. And that's me. I think she's going to walk. I think she's going to walk, or I think it'll be a hung jury. Cordelia says, what do all of you think? Because I didn't watch the whole thing, so I can't say. I didn't watch the whole trial. I missed the big majority of it. Yeah. Oh no, Patricia says, did y'all hear about that pickle witch from Jimmy John's? Y'all might catch me smacking a pickle later. I need to try it. No, I haven't heard of that. Haven't heard about it. Aurelia says, either way, I don't think she did it alone. No, and the only way that I can make it make sense, if she did do it, she had to have shot him at the fire pit. I mean, Sherry said it earlier, you know, what if she snuck up on him there at the fire pit, you know? That would be the easiest. And to be honest, you know, if you think about her and her son doing it, I don't think that even she could have picked him up by the feet and carried him. I don't think so. Even if the son was carrying the you know, carrying him by under the arms or something, and she had him by I just don't see that. I don't see it. Miss King says, I don't think they proved she killed him. They have proved that she has questionable morals, but that's not murder. The only thing I can't really get two things I can't get past is what she told Rusty about him being on the burn pile, and also the fact that she didn't want to let the granddaughters spend the night. You know? No, you're not making it up, Spins. That's been a big theory. Yeah. Aurelia says, what a situation. Neither one can outright point their finger at the other without self-incrimination. Right? I know it. Patricia, just make sure you don't let QB hear you because she'll put you in the corner. She did help move a baby grand piano. That's true. She did do that. But Horse Lover says she could have picked Can't imagine she will walk. I just don't see the jury not seeing all the threats and huge circumstantial. Grinch is still here. Hey, Grinch. So Scott's more guilty to me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like the mom did it. I think she shot him right there at the fire pit. That's what I think. She could pick him up underneath the arms and carry alone. Adrenaline and hate give strength. I can't imagine the jury not convicting on something serious. Well, but Horse Lover, they didn't. They said that there was no evidence of drag marks in the grass. You know. Yeah, right, Elizabeth? Was the baby grand piano, was it on wheels? Grinch said Scott showed with the magic eraser after throwing his dad over his back to carry him out. Showered. Scott showered with the magic eraser after throwing his dad over his back to carry him out. They did say that the bathroom was super clean. Why was the bathroom so clean when the rest of the house was not? Gail said, I don't know, Elizabeth, but her and one other person put it on a trailer. Does that work? Question mark. You mean the magic eraser, Aurelia? I don't know. I don't know. All right, so they're going to eat lunch. They'll be back at 1. I'm going to try to time this here. So they get back from lunch at 1. They hear the rest of the defense or the prosecution's rebuttal. We'll say, what, half an hour maybe? We'll give them a half an hour. So that would be 1:30. And then the judge reads the charging documents. That's, I think somebody said, about 40 minutes. So that would be what? 1:30, 2:10. So let's say that let's just say they get the case at 2:30. They could totally have a verdict. They could totally have a verdict before the close of court today. QB said she thought that they would send him home and then come back fresh tomorrow to start deliberations, but I don't think they'll do that. I mean, they could. I mean, who knows? I don't know. I don't see them doing that. Miss King said, I think she did it too, but if I was a juror, there's some doubt. Yeah. I don't know. The phone got hot. Miss King says, the part about Rusty, I do think the officer may have bullied him a bit, making him think he was going to be arrested, maybe like Delphi. Possible. Because he did, yeah. He said that he felt like he was, not treated well. Why is my phone so daggone hot? It's not even charging, but man, it's like hot. I guess it only takes one juror. She may just walk scot-free. It does only take just one, Gail says, by the way, Elizabeth, love your sweet, loving personality. Would love to consume a couple of gummies and hang with you and Laura. Oh my goodness, Gail. Look at you. Cordelia says, so is the closing arguments done or is the prosecution doing rebuttal? They should be. They said that they would, so I'm expecting them to come back with a few minutes. I don't think it'll be long, but I don't know. She's probably going to come up with something to rebut or rebuttal whatever their visual on the 300-pound, how hard it is to move it. Elizabeth says, come on over the next time, Gail. This is a tough case, Cordelia. It really is. Yeah, my phone is like hot. I don't know why it's so hot. Mickey's like, did somebody say gummies? Yeah. Free gummies in the chat. Free gummies for everyone. I know what kind of gummies Elizabeth likes. And apparently Miss King likes alcohol-infused gummies. Township equals hot phone. No, it's not on. I've had Twitter on. I've been watching for Twitter Delphi updates. Yeah, Twitter updates. But the phone is hot. Morgana's throwing gummies in the chat. Spence likes all the gummies. Ay. Cordelia says, do you think even if the son didn't do it to help her, do you think they may have known what she was going to do and they are keeping quiet? Well, someone brought up a really good theory yesterday. Who was it? I can't remember who it was. But they said, what if Scott saw what the mom did on the trail cam and deleted it and is keeping quiet, but he's mad and he knows she did it and he's like, I kind of wonder about that. That was a good thought. Gail says, my friend told me they're good for neuropathy pain. You know what? I bet they are. Mickey likes them. Miss King says, I never used to think officer would be biased and not look for the truth. But after watching court cases, it does happen. It does happen. I know. Horse Lover says, am I out of the loop or has there been a big uptick in complicated alleged family homicides recently? Seems like there has been so many DV trials this past months. I agree. I don't know. But there's been a lot. There's been a lot of just, I mean, with like the DV, you mentioned that. There's been a lot of that with like Ashley Benefield, and then you have Sarah Boone. So many. So many. And there's a lot too that, well, and then the other burn pile, the other one, the other fire pit. Well, he wasn't in the fire pit, he was under the fire pit. The Lori Shaver, is that her name? Yes, Elizabeth. Yes. Good point. There's been a huge influx of cases since the vid and stay-at-home orders and all of that. People had no choice. They couldn't leave bad situations. The gummies I had were regular gummy worms that were soaked in alcohol and I think tahine. It was very good. Little Quentin in the dumpster, I know. Such a sad... we didn't watch that trial. We were covered up with this one and Sarah Boone. So the Leilani Simon, that one just we didn't get around to that one. I would like to watch it though. I did see bits and parts and pieces of it, but every little bit of time that I have to watch trials, besides when I'm streaming, is at nighttime, and I try to stay caught up on Delphi right now. Elizabeth says I should have written it as no choice with the quotes. There's always a choice, but people were and are scared. Can't do the ones with kids. I get too triggered. I know, Elizabeth. I know. I think it's hard. I mean, it just depends. Like that one with Quentin Simon, that was, that was tough. But the very first trial that I really got interested in was Casey Anthony. And my oldest was, near her age, I guess, when that all happened. And so I was very caught up in that case. Good point. Yes, horse lever, the psychopathic moms coming out of the woodwork post CV. Good point. Cheyenne Harris. I haven't heard about that one. I don't think I've heard about that one. What was it about? Oh, really, Gail? Gail says I got pulled into true crime when Gabby disappeared. Good morning, Adam. Good morning. Good morning. I never really watched... I'm assuming you're talking about Gabby Petito. I didn't watch that. I mean, I know of it, but I don't know I never really followed that case. Oh, wow, Cordelia, that's tough. Man. A 4-month-old. Wow. Horse Lover says, I didn't eat after watching that Quentin case. I could not eat for days. I have to stop listening, watching the baby and child cases. Couldn't eat for days. Oh, that's awful. Yeah, there's, when we have the really, really, really hard ones like that, we always have to try to remember to tell people in the chat, if it's getting to be too much, just walk away. You can always come back to it any time, but yeah. Cordelia says they left him in the swing and he weighed 7 pounds at 4 months old. Oh my God. You were right, Margaret. Yep. I didn't hear about that one. I don't think I could. I hadn't heard about it. Adam says, I haven't followed much of this case. Anyone want to try giving me a 2-sentence recap? Okay. So, if I had to give you the elevator speech, let's say, very wealthy family, husband is a corporate attorney, wife is a stay-at-home wife, they own a farm, they have 4 grown kids. See, this has already went past elevator speech. The elevator's done dinged and people have got off. And now I'm talking to myself. Anyway, husband winds up dead. His remains are found in the burn pile on their property. Literal bones, that's all that's left. And they think that he had he's older, they're in their like 60s, whatever. They think he had like a heart attack and just fell into the fire and burned up. Okay? This was around the 4th of July, a few years ago. You're listening, keep pushing. Oh, it's like on the movie Elf. No, not Elf. What movie was it? Serendipity, where the little kid runs in dressed as the devil, and he's like, and he's pushing all the buttons. I think Elf does that too, though. But anyway. So the whole family thinks that he just had a heart attack or something happened and he fell in the fire. And they probably would have gotten away with it had that pesky autopsy person, like Scooby-Doo. I'd have gotten away with it if those pesky kids, if the pesky autopsy person, medical person, whatever, doctor, found a bullet in the man's rib. And they're like, wait a minute. So, basically, the wife is charged with it. That's what she's on trial for. Oh, there were affairs. She had an affair. He had an affair. She had a few affairs. I don't know about him for sure. But anyway, she's on trial for it. But her and her attorneys are pointing the finger at their sons for it. So, you're welcome. Oh, stuff involving animals, right? Ugh. Gail says, and Jenny covered the Rhodes trial and I was gone. Now I can't get enough. The 20-month-old daughter took care of her, but claimed 4-month-old was a burden to them. Said she didn't love him. You can watch trial online, court TV. Okay. Horse Lover said they might as well have tried to say, Daddy spontaneously combusted, right? Jeez. Thank you, Morgana Banana. Make sure you guys give the video a thumbs up. I would appreciate it. I would appreciate it over here. I would love you for it. All right, Aurelia. Have a good day. Have a good day. Wow, that's cray. Okay, thank you for getting me up to speed. Interesting. It's been a really good trial. I will say that. And the defense even stated right here. I mean, they've said it a few times, but even today during his closing argument, he's like, "This Farris family, we call it the Ferris wheel. Like, they're the Ferris wheel. They're literally a soap opera. Literally." We keep joking and saying that it's like Falcon Crest and Dallas and The Bold and the Beautiful all got together and had a love child, and that love child is the Farris family. Because they're just, drama. Thank you for the thumbs up. We appreciate it so much. So while we were streaming Sarah Boone, we were also streaming the Farris trial at the same time. And now we're only streaming the Farris trial because Sarah Boone got found guilty. And so now everybody says that they don't feel like they're having to choose which parent to live with. Like it's like we're divorced over here. Well, that was funny. Sorry, I'm checking Twitter. Ba-ba-bum-ba-ba-bum. Ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, bum, bum, ba-bum. Okay. Angela Ganote, who is doing coverage of Delphi, wrote this. I'll read it to you guys. It's long. It says, partial Delphi murders, morning jury notes, day 11. Clinical psychologist at Westville, Dr. Monica Walla, took the stand. She talked about some of her interactions with suspect Richard Allen. She met him first in November of 2022 when he arrived in prison. On April 5th, 2023, she talked about Allen being back on suicide watch. She testified he volunteered information about the case, saying he killed Abby and Libby. He said, I committed the murders on my own. I made sure they were dead so they would not suffer. He said his intentions were sexual in nature because he believed his victims were between the ages of 11 and 18. Oh my God. He said he's been selfish all his life. He wanted to apologize and wanted to go back and change what happened. He claimed he had a history of child I don't want to say that word. He also said he had a history as an alcoholic, alluded to having a sexual addiction. He said he had remorse. On March 21, 2023, in his prison cell, he committed to God and always had a Bible with him. He said he was glad he didn't kill himself and that he was seeking forgiveness from his family. Dr. Walla said she recognized manipulative behavior. Spring of 2023, her diagnosis, he was experiencing a brief psychotic disorder. She defined it as something that doesn't last more than a month, but found him to be in remission as of May 2023. Allen told Walla about what happened on February 13th, 2017. He said he visited his mother in Mexico, Indiana. He declined an invitation to go out with family for lunch, instead drank 3 beers, followed the girls to the bridge. He told her, I messed with the gun, I guess that's when the bullet fell out. That's when I ordered the girls down the hill. That don't make sense. He says, he told her, I messed with the gun, I guess that's when the bullet fell out. That's when I ordered the girls down the hill. So the bullet wasn't found on the bridge. It was where the girls were told to go down the hill. The bullet was found down there between them. So, humor does bring levity. You're right. 100% it does. Allen told her he saw a man or heard a van, hard to make out what Wallace said, and that's what scared him to not R them, the girls. He then said he forced the girls down the hill, across the creek, trigger warning, slashed their throats, covered their bodies with tree branches, and walked back to his car. Dr. Walla testified Allen seemed relieved to tell his story. If he died, he wanted his wife to know he loved her, but he continued to have an organized recall of the crime narrative, saying, I just want to sign my confessions. Gail, that's what I'm wondering. Adam says, my gut tells me Allen did not commit the crimes. Right, Morgana? That don't make sense about the bullet. He says he messed with it, the bullet fell out, and then that's when he ordered the girls down the hill. No, the bullet wasn't found there. He did, Patricia, but this is one of the confessions. There were many confessions. Why was one naked? Dr. Walla listened to a phone call between Allen and his wife, Kathy. Allen told Kathy, I'm going to spend my life in prison. I may only get to see you once more. He says he expects to go to the electric chair. I love you, she said. Allen said, I didn't do everything She said, Allen said, I didn't do everything I said I did, but I killed Abby and Libby. The doctor said the wife hung up on him. Walla wrote in her August 3rd, 2023 report, Allen was afraid of dying and said, I want to go to heaven. I don't know. I don't know. Couple things people brought up in the comments on her tweet. Someone named Chelsea says, I hope when there's time to report more thoroughly the discrepancy between her testimony at the pretrial hearings is compared to what she's saying now. So apparently it was different than what she's saying now on the stand. Dr. Walla. I hope someone also interviews an ethical psychiatrist to discuss the effects of Haldol. I think that's what he was taking. And someone else said, Could a vehicle be heard from where they were located, where the girls were found? I don't know. Because he said that a van scared him. So. All right. About 5 more minutes and they should be back. Patricia said, had the Snapchat video been released already by that point? Hence why he would know about the down the hill. I'm not sure unless they showed it to him. They could have shown him the video. You know. Morgana says, me too, Gail, and he did all this and didn't leave any DNA or have any of their DNA in his car or anything. Miss King says, and was this confession after being held in solitary confinement for well, I mean, it was a while. Sad, he must have been in solitary for his own protection. Adam says, I think by the end of it, Alan and his family will be getting one big check. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. Horse Lover says, I remember when they first found Abby and Libby. So good to hear their families can have an answer, if not peace. Bless their souls. Gail says, so did he say a van scared him and then walked them down the bridge? Oh, I don't know. Have a good day, Adam. Work time. Hey, P. Lola. Hey, P. Lola. Horse Lover says, how long was he free after he took their lives? So, if you're talking about Richard Allen, 5 years, I think. I think it was 5 years after the girls died that he was arrested. I just saw the judge walk across the screen again. But I'll tell you one thing, Adam, talking about him and his family getting a big check. I'll tell you what, when everything is said and done, and if he is found not guilty, I hope, if he truly is not guilty, then I hope that he gets a nice bit. I hope that they sue the pants off of somebody and he gets a lot of money and him and his wife move away, far, far away, and because he'll never be able to live where he's, there again. Not safely, anyways, I wouldn't think. Hi, P. Lola. We are waiting on, hey Donnie, welcome back. We're waiting on the them to come back from their lunch. They had a 30-minute lunch, 30, 40-ish minute lunch. And they're going to be finishing the prosecution's closing. So earlier this morning, prosecution did their closing, then the defense did their closing, and now the prosecution is doing their rebuttal closing. So I'm thinking if I've timed it right, I'm thinking that the jury will have the case by 2:30-ish. That's just my guesstimate. Just my guesstimate. Just mine. Oh, are you driving? How are you feeling, Donnie? Are you feeling any better? And Morgana, how are you feeling, ma'am? Did you say? Miss King says, I really think this judge and the detective are not what a judge and detective should be. A judge should be impartial, and she is not. Okay, you're talking about Delphi. Okay. I didn't know if you meant Delphi or this one, but you mean Delphi. She's definitely not impartial. You can tell that she's very partial to the state. Very. Donnie says, yes, on a pain pill. Bandage on my neck. Driving me crazy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, Morgana. Morgana says, I'm doing good, but did you see I had an allergic reaction to the meds they gave me yesterday? No. I remember you said something about your armpits were itching, though. Is that what it was? Was it really? I thought you were playing. I thought it was like happy pill Morgana, you know. My goodness. Your throat didn't try to close up on you or something, did it? Oh my God. No, Margaret. I saw her say that she had itchy armpits. That's all I saw. Broke out and started itching all over. No throat closing, thankfully. Thank God. That scares me to death. I didn't see it, though, Margaret. I didn't see it. The armpit part was when I was throwing a fit. I literally saw her say her armpit was itching, and that was like it. I didn't see anything after that. Because it was getting gross. I saw Morgana had put some like toes and feet in there, but in the chat and in the Discord thing, and I had taken both of the meds before, so I don't know what it was. Oh wow, what were they? I'm assuming one was a pain and one was like an antibiotic, maybe. Sunkissed. Then it evolved into armpit stuff, and that's when I started hollering, oh no. Oh, I missed all that. Margaret says, Morgana, I'm betting $1.09. $1.09. that it was the antibiotic. They're famous for that. Antibiotics are, yeah, a pain med and an antibiotic. Which antibiotic was it? I'm allergic to. Oh, okay, Morgana. Well, there you go. Amoxicillin. I'm allergic to penicillin, so I can't have any of the cillins. That's a $1.09 for our out of town friends. I had just taken it about a month before, though, and was fine. Gotta drop the mail off. Have a good day, Elizabeth. Mickey says, cents, Jenny. More than a penny, and it's cents. Yeah, I know. I just thought it was funny. Penicillins. I can't take any of them. Maybe the reaction was because of all the feet talk. Laura. Hi. Hi, Laura. And did you get like hives and stuff, or was you just itchy? Right, Margaret? She says it can happen anytime. You think you're good with a med, and then blam! Hives and itchy. Ugh. Oh, shoot, you haven't, Laura? You missed the whole defenses coming in there with like 300 pounds worth of bags of something. I don't even know what the bags was. Was it concrete? Bags of concrete? Is that what he brought in there? It was bags of something. It was like blop, 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 like dropped all these different bags of, they was like 45 pounds a piece. It was very effective, right, Patricia? I was very impressed with his visual
All right, go ahead.
demonstration. Okay, here we go.
There was one thing that Melody Farris was very good at, and that is betraying everyone close to her. I went through testimony of her children in this case, even Amanda. She tore our family apart. Mom became hostile, aggressive, demanding money. Even Amanda said, there was manipulation. I should have been more angry at her. And Chris Farris, when he was asked, how do you feel about your mom committing this crime when your daughter was possibly at home? I think it's sick and twisted. He didn't say, oh, I don't think she would do that. These are her children. But as you sit here, she is trying to blame them for this crime. Those are her kids. Let that sink in. She has thrown both her sons, a son-in-law, under the bus for this crime. The murder of her husband, who she betrayed the most. She didn't only take away their father, but she took away a grandfather. She took away a big part of Burn Foreman But the only thing he was to her was in the way. When she's faced with the reality and the consequences of what she did, the first thing she does, serves up her kids on a silver platter, parades it all around the courtroom. But the evidence in this case doesn't point to a single one of them. This is Gary. He is not a pile of bags of fertilizer. He's a man. It's offensive to compare man to bags of dirt. Now, the defense wants you to believe she's just the unluckiest woman ever. There was blood found in her home. There was a bullet found in her home. She was framed. It was planted. That's not reasonable. She just happened to also be having a long-standing affair with a man who's searching for wedding rings less than a week before Gary Farris is murdered. They want you to think that's a coincidence? Man, they're in for it, because there's a long list of coincidences if that's the game they're playing. If that's what they're trying to get at. Not only that, but she just so happened to be taking care of a woman who owned a .38 snub-nosed revolver in a leather holster that her son saw in the basement of her home. Another coincidence? No, ladies and gentlemen, that's called evidence. They want you to think there's an individual, innocent, reasonable explanation for all of the incriminating evidence against her. That it's a giant conspiracy. That the gunshot wounds didn't kill him? Use your common sense and reason. Now let's briefly talk about Scott, then we're going to get into the evidence that incriminates Melody Farris. When you think about Scott Farris, think about the manner in which he testified. Think about how he was corroborated, not only by the witnesses in this case, but the digital evidence. The digital evidence proves he was truthful about everything he did that week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And he's corroborated by Martha Barton, because you know what? He didn't know that Martha Barton had a gun, a .38 snub-nosed revolver in a leather holster. And a huge piece of evidence, he knew Melody best. He knew his parents. He knew their dynamic. He knew that Melody never had a credit card. He knew that Melody was angry. He was there when she slammed that plate down and said, God, I can't wait till the day he's dead. He saw that. The day before his father was murdered. He knew that Melody despised Gary. And he would get caught in the middle. He just wanted to bury his head in the sand and be like, let me do my work, keep me out of the marriage problems. But the second he knew his father was in that burn pile, they want to get on him for taking charge. You know what you learn in the military? To take charge. To take action. That's all he knew. That was ingrained in his mind. We need to call 911. We need to get the girls out of here so they're not traumatized for the rest of their lives. And we need to get to the bottom of this and get to the truth. Let's talk about lack of motive for Scott. He was completely relied. He completely relied on his father for everything. His livelihood, the place he lived, the money. Why would he take that away? He would have nothing left. Melody would kick him out immediately. He also knew, forgot to mention, Melody disappeared every week to go see Rusty. He knew that. One of her motives. And he didn't have access to a .38 revolver or own one. Think about this. Scott committed this crime. There's no way she wouldn't know about it. She was home the whole time. Law enforcement didn't blue star the barn because nobody saw blood in the barn. They blue starred where there was physical blood. No blood found in the barn. They didn't have to. The bullet was in the house. Gary was on the burn pile.
What happens when you leave a plate? Forget to take it upstairs. A minor temper tantrum. Of course, I had supper tonight and it was 6 for me, so I'm sure I'll be feeling poorly here within minutes. But we'll see.
There was testimony about Gary talking about Melody poisoning him. We didn't admit that or get that in evidence because we think he was poisoned.
Whoa. Did we see that? Did we already see that? That was Gary who was saying, I'm sure I'm going to be feeling poorly in a few minutes. Oh. Gail says, I don't remember that. Oh. Donnie said, I don't remember that. Whoa. Okay. Well, let's continue.
That shows his state of mind. That shows he knew Melody would kill him if it came down to it. She's the only one that would have. And he knew she wanted him dead. She's clearly poisoning me. Supper was fixed for me. I'm probably going to feel bad.
Oh, okay. I'll put it back. Morgana, are you live, ma'am? Let me make sure you're live. Margaret missed it too. Sherry's like, rewind it, rewind it, rewind it. Okay. Oh, yeah, Cynthia. I think we just got a little droppy, a little nugget. If this was played, if this little video clip that was taken from Gary the day before, the day or two before he died, okay, then I don't remember seeing it if they showed this. Okay, I'll rewind it for you, Morgana. Let's and everybody else. This is a little video. You guys remember the broken plate? Melody came out the door and flipped out and slung a plate and said, "I can't wait till the day you die," or something like that. And busted this plate all over the place. And Gary's pretty much documenting it. Hey, Cynthia Bujak. Good to see you, honey.
What happens when you leave a plate? Forget to take it upstairs. A minor temper tantrum. Of course, I had supper tonight and it was 6 for me, so I'm sure I'll be feeling poorly here within minutes. But we'll see.
There was testimony about Gary
Wow.
talking about Melody poisoning him. We didn't admit that or get that in evidence because we think he was poisoned. That shows his state of mind. That shows he knew Melody would kill him if it came down to it. She's the only one that would have. And he knew she wanted him dead. She's clearly poisoning me. Supper was fixed for me. I'm probably going to feel bad. And that was after her slamming that plate down on the ground in frustration because he left a dirty plate in the theater or his bedroom or wherever. It's not normal behavior. That corroborated Scott. So this might be because I'm a millennial, but I always read that first line as, "Do you have my credit card?" Because my phone always fixes "due to so," and it just irritates me. But read it however you wish. Gary to Scott, "Do you have my credit card?" So you have my credit card. Choose one. Yes. Hang on to it as if your life depended on it. Is that what you tell someone who you want to cut off? No. That's what you tell someone you trust to keep the credit card away from her. He relied on Scott. Probably a little too much for this dynamic for him, between him and Melody. Probably shouldn't have gotten Scott involved, but here he is. He lives on the property. It's natural. He says, "Okay," and then he says, "She makes me go shopping with her because she keeps saying the other card is turned off, her debit card." The girlfriend of her boyfriend, Rusty Barton, sent me several disturbing emails last night. This is in October of 2017. She is spending dime of my money. Either she is spending every dime of my money or she won't spend I don't know. Something about spending his money. Things will change dramatically. You need to pursue a job soon.
Hey, Susan. Hey, Billy.
He's not telling Scott to pursue a job because he wants him off the property. He's telling Scott to pursue a job because something's about to go down. He's about to leave her. He's had it. But this was almost a year before his death. Melody wanted everyone to believe after Gary was murdered that Scott was some big, scary dude that everyone should be afraid of because he's got PTSD or whatever. And he's just a big guy, so you should fear him. She even had Amanda and Chad change locks on that house. But if you go through these text messages, which is S. Farris 5, State's Exhibit, it's all their text messages post-offense when they were living on the property together. You know what she did? She relied on Scott. She left him keys under the rug to get into the house, but then turned around and told people he stole stuff out of the house. That's not two-faced. That's not malicious. I don't know what is. That's your own son. You don't leave a key under a rug for someone you think wants to kill you or frame you, or someone you think killed your husband. Oh, keys on the rug. Come on in. One more thing about Scott. Mr. Fogus mentioned the oath we take as prosecutors. It is our duty to uphold the law without fear, favor, or affection. There is no evidence that points to Scott in this case. You don't think if there was evidence Scott did something in this case that he wouldn't be sitting at that table with Melody? Sure make our job easier. I'm not going to indict someone where there's no evidence he committed a crime. Let's talk about a little about the Farris family history. In the beginning of this trial, y'all probably were wondering why we walked through every child's history and experience growing up in all these different houses and states, and what their dad was like when they were younger, what their mom was like when they were younger. Then you realized how far back and how deep this goes. This is not a simple family. This is not a simple case. But in order to fully understand the dynamics of this family, you had to hear all of that history. You know that this is from Emily's wedding. I want to talk about a little bit of build-up to the day of July 3rd, 2018. You've got Ted Wiley, that affair, about 8 years before Gary's death. That changed the dynamic of Gary and Melody's relationship greatly. He totally took her off the finances. He was like, you want to take out all of the money I had set aside for taxes? Great, I'm going to take you off all the accounts. You want to come back and try to work this out? Come home. Leave Ted, who, by the way, was dating Gary's sister for like 20 years before she decided to hook up with him. 2010, he dismissed the divorce that he filed. Martha Jane had her surgery in 2014. Okay, the kid said that things seemed fine between 2010 and 2014. Seemed fine. Martha Jane had her surgery, and that's when the affair begins with Rusty Barton. Emily's wedding was 2 years later. She flaunted that relationship in front of people that night. She didn't care. She had no conservative spirit about that whatsoever. And Gary had to pretend like it didn't bother him that night because his daughter was getting married. It was supposed to be the best night of her life, but you know who couldn't help but make it about her? Melody Farris. Chris testified that Gary was so upset, he said, that's the last time Melody's going to embarrass me. Then you have in 2016, Martha tells Melody about the location of her revolver. You also have in 2016 Melody telling Gary, I hope you die alone and a gruesome death. And remember, Terry Braswell, this was Terry Braswell's phone, and he had her burner phone number. This was a phone she thought nobody would ever see the inside of. She's not saying that type of stuff on her 9029 number. And then Terry says, he's gonna push you over the edge. And she says, I know, and that scares me. I told him finally to go where could not even see or hear him. It would be in his best interest. She knew she had no self-control. She hated him that much. September 2017, she gallivants out to Jamaica with Rusty. Meanwhile, she sends her debit card through the mail to Sherry Cooper to run it in Minnesota because she told everybody she was in Minnesota. Poor Sherry, she had some guilt about that. She's like, I don't know why I did that. That was stupid. Don't forget, Melody betrays every person and uses every person close to her for her own benefit. She even, you saw, and I've already mentioned this, you saw Amanda's reaction to those text messages. Oof. She did not like being used like that. Gary receives an email from Christina Grant. Just FYI, your wife and Rusty Barton have been lovers for 3 years. I'll give it. No, it's supposed to black out Miss Grant's email. Sorry. I'll give it to her. She's the only one who's bringing this to light. Everyone else sweeping it under the rug. Christina's like, nah, y'all ain't gonna get away with this. That's when Gary texts Scott about the credit card. Hang on to it as if your life depended on it. March 2018, Gary sends Melody this text message. Your profligate spending must stop. He says in the middle there, between you, Chris, and Scott, I can't keep up. You treat me like I don't exist, which is offensive, typo, my typo, given how you repeatedly betray me. Gary's in the hospital in April of 2018. Meanwhile, she's telling Rusty Barton he has like esophageal cancer and he's spitting up blood and he's on his deathbed. Even Chris said she made it sound like he was bad. And then he shows up to the hospital and Gary's like, what's that look on your face for? He's like, I thought you were like real bad. And he was fine. He walked out of that hospital, went back to his Mountain Dew. And that's when he tells Chris, I think Melody's poisoning me. Again, that goes to his state of mind. This was all amping up. He knew something was off. June was a big month, 2018. June 6th, DirecTV comes to the house, and yes, please look at those chats, because Gary says, hey, come to the house real quick. I need to show you the issue so you know what issues when they get here. That's when DirecTV comes, that's when Scott sees that as well. Again, this corroborates Scott. He could have said, I don't know where I saw that. gun? I don't know. He knew when he saw it. He was like, actually, I was looking for a remote, which makes perfect sense. He's looking in drawers for the remote to figure out the TV or the TV guy. That's completely reasonable and natural. He's opening drawers and he's like, oh, that's weird. A gun that looks just like the one Martha Barton described. June 25th. Rusty searches in his phone plain gold wedding band. And you'll see text messages from Melody to him. Plain gold wedding band, that was their thing. And then Gary's birthday, Jenna sees a revolver. Jenna has no dog in this fight. Her and Chris aren't even together anymore. They don't talk. She has no dog in this fight. She didn't want to be here talking about this. No motive to lie. Then on June 28th, Melody learns about the beach trip, which is supposed to be that Saturday. That's also not a coincidence. Then the text messages. To Emily and Amanda. These are two separate messages that she sent to two separate people expressing how angry she was that Gary got a condo for Chris and Jenna. Not a reasonable reaction. She was over it. I'm taking measures to stop this insanity. No one thought these would be the measures. But here we are. Because the next day, Gary's murdered. Again, not another coincidence. Let's talk about her motive. That first text message, I was shocked when Sherry told me you had a boyfriend, but don't blame you. From Terry Braswell to Melody. Plain gold wedding band. That's when he searches on his phone. Rusty does. This note, Crown XO, March 31st, 2014. She made a note in her phone about Rusty's favorite drink. So we know that corroborates the timeline of their relationship. And then these messages on the side here from August 4th and 5th, that's between her and Rusty. That's a month after her husband was found murdered and burned on a burn pit on her own property, who she claims that her son killed. Meanwhile, she's over here forever. We need us. I need you. All. You don't get more motive than that. Except she had more. All right. This is all the money she would get if Gary died accidentally. Add all those up. Okay, $4.15 million. Now, the defense wants you to believe she didn't know about it. You know what you do know? You know that she goes in his phone when he's not around. You know that she cleans that house. You know she's not stupid. She knew about his profit sharing. She called the office and asked about it. She knows where that money goes. She, again, consider the source. She is going around pretending like she's asking Emily, what am I going to do? What am I going to do if something happens to your dad? They're the ones that stood up here that said his money is her money. We all know that's true when you're married. It's either going to go to her or the kids. Probably all four. Naturally, without a will, that house was hers. You cannot tell me she thought she was going to be broke. It's ridiculous. Afterwards, it was always about money, money, money. Melody was demanding money. She was trying to get as much money as possible. She didn't think that when he was found dead, all the finances would be frozen. She didn't think they found a bullet in his rib either. I was terrified I would be broke. Man, your husband's a millionaire.
Oh my God. Did she just say that? Ma'am, your husband's a
Here we have
millionaire.
it.
Wow.
Condo.
Oh my God.
Case 55. Did you talk to Chris about his beach trip? What beach trip? He wants to take the girls down there the weekend after the 4th. Let him take them. I haven't gotten past him standing on my porch telling me he's going to beat me unrecognizable, and then only time he wanted to see me again was when they put me in a box on the ground. Or that he continues to take money every month, of which you do nothing about. She's blaming Gary for that. There is something terribly wrong with not being able to take a beach trip with the grandkids without so much drama. I guess such a trip is not exciting enough for someone like you. Man, he knew his wife, didn't he? July 2nd. I got Gary's phone. He booked and paid for the condo for Chris and Jenna. I'm beyond furious. Amanda, oh, big surprise, right? Always there in her mom's corner. I had to put times on this one because this is ridiculous. Melody, did you book a condo for Chris and Jenna? Trying to like trap him? It's your husband. Be like, hey, I got your phone, so you booked this condo. You don't want to talk to me about that? Actually, he did talk to you about it. He invited you on a trip. You said no. I booked one for me and the girls as well. That's how manipulative and conniving she was. And you remember, in Lindsay Harris's presentation, you saw the group chat among Amanda, Gary, and Melody about she was making a photography appointment, Amanda. She invited both her parents, and Gary said, I'm going to the beach. Melody chats her on the side. This is your time to ask him. Thanks for the invite. Manipulation, conniving, deceit. That's what she's about. Again, these text messages. The top one is a little bright. Melody to Emily. I have had it. I'm taking measures to stop this insanity. This was July 2nd. That's her message to Amanda Farris. This is the last straw with him. All right. I want to get into the timeline of events. These phone calls, these are all the phone calls that she had with Rusty on the 3rd in the evening. I didn't go before that. We know Chris and Addison stopped by the house in the evening. We know Gary went out to eat and came home around 9:30. And don't forget, John Lambert heard gunshots between 9 and 10 p.m. that night. They talked for an hour and 14 minutes at 11:45 p.m. But they talked for 5 minutes at 11:28. The call in between that is the one to Scott, 11:34, when Scott calls when he gets back home. Because, you know, she has to tell Scott to come home. She calls him and she's like, what time are you going to be home? The horses got out. And I want you to think about this. In her statements to Detective Hayes and Detective Kuykendall, she talks about these horses getting out. I think it starts like before dinner. And then it starts with like one horse, right? And then for some reason, she's still chasing horses 3 hours later, but then it goes to two horses. And then she's like, oh, but then the third one got out after that. Inconsistent. You weren't chasing horses. You were murdering your husband. She had to call Scott because she didn't know what time he'd be home. She had to call Scott to see what time he'd be home. Because then, when she says, well, the horses got out, and he's like, okay, I'm coming home. She's like, well, I got them put up. Okay, then why are you calling? It doesn't make sense. The horses are a cover-up.
Hi, Tap. Welcome. Welcome to the
So
chat.
she calls Scott. Scott's all the way up there at the lake. She calls him at 10:52. What time are you gonna be home? All those calls with Rusty in between. I want to talk about this notification. At 12:24 a.m., the morning of the 4th, so the night of the 3rd, the night Gary is killed, she uses her debit card to purchase minutes on Straight Talk. Y'all heard a lot of testimony. 1, about how she doesn't have a credit card. 2, about how Gary would get financial alerts for all of her purchases. Lindsay testified, Ms. Harris, testified. This was the only alert that popped up in his email, in his phone, for Straight Talk. That's not a coincidence. She knew Gary was dead. So using her debit card to blast that she has a Straight Talk phone, not a problem.
She said, Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know.
That's what that 220 call was about. Now, again, believe what you want about Rusty. We all know he knew more than he came in here and told you. We all know that. We're not stupid. They talked for an hour and 35 minutes at 11 whatever, and then another 35 minutes at 2:20 a.m. But that's all he was willing to give. But that's enough. And you know that that's how it happened because he gave you the context and he told you when that call happened. Mr. Ray talked about Detective Botsong using this open source document or program for the CPAP machine. All right, the date is the 3rd. It ends at 7:48 a.m. That's the last data for that CPAP machine for Gary Farris going to sleep. Now, you got the raw records too. Look at that. Oh, 7:48 a.m. It's the same. The data, the raw data, shows he never, ever went to sleep the night of the 3rd. Now, I want to talk about this map. All right. A little bit. All right, you see where that dot is? And that's Gary's phone. The morning of the 4th at 6:37 a.m. till 7:21 a.m. Right there at that burn pile. We know Gary's dead. And we know it goes from the house to the burn pile. You'll have that with you in the jury room. And then it goes back to the house. $7:58, $8:21, $9:05, back of the house. She's on the phone with Rusty all morning. And you know Scott's location during this time, it's in here. He left for the lake. He was 20 minutes away. The only one home was Melody. That phone was either on Melody or on Gary's dead body. But you know who wasn't there? Scott. And Melody was by herself. You know Rusty wasn't there because she's on the phone with him the whole time. Well, and you heard testimony that he was actually in Tennessee, but also. We know what time she left for the lake. She left 12:47 p.m. She puts that location Amanda sends her into her maps and heads out to the lake. Now, the thing about Dr. Pope's testimony in that 24-hour window, she said that that was dependent upon the fuel. And you heard testimony that that burn pile was huge. You know what she did? She lit that burn pile and she left. The 3 calls with Rusty Barton the evening of the 3rd and the morning of the 4th total more than the other 15 calls that they've ever had between those hours. Again, that's not a coincidence. She was freaking out because she just killed her husband and had to figure out what to do with him. You know who she turned to? Rusty. What do I do? Yeah, I'm going to talk about her activity. The 3rd. The 7th, September 7th, 2017. September 30th, 2017. And the 3rd, July 3rd, 2018. Those are the 3 dates she had the most activity between. This is a 1 hour period. 1 hour. From 11 p.m. to midnight, okay? Now, we talked about Jamaica, the one on the 7th. That was probably a data dump, okay? All right, fine. Let's get rid of it. 2. The 2 most active nights she has ever had in a year are gallivanting about Broadway when she's out in Nashville with Chad and Amanda, and the night she murdered her husband. That tracks. That makes sense. That's reasonable. This is also not a coincidence. I want to talk about the money. We know Melody didn't have a credit card. The only card she had was a debit card. And that card is the one that ended in 0078. The one Scott used at that ATM that morning that he got from the house and brought back. Okay, there's that ATM withdrawal. That's the one he brought back to his mom. Even Melody says about Scott, and he has a credit card. I don't even have that. We know that. That 007A card is her only card. Until law enforcement empties her wallet. That card on the right, ending in 1727. That's the card Gary got mailed to his office less than a month before his murder. That was a new credit card. That's his office address and that Bank of America activity alert. And that's her transaction at Walmart the morning of July 5th, before Gary's remains were discovered. Oh yeah, by the way, the trip to Walmart that she doesn't mention to police ever, that she says she's literally interviewed on the 5th and on the 6th. Leaves it out, says she's just, I don't know, cleaning up after the girls, lays in bed. Why don't you talk about this trip to Walmart? Look, she even activated a phone card. What was so important you had to run out to Walmart that morning? Could it be to restock on cleaning supplies? Is that why you didn't want law enforcement to know you went to Walmart? Or because you spent $450 on a credit card that you didn't have until you took it out of your dead husband's wallet? Both. She needed to wash those towels. She needed to Clorox that floor. She bought a lot of soap, a lot of bleach. And we know it was her because she bought wine and showed her ID. Let's talk about the truth of July 5th, 2018. Melody is actually the one who pointed out Gary's remains to Scott. And yet she's letting everybody gallivant around saying, Scott found him, Scott found him. That's not true. And she knows it. She's the one who told police also that corroborated Scott. I said, hey, did you put a goat in the fire? That was her pointing out the remains to Scott. Because if you don't have a body, you don't get the money. She knew he had to be found. Melody actually knew the night before that the girls couldn't find him. Addison said that. She wasn't concerned. And yet she pretends like the morning of the fish, she didn't know he was missing. Melody only started looking when Amanda got there. She was sitting on the stoop, just like, hey, yeah, they can't find Gary. Okay, well, how long have you known about this? Actually, since last night. Well, that would be the wrong answer. That would make her suspicious. And when Amanda described the events on the 5th, boy, were those vastly different from everybody else's. Thing about it, and what got me was she was like, nobody asked me. Weren't you told not to talk to the police? You were the one who didn't want to tell what happened. So then you live with your mom for 2 years and decide to tell what happened, and by then, you've been completely tainted. Scott testified he went to go look for the CPAP and the gun that he used for duck hunting to see if maybe he's out duck hunting. All those comments about a missing gun, that's not true. He didn't mention that until after he went in the basement, thought to look for that .38, saw it was gone. Then he came up and was like, oh, yeah, by the way, this .38's missing. He didn't mention a missing gun before that. Think about the source of all that information. That's Melody being vindictive and planting thoughts in her daughter's head. On the 5th, when you go back and you hear Melody's statements, on the 5th, man, she tried everything. Scott's health issues, suicide, Chris steals money. Here's the thing. Here's how it went down, okay? I have a picture of an octopus up there. Do you know what an octopus does when it feels threatened? It squirts ink in the water to escape. The closer she felt like she was getting into trouble, the more she felt threatened. She started spewing all this ink about her kids. She even talks about Chris Payne. He wasn't even in the state. I mean,
Oh,
she
you made me ink.
does not care who she throws under the bus.
Right,
to save
Patricia?
herself. It is actually insane. And it's such a reach. Scott likes to shoot guns. Okay. Chris takes money. Okay, well, he was in Buckhead, so this is going nowhere. And then the suicide. It's funny because she says, no, he wasn't suicidal. And then when she feels threatened, she's like, oh, well, yeah, no, he used to be suicidal before we got married. Once she realized that the jig was up, ooh, she was frantic. The only person she didn't throw under the bus was Amanda. Because she'll need one child to support her. She just needs one. It's all about what she wants, what she needs. It's not about anyone else. She prided herself on her house and her things. She liked her things. She wanted to keep her house immaculate. She talked about that. She decorated it to a T. Not my style, but, you know, to each their own. And yet, it was pretty dirty on the 5th. Let's talk about the blood. Don't forget that Deputy Riley walked in that house and there was a candle burning by the basement door. No place for a candle burn. And it smelled like bleach. We've got Gary's blood right there on that basement floor. The defense wants you to believe these are all different sources of different things. That's not reasonable. We've got a blood trail. And it goes from the top of those basement stairs, where that attempted cleanup is, down the stairs, into the basement. See that big bottom splotch? That's those stains right there on the left. That's blood. Those evidence markers that were Gary's blood, right along this trail. That's in the basement, in front of the bar. It is not reasonable to think that there is a legal justification for all of that. That's not reasonable. What's reasonable is that's a crime scene. Because we have a man who was shot twice at least, burning in the burn pile behind this house. To think otherwise is to seek doubt. And that is not your duty. Means and opportunity. They had a lot of stuff. They had a lot of farm equipment. You know who's farm girl? Melody Farris. And she's, you know what? She gets it done. She's determined. She's self-sufficient. And you know what really motivates someone? Getting caught for murder. It wouldn't have been easy for anyone to move that body. Not Scott by himself, not Chris by himself. Anyone would have needed something. And you know what? It's okay if you all think different ways in which she moved his body. One of you could think she used the tractor. One of you could think she used the RTV. One of you could think she literally just got down and rolled him there. It was all downhill, you saw. One of you could think she tied him up like a deer to the back of the RTV and dragged him over there. But he ended up on that burn pile. And a fairy didn't put him there. A murder fairy didn't put him there. No one else. There is no evidence anyone else was on that property. And to think differently is to seek doubt. She was in good shape, people. She had no choice but to move him, or she would have been caught literally red-handed. She's not stupid. That's why we're here today. Now we're going to talk about guns. Scott doesn't have a pistol. We introduced that. She is a self-proclaimed not a bad shot. She told that to Terry. That means she's shot guns before. And remember, she's a farm girl. And a .38 revolver, pretty easy to shoot. Martha Jane. Ooh, they're mad about Martha Jane. She is, as Mr. Fogus said, God-fearing. She needed to be right with God. She's not going to lie to you. She noticed that gun was missing after Gary's murder. And it's reasonable for her to think that we can put a gun in her hand for this murder. It's reasonable for her to think that. But it wasn't until she realized we didn't have a murder weapon, and she was like, oh, they need my help. I gotta say something. And it was in a leather holster. You know who that gives credibility to? Scott. We know he was shot at least 2 times. These were shot from the same gun. And no, they're not consistent with the 38 bullets found in Scott's apartment. They're just not. And they're not consistent with a .357 or whatever other gun they think may be involved. No. It's consistent with 38 special revolvers. Not .357. I'm going to talk about Melody's lies. She was interviewed by Sergeant Hayes and Sergeant Kuykendall. And when she was told that her husband of almost 39 years was shot, do you remember what her question was? Do you know what kind of bullet? That would not have even crossed my mind to ask. No suspicion. What do you mean he was shot? What? I thought he just, what do you mean? He had health issues. She's not worthy of belief. She lied to them about Ted Wiley. She lied to them about her phone. She lied to them about Rusty Barton, her XO tattoo, going to Jamaica with Rusty, Gary going out to eat on the 3rd. She never mentioned that. Because you know what? She was waiting inside that house with her gun, ready to confront him. She lied about going to Walmart. She lied about how much money I spent nothing. Man, profligate spending? I had to look that word up. She kept saying Chris booked a beach trip. No. She knew Gary booked that, but she wanted to blame Chris. Gary being on his deathbed, coughing up blood. Occam's razor, y'all. The simplest answer is the truth. The simplest answer in this case is where all this evidence points, and that is to Melody Walker Farris. It points to no one else. This is not a series of coincidences. She was not framed. She's not the unluckiest woman in the world. And again, there is not a series of justifiable reasons that explain her conduct. There's just not. And there aren't justifiable explanations to explain the evidence. July 24th, Rusty says to law enforcement, she told me he's in the burn pile. She's arrested a year later, booked into Cherokee County. They have a jail call on June 24th, and whoop, on June 25th, he recants that statement. Y'all, there's Molly Ferris for you. That manipulation. She knew Rusty was her Achilles heel in this case. She knew that. She had to shut it down. You know what she was really hoping? This is how she wanted it to go down. She knew the only way out of this marriage was murder. She knew that. I don't know why she thought that, but that is what she knew. Murdering the father of her children. She was hoping his body, being on that burn pile, would be chalked up to a health episode. She didn't think the sheriff's office would find that bullet in his rib. She just didn't. That's clear. She didn't think there would be blood left in her home. She didn't think anyone would be looking for it. She didn't think law enforcement would be all over that house. Well, we found it. And we kept digging, and we found more and more and more. We found out about your affairs, your disdain for your husband, your obsession with money and things and materialism. She never once encouraged law enforcement to find the person that actually did this. She didn't think this is how any of this would play out. She manipulated her own mother to have an affair with Ted Wiley. She manipulated Martha to have an affair with Rusty. She manipulated Amanda to go with her to continue her affairs with Rusty. She manipulated Emily. She would go to Nashville to see Emily and disappear to go see Rusty. She used all of the people in her life. She used Sherry Cooper to see Rusty. She used Rusty to try to get away with murder. She used Scott Farris to try to get away with murder. She used Chris Farris to try to get away with murder. And she used Gary throughout the entire marriage. She had the motive, she had the means, and she's the only one who had those. And she's the only one who had the opportunity. There is no evidence this was Scott. Mr. Fogus told you in opening we had to shrink the world. That's what he meant. And that's what we did. There is no evidence that she had help. That would make our job a lot easier. Her help was on the phone. It was Rusty Barton. There is no evidence it was anyone else. This evidence demands a verdict of guilty. Do not reward this criminal behavior. Do not reward her for almost succeeding in burning up her husband's body, unrecognizable to the point where doctors, forensic anthropologists cannot determine if any organs in his body had trauma. And no, you cannot tell me that there were no injuries on bones. Half those bones were gone. What you know is there was a bullet in his body and a bullet found in the basement with his DNA on it. And a gun that went missing from Martha Barton, who she had access to. She knew where that gun was. Do not reward her for almost concealing successfully the death, the gruesome death of her husband. Hold her accountable. Melody was the only one who wanted him dead. She was the only one who would benefit from him being gone. She was the only one repeatedly betraying him. There are no games here. Murder is not a chess game. It is malicious. And Gary did not deserve this. The last thing he saw was staring down the barrel of a .38 revolver in the hands of his bitter wife, who was constantly betraying him. But this was the ultimate betrayal. Hold her accountable. You are the voice of Cherokee County in this case. You have the evidence to convict her beyond a reasonable doubt. We have proven it to you, and you have it. It's in the form of thousands of exhibits, testimony from the stand, audio, a lot of audio. If there is something you want to see or hear that you can't find back there, you send a note out to the judge. Do not reward her for being a smart criminal. You are the voice of Cherokee County that we do not tolerate this in this county. You do not get to shoot and mutilate your life partner. You don't get to take away the grandfather of your grandchildren. That is not your choice to make. The ultimate betrayal. Gary will not walk through that door. And that's because she took him off this planet. Find her guilty of all the counts in this indictment. The evidence and the law demand it.
Wow.
All right, I want everyone in the audience to stay.
That was
where
a
you
lot.
are. Jurors, y'all
That
can
was a
take
lot.
a 15-minute break, and then I'll give you the charge. That's going to be probably 40 to 50 minutes. Everybody,
She
y'all can
looks
stand up if you
worried.
want to, but y'all stay where you are.
She looks concerned. Ay, ay, ay.
All right, I'm going to address the audience for a minute, and folks in the back, y'all can keep rolling while I do this. The first thing I'm going to do is I feel compelled to talk to the folks out in TV land for a minute and defend the state of Georgia and clarify something Mr. Weaver brought up in his closing arguments, and that is Georgia has had a constitution since we were enabled as a state. In fact, we've had somewhere between 10 and 12. No one's exactly certain how many, and I'm not a constitutional scholar. But the most recent version of our Constitution was adopted in 1983. That wasn't the first version of our Constitution. Yes. All right. Yeah, well, the folks that are watching us in New Zealand don't. All right. All right. Couple of ground rules for those of you in the audience. We're going to start charge. All right. This is something that's not covered in TVs and movies very often. It is long and it is relatively boring. But there are two times that I close my courtroom and don't let people come in and out. One is during adoptions, which are closed proceedings. Two is when I am charging a jury. It is critically important that the jury hear the instructions that I'm giving them. The bailiff will be manning the door and will not let anyone in or out. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and if y'all want to take a break, please do. If you want to remain with us after the break is over, I'm going to give 5-minute warning and I'm going to start. But once I start, you will not be allowed back in the courtroom. So if you don't want to remain for the entire 45-minute closing charge, then don't come in. Most of the lawyers in the building that would usually come in and watch a closing, because they typically do, are watching them on the internet so they can tune out to this part because it's, like I said, relatively boring. All right, that's really all I need to tell y'all. I need the bailiffs to move the easels. I've asked the clerk to give me a copy of the indictment. Tracy needs to find my copy of the stipulation because it disappeared. That was up here. And yeah, I was going to read them off mine and not the one for the jury. All right, with that, we'll be in recess for 12 minutes or so. I haven't checked it back, but
Wow.
Fold it down, put it on the floor.
He's like,
move it out of the way.
If you have to pee, you have to pee your pants because you're not getting out
Move the
of here.
lectern, please. Yes. I'm gonna move the remote control off my stack of books here.
Oh, that must be Scott's girlfriend with the long brown hair. I'm assuming. I don't know.
Oh, no, I still never did.
I'm assuming. I do not know.
All right, there's a copy of the indictment to go on the, Julian, stick that on the table.
Cynthia says, wow, I wish I knew more about the case. Did the defense already have its closing? Yeah. Yeah, this was their rebuttal. This was the prosecution's rebuttal.
Mr.
Closing.
Weaver, the copy of the indictment I have down there isn't signed.
The murder fairy.
That's typically what
The murder fairy.
I want them out of the way completely. They've got a juror in that back corner, so I want them taken down, moved out of the way,
It does sound like he's yelling,
tossed, whatever.
shouting. India, they are taking a break before he starts reading the charging documents, then gives them the case. So it'll take him like 40 to 50 minutes, he said, to read through all the jury instructions. But as soon as he does that, yeah. New idea for an emoji, murder fairy. Murder fairy. Fun new idea for an emoji. Cute, cute, cute. Oh, that reminds me. I was going to ask you guys on this break. I have this popped up in my, I'm going to try it out. I'm going to see how it works. I'm going to put y'all on the spot for a quick minute. There is this thing. I got an email and it says they're testing it out. Let me go back and read the email real quick. It says testing. This is from YouTube. Testing Super Chat goals with more creators. Hey creators, we're starting to test a new feature that helps make your live streams and premieres even more engaging for viewers. Introducing Super Chat goals. And then it says Super Chat goals let you set goals to reach a certain number of Super Chats of a given value in a set amount of time. This gives you a new way to engage with your viewers and work towards a common mission. I don't know. It's a big, long, massive email. And I noticed this weird little, like, black scrolly emblem above in the video yesterday. And I was like, I saw it said goals, but I didn't know what it was. And so I was flipping around through here to test it out. And it's right there. It says, it's got this whole thing here. I'm going to click start and see what happens. Your goals live. Share with your audience to... And then it disappeared. Where did it go? See goal. Goal ends 29 minutes, 33 seconds.
Whatever you say.
I don't know what it, I mean... Okay, it looks like a little bullseye. That's what I noticed how it was yesterday. I didn't know what it was. I don't know. Horse Lover says she compared the defendant to an octopus and cited a potential murder fairy. I saw that. I saw that. She's like, there wasn't some murder fairy. But Patricia, you're right. Her personality is very, yeah. Her personality is, you're either going to like her or you're not. Okay, Morgana. Okay, Gail, thanks. I was really confused. I didn't know how it worked or what it really was. So it's pretty cool whenever they roll things out like that. When they roll different ideas out. Let me go to... Okay. All right. So they should be back momentarily. Oh, I can fast forward it because I rewound it during the when they showed that video earlier today. Yeah. Now we're caught up. We're live. We were just a couple minutes behind. Clicked on the question and it says to click continue to participate, but the only option is to close it. Okay. I'm not sure. All right, you guys, I'm going to run and grab a cup of coffee and I will be right back. I'm going to grab some coffee. I need to look at it from my phone. Yeah, Cynthia says, I saw something on YouTube that asked us to look at 3 symbols and click on one that matched what you had been shown, and it was a bullshot emoji. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, it comes up like... Let me look at it from my phone because I'm looking at it from the computer. Okay, yeah, up above the chat, there's a little like bullseye. It's black and white, and when you click on it, bullseye, yeah, okay. Time travel. We love time travel. Oh, wait, Miss King, hold on a minute. Testing goal. Okay, did that change the... Is there a number difference in the... Thank you for that, Miss King. I appreciate that very much. Very much. Very, very much. Testing goal. Here, let me send you some sparkle. Okay, now let me get back over to the comments. Okay. Okay, Gail says now it says 1 out of 5. Okay, so that's how that works then. Okay. Okay, Morgana's got testing. Okay, I see. So, does it change? I've got Miss King and Morgana. Does it say 2? Clicked on it and it brings you to Super Chat. Oh, Sherry, thank you. Morgan, you guys are testing. Did you set 5 as your goal? I didn't set it, like automatically was on 5. I don't know. Now it's 3 out of 5. Okay, so that's how that works then. Awesome. Now it's 3 out of 5. Okay. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Here, I'll give you guys some more sparkle. I need to come up with something else. Maybe I need to make a little murder fairy. Like, murder fairy with a little knife or something to play. I don't know, though. I love my sparkle man. I love my little sparkle man. Oh, I do need to go get my coffee, Cynthia. Thank you. Morgana says it looks like if we get 5, you'll do a Q&A session. Okay. Hey, Melinda. Melinda says I like the sound that goes with the sparkle. I like it too. Wonder what happens when you hit 5. It had that what Morgana said about a Q&A session, like automatically in the little like thing that you fill out. So I just clicked it. I don't know. I do not know. But I'm going to go get me some coffee real quick. I will be right back. I'm going to keep the sound up and the video playing so we don't miss anything, okay? Patricia's like, here's, let's do this. Thank you, Patricia. Is it going to like, I don't know what's going to happen. Is the whole YouTube going to like explode and burst into flames or something? Oh my God. I don't know. Sparkle. I need a sparkly little murder fairy now, though. I need to see if I can make one up in Canva. But I need it to, like, move and stuff, you know? I need to make it move and stuff. And have a sound with it. Here. Give you guys some more. I love how Laura, Anxiety Art Adventures, always calls it, what does she call it? The Sparkle Man, I think is what she calls him. Sparkle Man. Okay, I'm going to go get my coffee, and I will be right back. Hey, Aurelia, you're back. They're getting ready to come back any second and do the charging document. The jury instructions. So, all right, coffee time. I will be RB.
to not stay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are considering the case of the state of Georgia versus Melody Walker Farris. Due to the length of this charge, I am attempting to have it in writing and have you read along with it. I've been doing this for some time now. I have concerns about presenting the jury charge to you in writing in your hand. I find it is easier for you to read along with me as I give it to you. There is a movement among judges to provide juries with a written copy of the full charge. There are too many issues involved that I am not comfortable doing that. I do not know which one of you is a high school English teacher and will dissect the charge or my jury instructions. I call it a charge. It's the jury instructions, but we charge the jury is what we call it. I don't know which one of you will dissect the charge and come up with a completely different meaning of it than I intended based upon a misplaced comma. This document is not grammatically perfect. It has errors and uses the wrong pronouns or tense or refers to multiple defendants instead of a single defendant or vice versa. I also like to randomly capitalize words. So to the extent that there are any of those errors, please consider them as the proper pronoun, tense, or plurality. It also has headings and numbering that you are not to consider. But if I don't put that in the charge, I can't keep track of what is contained in it. There may be different type styles, fonts, or sizes as I cobble the charge together from various sources, including lawyers. You are not to consider anything being more or less important based upon text size or style or font. This charge is to be taken as a whole. It would take another full day or longer for me to attempt to get the charge as close to perfect as possible, to give it to you in writing, and then it will still likely contain a mistake. I may even edit this charge as I give it to you. The grand jury has indicted the defendant with the charges of malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, concealing the death of another, and making a false statement. You will have a copy of the indictment out there with you. I'm not going to read it to you. The lawyers have referred you to it. I've read it to you before. As I will go through the counts. Count 1 is malice murder. Count 2, felony murder. Count 3 is aggravated assault. Count 4, concealing the death of another. And count 5, making a false statement. I think, Shane, if there's a copy of I don't have the verdict form up here. I think we put it on the table. Yeah, if you got, yeah. Let me. That's just, I have a stipulation, yeah. Thank you. Anyway, you'll have a copy of the indictment out there with you. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty to this indictment. The indictment and the plea form the issue that you are to decide. The copy of the indictment that you have out there does not have Ms. Farris's signature on the not guilty line. That is the original that's in the clerk's file. This copy was made from the original indictment when it was filed. Neither the indictment nor the plea of not guilty should be considered as evidence. Likewise, you should not consider the length of the indictment or the number of charges against the defendant as evidence of guilt. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. The defendant enters upon the trial of this case with the presumption of innocence in her favor. This presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offenses charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to introduce evidence or to prove innocence. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. A reasonable doubt is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from consideration of the evidence, a lack of evidence, or a conflict in the evidence. After giving consideration to all the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law, and you must acquit the defendant. But if that doubt does not exist in your minds as to the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. The objective of this trial is to discover the truth. Members of the jury, it is my duty and responsibility to determine the law that applies to this case and to instruct you on that law. You are bound by these instructions. It is your responsibility to determine the facts of the case from all of the evidence presented. Then you must apply the law that I am giving you in this charge to the facts as you find them to be. Facts and circumstances that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged, or that merely raise a speculation or conjecture of the defendant's guilt, are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the defendant. Your oath requires that you will decide this case based on the evidence. Evidence is the means by which any fact that is put in issue is either established or disproved. Evidence includes all the testimony of the witnesses and any exhibits admitted during the trial and any stipulations. Evidence does not include the indictment, the plea of not guilty, the opening or closing remarks of the attorneys, or any of the questions asked by the attorneys. Evidence may be direct, circumstantial, or both. Direct evidence is that which may be seen or heard, or otherwise directly sensed, such as by smell or taste or touch. It may be brought into court in the form of exhibits or the testimony of direct witnesses to such matters. It is evidence that points immediately to the issue in question. When direct evidence, by inference, points to an obvious, likely, or reasonable conclusion, even though that conclusion was not directly seen, heard, smelled, tasted, or touched, that is said to be circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence from which you may infer other related or connected facts that are reasonable and justified in light of your experience. It is evidence that only tends to establish a conclusion in question by its consistency with such conclusion or elimination of other conclusions. Sometimes circumstantial evidence may point to more than one conclusion. The law does not require a higher or greater degree of certainty on the part of the jury to return a verdict based upon circumstantial evidence than upon direct evidence. You would be authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether by direct, circumstantial, or both, excludes all reasonable theories of innocence and proves the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. The parties have entered into stipulations that have been approved by the court, and I read that to you earlier, but I'm going to read it to you again now. In this case, the parties have entered into stipulations that have been approved by the court. The named victim in this case, the decedent whose remains were found on the property of 2155 Purcell Lane, Alpharetta, Cherokee County, Georgia, 30004, on July 5th, 2018, is Gary Wayne Farris with his date of birth. All of the phone records collected throughout the investigation related to Gary Wayne Farris's death are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. All the Google records obtained through the investigation related to Gary Wayne Farris's death are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. All the records obtained for cell phone towers, AT&T and Verizon during the investigation into Gary Wayne Farris's death are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. 5, all the digital evidence, including cell phone data obtained, extracted, searched, or analyzed during the investigation into Gary Wayne Farris's death is authentic. All the reports and any opinions thereof from the GBI, the Division of Forensic Sciences, are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. And you'll have a copy of those stipulations as part of the evidence as well. Where parties stipulate facts, that is the nature of evidence. You must take that fact or those facts as a given without the necessity of further proof. You make all decisions based on the evidence in this case. Where parties stipulate to testimony, documents, or exhibits only, this is in the nature of evidence. You may take that testimony as if it were given in court, and you may rely on it if you find it credible. However, either party may dispute such testimony by other evidence. You make all decisions based on the evidence in this case. The jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witness's manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. Testimony has been given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Expert witnesses are those who, because of their special training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinion based upon that training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witness, expert or otherwise. To impeach a witness is to show that that witness is unworthy of belief. A witness may be impeached by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. The credibility of a witness may be attacked by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. The credibility of a witness may also be attacked by showing bias toward one party or another. This may be shown with evidence of specific instances of conduct of that witness in question that may relate to that witness's bias. In determining the credibility of any witnesses whose credibility have been attacked, as I have just described, in any testimony by that witness or witnesses in court, you may consider evidence offered to support the credibility or believability of such witness that shows a lack of bias toward a party. The credibility of witness may be supported by other evidence, and you may consider such evidence in determining the credibility of a witness. Your assessment of a trial witness's credibility may be affected by comparing or contrasting that testimony to statements or testimony of that same witness before this trial started. It is for you to decide whether there is a reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pretrial statements and testimony when compared to the same witness's trial testimony. As with all issues of witness credibility, you, the jury, must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or do not believe. The testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. There is no legal requirement of corroboration of a witness, provided you find the evidence to be sufficient. Evidence relating to DNA comparison has been admitted for your consideration. Identification by DNA comparison is considered opinion evidence and is governed by the law concerning opinion testimony as it has been given to you. As opinion testimony, evidence relating to DNA comparison is dependent upon many factors. Among the factors are the credibility, believability, and accuracy of the witnesses who were involved with the process of obtaining, identifying, preserving, recording, and maintaining the physical evidence, and upon the accuracy and validity of the testing procedures themselves that were used to form such opinions. All of these issues are matters for you, the jury, to consider and determine. It is for you to determine what weight, if any, you will give to the evidence relating to DNA comparison in your decision in this case. Sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose. Such evidence may be considered by the jury for the sole issue or purpose for which that evidence is limited and not for any other purpose. Evidence of prior difficulties or lack thereof between the defendant and the alleged victim, or between the defendant and a witness or witnesses, has been admitted for the sole purpose of illustrating, if it does, the state of feeling between the defendant and the alleged victim or witnesses, or the reasonableness of any alleged fears by the defendant or any alleged victim or witness. Whether this evidence illustrates such matters is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine, but you are not to consider such evidence for any other purpose. The defendant in a criminal case may take the stand and testify and be examined and cross-examined as any other witness. However, the defendant does not have to present any evidence nor testify. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way in making your decision. A statement the defendant allegedly made has been offered for your consideration. Before you may consider this as evidence for any purpose, you must determine whether the defendant's statement was voluntary. In order for a statement to be voluntary, the statement must be freely and willingly given and without coercion, duress, threats, use of violence, fear of injury, or any suggestion or promises of leniency or reward. A statement induced by the slightest hope of benefit or the remotest fear of injury is not voluntary. To be voluntary, a statement must be the product of a free will and not under compulsion or any necessity imposed by others. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the statement was voluntary, that is, freely and willingly made. If you do not find the statement was voluntary, you may not consider it for any other purpose. You should consider with great care and caution the evidence of any out-of-court statement allegedly made by the defendant offered by the state. The jury may believe any such statement in whole or in part, believing that which you find to be true and rejecting that which you find to be untrue. You alone have the duty to apply the general rules for testing the believability of witnesses and to decide what weight should be given to all or any part of such evidence. A defendant's out-of-court statement that is not supported by any other evidence is not sufficient to justify a conviction, even if you believe the unsupported statement. This defendant is charged with a crime against the laws of this state. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there is a joint operation of an act and intention. Intent is an essential element of any crime and must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Intent may be shown in many ways, provided you believe that it existed from the proven facts before you. Intent may be inferred from proven circumstances or by acts and conduct, or it may be, in your discretion, inferred when it is a natural and necessary consequence of the act. Whether or not you draw such an inference is a matter solely within your discretion. Criminal intent does not mean an intention to violate the law or to violate a penal statute, but means simply the intention to commit the act that is prohibited by a statute. The defendant will not be presumed to have acted with criminal intent, but you may find such intention or the absence of it upon a consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is being prosecuted. Every person is presumed to be of sound mind and discretion, but this presumption may be rebutted. You may infer, if you wish to, that the acts of a person of sound mind and discretion are the product of that person's will. A person of sound mind and discretion intends the natural and probable consequences of those acts. Whether or not you make any such inference or inferences is a matter solely within the discretion of the jury. Knowledge on the part of the defendant that the crime of making a false statement was being committed and the defendant knowingly and intentionally participated in commission of such crime must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find from the evidence in this case that the defendant had no knowledge that that crime was being committed, or that the defendant did not knowingly intentionally commit the offense of making a false statement, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. On the other hand, should you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant had knowledge that the crime of making a false statement was being committed and that the defendant knowingly and intentionally participated in the commission of it, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant of that charge. The mere presence of the defendant at the scene of a crime without more does not authorize a conviction. The evidence must show that the defendant committed the crime or participated in its commission. For malice murder, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another person unlawfully and with malice aforethought. The killing must have been done with malice to be murder. Malice, as the term is used here, is not necessarily ill will or hatred, rather is the unlawful intent to kill. You may find malice when the circumstances show that the defendant acted with a deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person. You may also find malice when there does not appear to be a significant provocation and all the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. The state does not have to prove premeditation to prove murder. If a killing is done with malice, it is murder, regardless of how briefly the malicious intent existed. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. Malice may be formed in a moment, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. If malice was in the defendant's mind at the time of the act or killing and moved the defendant to do it, that is enough for the killing to be murder. Premeditation typically means a prior decision or plan to do something. Premeditation is not an element of murder and does not need to be proved by the state for you to find malice aforethought. However, in determining whether malice existed at the time of the killing, you may consider any evidence of premeditation or lack of it. The state does not have to prove motive to prove murder. Any evidence of motive has been admitted for your use in determining the defendant's state of mind at the time of the killing. For felony murder, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another person by committing a felony. The state does not have to show that the defendant acted with malice to prove felony murder. Aggravated assault is a felony. You may find the defendant guilty of felony murder if you believe that she caused the death of another person by committing the felony of aggravated assault, regardless of whether she intended the death to occur. There must be some causal connection between the felony and the death. Felony murder is not established simply because the death occurred at the same time as or shortly after the felony was attempted or committed. The felony must have directly caused the death or played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death, regardless of when the death ultimately occurred. When a defendant unlawfully injures another person, you may find that the injury caused the other person's death only if the state proved that the injury was itself the cause of death, or directly and significantly contributed to the cause of death, or significantly sped up the death, even though the death would have eventually occurred anyway. A person commits an assault when that person attempts to commit a violent injury to the person of another. For aggravated assault, the state must prove that the defendant assaulted another person with a deadly weapon. To prove assault, the state does not have to prove that the other person was actually injured. However, the state must prove that the defendant attempted to cause a violent injury to the person. A firearm, when used in the way a firearm is ordinarily used, is a deadly weapon. For concealing the death of another, the state must prove that the defendant concealed the death of another person, which hindered the discovery of whether that person was unlawfully killed. A person commits the offense of false statements when that person knowingly and willfully falsifies, conceals, or covers up by any trick, scheme, or device a material fact, makes a false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement or representation, or makes or uses any false writing or document, knowing the same to contain any false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement or entry in any manner within the jurisdiction of any department or agency of state government or of the government of any county, city, or other political subdivision of this state. The law provides that criminal actions shall be tried in the county in which the crime was committed. Venue, that is, the crime was committed in Cherokee County, is a jurisdictional fact that must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt as to each crime charged in this indictment, just as any other element of the offenses. Venue must be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence, or both. All right, you'll be provided a verdict form for each offense the defendant is charged with committing. Each count is to be considered separately. For each count and on the fly. For each count on the verdict form, if after considering the testimony and evidence presented to you together with the charge of the court, you should find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant in Cherokee County, Georgia, did commit the offenses on the date of the indictment, you will be authorized to find the defendant guilty. In that event, the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. For each count on the verdict form, if you do not believe that the defendant is guilty, or if you have any reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, then it will be your duty to acquit the defendant, in which event the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. As I mentioned, you'll be given a verdict form. This is the verdict form. It has each of the counts charged in the indictment on the verdict form, and there is a box, guilty or not guilty. Circle or check one only for each charge. And then The bottom is a place for the four-person signature. If you'll also put your name below the signature line and date it. I think there's some pens back there. Make sure you have a pen if you're the foreman and you're filling out the verdict form. I had a few juries do it with the pencils that we provided you, and I decided that was probably not a good idea. By no ruling or comment or action that the court has made during the progress of this trial, nor any ruling in any pretrial hearing, has the court intended to express any opinion upon the facts of this case, upon the credibility of the witnesses, upon the evidence, or upon the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Your verdict should be a true verdict based upon your opinion of the evidence, according to the laws given you in this charge. You are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or the other. It is your duty to consider the facts objectively, without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. You are only concerned with the guilt or innocence of the defendant. You are not to concern yourselves with punishment. One of your first duties in the jury room will be to select one of your number to act as foreperson. That person will preside over your deliberations and will sign the verdict to which all 12 of you freely and voluntarily agree. You should start your deliberations with an open mind. Consult with one another and consider each other's views. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to change an opinion if you are convinced that it is wrong. However, you should never surrender an honest opinion in order to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of the other jurors. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with anyone other than your fellow jurors about this case. You are also not permitted to conduct any research about this case, including persons or places or legal concepts mentioned during the trial. These rules apply not only to in-person communication, but also to communications or research using cell phones, text messaging, websites, blogs, or social media of any kind. As I instructed y'all before, y'all will take your device, the bailiffs will take up your devices and put them in a box, and they will be in the hallway during the course of your deliberations. We will take a short break while we gather everything up to present to you to take out to the jury room. During that period of time, y'all have an opportunity to call home. Again, you can tell them that y'all are starting your deliberations, that they will hear from you at the end of the day when y'all break or when y'all reach a verdict. I will give you additional instructions when we break for the day if y'all decide to come back and deliberate tomorrow. I have had jurors in the same situation as you who have decided after 6 hours of closing argument and instructions from the court that y'all are done and want to come back and start fresh in the morning. If that is what y'all want to do, that is perfectly fine. If y'all want to stay here till 8 o'clock or 10 o'clock or 2:30, as I told y'all I had a jury do, y'all are welcome to do that. If y'all stay late, we'll order some food for you if y'all choose to do that. I've also had folks that have been deliberating for some period of time who decide that they want to get away from each other, go off site, have dinner on their own, and then come back and kind of refresh. Again, I will leave that up to y'all's decision, and how you want to deliberate, I will, for the most part, leave up to you. There is a lot of evidence in this case. The attorneys and I have gone through it, made sure that y'all have everything you're supposed to have. Do we have a list of the exhibits for them? All right. All right. All right. There's a list to help guide you through all the evidence as best we can. For, I think, all of the photographs, there are hard copy printouts of the photographs, so you don't have to ask to see those again. If you want to see videos or hear recordings, despite my technological prowess, I have been trying to come up with a way for y'all to view digital evidence in the back. Nobody else other than me trusts that process, and so therefore we haven't done it yet. That is still something I intend to do before I retire. But for now, if y'all need to review any digital evidence, you will have to request it in writing, and you will come back in here and we will put it on the screen or put it on the audio. Along with that, if you have any questions, you can, again, through your foreman, you will give me those questions in writing to the bailiff. I will do my best to answer those questions as best as I can. You may not like my answers. For any communication between you and the court, it has to be in writing through the bailiff. Now, I will probably, if y'all are here this evening around 6:30, I will ask the bailiff to check in on y'all and see if y'all want to stick around for a little bit longer and whether you want us to order you dinner. That will be the extent of the conversations that I have with you through the bailiff will be really timing. Any communication to me needs to be in writing from you. If you have requests, put them in writing, make a list. Let me explain to you what that process will look like. It will take, the district attorneys are going to go upstairs to their office. The defense attorneys have a conference room out front. They're going to be there. The DAs are going to be up there. I'm going to be in the back, and the folks in the courtroom are going to kind of scatter. When y'all send me a question, I have to notify the attorneys. I've also told the media I will inform them so that they can cover that part of the proceeding. It's going to take 15 or 20 minutes for me to gather everybody up. Maybe a little shorter than that, but it will take 15 or 20 minutes before I can respond to you, because I will have to discuss with the lawyers what we are going to tell you or show you or get it pulled up on the screen. Therefore, I suggest that if you have any requests or any questions, that you give me more than one if you have more than one thing you want to look at or think about or ask questions about. Again, you may not like my responses. I will tell you this because this is generally a question that I get. We want to see X, Y, or Z evidence that was not admitted during the trial. The evidence is closed. There will be no other evidence that you will receive other than what you've been given. The only thing that you have that you don't know about is we took the video that the media recorded while we did the run through of the jury view. If you want to see that video, that is an exhibit that y'all have not been presented, but we have agreed that y'all can view that, and that is part of the evidence. And if you would like to rewatch the lawyers and I walking through the jury view, y'all are welcome to request that. It will take a few minutes for us to discuss what we're going to present to y'all. Then y'all will come back out and we'll go over that. I will generally give you an opportunity to, especially if you're wanting to see other evidence, to huddle up and talk to each other real quick and see if there's something else you want to see. The recordings are lengthy. If there's a specific portion of a specific recording that you want to hear, and you know one of you took notes and know about whichever part y'all want to listen to, give us that information as best you can, and we will attempt to find it. We will try to figure out what you're asking for. We will play it for you, and then we will ask you if that is in fact what you wanted us to play for you. If it's not, then we will try to find it. Y'all understand that process? All right. Whatever your verdict is, it must be unanimous. That is agreed to by all. The verdict must be in writing and signed by one of your members as foreperson, dated, and returned to be published in open court. Georgia law does not provide for the alternate jurors to sit in on the deliberations of the jury. In a few minutes, we will bring the alternates back. We will identify which one of you are the alternates, bring y'all back in here, and I will give you additional instructions. Based upon the length of this case and how long I anticipate y'all may take in your deliberations, the alternate jurors will not be, y'all will still be on call and still be on the jury and will not be able to work, etc. I will give y'all more instructions about that. If an alternate juror is needed, deliberations actually begin anew, and y'all essentially start back over with an alternate. As I've indicated to y'all, once the case is yours, you'll be in control of when you will deliberate and when you won't. Once you go back to the jury room, I'll ask you to turn off your devices, not to turn them back on until your verdict is presented. If I intend to take a recess for lunch, if we take a break, I will let y'all know that we're taking a break. I know the lawyers are probably tired, but they took a bite to eat. They have sandwiches or whatever back in their offices. And so we are not going to take a longer lunch break. We're going to be on call while y'all are working this afternoon if y'all choose to do that. If y'all need to take a short walk down the hall, that's fine. You don't have to let me know that. If y'all want to take a break and go off site, then y'all need to ask for us to be able to do that. If a group of y'all want to go downstairs in the short period of time after I send y'all out, that would be a good time if someone wants to go downstairs and get a Coke. Someone needs to go take a smoke break. I will give y'all 15 minutes or so to take a short break before y'all begin your deliberations. During that time, we will try to get the alternate jurors back in here quickly. So no one go anywhere until I tell y'all to. We'll bring the alternates back in. I'll give them some instructions on what they will do for the rest of the day and the rest of your deliberations. In order for y'all to deliberate, the following things must occur. There must only be 12 of you. You all must be in the jury room. You must have all of the evidence, which includes the indictment, the stipulations, and the verdict form. Unless all those things are present, you may not discuss the case whatsoever. So if one of you goes to the bathroom, y'all stop talking. If one of you goes down and has a smoke break, y'all don't talk about the case. Until all the evidence is gathered and presented to you outside, y'all don't discuss the case. Do not touch these once you turn them off. During the break, you can call home. I've given you that instruction, but I'm telling you again. If there is something you need, ask for it in writing from the bailiff. I have a calculator up here. We have a large writing pad if you want that. If you want the easel, the writing pad, some markers, I'm going to send those out for you anyway. But if there's anything else like that that you want, ask for it. Don't try to obtain it on your own. All right? With that, y'all step out in the hallway for a moment. You can make your phone calls. We'll identify the alternates and bring them back in here.
This was on my desk.
You had it.
I did have it.
I told you it was up here.
Wow.
Would you like to?
Pork chops and applesauce.
Just hold on.
They're done. Now I'm getting that antsy feeling. The antsy feeling that, I always get whenever it's getting time to get a verdict. I didn't feel like that with Sarah Boone. But I think with Sarah Boone, I knew what it was going to be. You know what I mean? Like I knew in my bones what it was going to be. With this one, I don't know. And thank you guys. When I was in there making my coffee, I saw the confetti all over the chat. That was cute. That was super cute. And I think it said, hold on a second. Go back and look. P. Lola, thank you. You were the 5th one, ma'am. Thank you so much for the super chat. You were the 5 out of 5. And it said that, hold on, where did it go? Where did it go? Well, it disappeared. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. But the goal was for, what did it say? A live Q&A? Is that what it said? I think that's what it said. Okay. She looks very nervous. She does not look very sure, does she? She looks very nervous. Now, whatever they're reading, he's got, I don't have it muted or anything. I still have the volume all the way up. But apparently they have the microphones cut. So, it said, I'll host a Q&A session. Okay. Oh, no, Margaret. She said, well, Mom's bank has my blood pressure through the roof. This is going to be great. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, well, why don't you host it for me, Morgana? It said, I'll host a Q&A session. You do that. Do that, Morgana. Do that. Mm. It said you have to stand on your head and spit nickels. I could try that, but I don't know. I don't know. She's looking at you, Margaret. She's looking into your soul. Okay, I'll get right on it. Not. Okay, there is a, see, that's cute. It's doing the little confetti now that I came over here into the chat on the stream when I pulled the screen back up on my, computer. Here is like right where I create a poll, there's another thing that says start a Q&A. We've done this once before. That is a mom glare, right, Aurelia? Mm-mm-mm. Gail said, stop, Miss Farris. Yeah, I'm going to do a poll. I don't know if it'll let me do a poll and a Q&A at the same time or not, though, because it's kind of like in the same area. Let me start a poll first. Poll time, Suspends. Poll time. Poll time. You know, like closing time. Aurelia says, I'm not sure do a poll means the same thing to you as it does to me. Right? I don't do that kind of poll. Mm-mm. Get your polls ready, says Morgana. Go get them ready. All right. How? Okay, let me get these poll answers in here. What time is it? Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay. Poll is in the chat. Poll is in the chat. Morgana says I'm warming up, but just fell on my dang head. The bank got word via Social Security of what happened and they froze her account. I called to get things changed over and the lady gave me a list of why it won't happen today and all the red tape. Oh, that's a lot of fun. That's a lot of fun, I tell you. Ugh. Mm-mm. 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 That's a no for me, dog. Did you give her a list of reasons why it will happen today and why there won't be any red tape? Mm-mm-mm. All right, so we got 10 votes so far. You gave her a list, all right, Margaret? Good for you. Good for you. 11 votes. Oh, I think I can do a Q&A at the same time as a poll. Yay. All right. All right. So, yeah. I have a poll going, and I just put a Q&A thingy up. So, what happens if I click on that? Okay, no. Let me see what happens. What happens? What happens? What happens? Tuppence. Patricia says, I love how they're so slow to correct any of their issues, but they're real quick to cut things off for you, right? Oh, sorry, Gail. That's awful. Okay. So the Q&A thing is available. Let me see how it looks from my phone. I don't do this often enough to know. Okay, spins. Okay, I see it. I'm not seeing it on the phone, but I see it on the computer. I see Gail's question. She's a sicko. You're a sicko. Okay, let me see if... all right, we have 18 votes, so that's good. So if I do that... No, wait. Okay, when I... It pops up just like the poll. Okay. Okay, Spins' question. It won't let me put it up on the screen because it like shows up in a different spot. But Spins' question is, for people new to Delphi, what's the best way to get caught up? Okay. if you're new to Delphi, so we started QB and I can't remember if did JB help with that? I can't remember now. And Morgana. We did a deep dive, the start of a deep dive, for Delphi. But like I said, we didn't get super far into it. You'll see what she asks here in a minute. Goodness gracious, mercy me. I'll read it here in just a second. But for the Delphi question, if you are new, we did do a deep dive, just kind of go into the Crime Cafe channel and type in the search thing. You should be able to type in Delphi, and anything that we've done about it, you should be able to find. Also, gosh, there are a lot of channels who have talked about the Delphi thing for a very long time. But to be fair, I think to fully answer the question, I'd have to do research to see where the best place is to get it. If you are sort of caught up and you kind of are interested in knowing Defense Diaries is a good one for that, says Morgana. If you are interested in what's happening with the trial daily, Andrea Burkhart channel is a good one for that here on YouTube. Great question though, Spenzy. All right, I got another question from Gail. It says, so Jenny, just wondering, when the kiddos are asleep, do you and Dale play any crimey games? Wink, wink. You a sicko. You a sicko. You a sicko, sicko, sicko. Yeah, Aurelia is like, I saw the judge's head. I know, right? Right, Spins? Yeah, Gail's always so sweet in the chat. And today, she's wanting to do gummies with Elizabeth and Laura and getting all up in my secret crimey time business. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh. I'll just answer, wouldn't you like to know? That's the answer to that question. Wink, wink. All right, Henny's question. How long do you think it will take the jury? Let me see. I think it's going to be in the 5 to 8 hour range. But I think that they'll come back tonight. Let's just say they started deliberating at 3:30. So 3:30, 4:30, 5:30, 6:30, 7:30. 5 hours would be they come back at 7:30 p.m. That's just my guess. That's like a comfy spot for me. I honestly don't think that they'll go into tomorrow. I really think that they'll be done tonight. Unless they're hung. If it's a hung jury, then they'll come back and he'll probably do the whole, say a few words to them, read them something, and then send them back to deliberate longer, or bring them back tomorrow. Patricia's question. This is a good one, Patricia. She says, what is your favorite trial / story that you have covered so far. My favorite one. Sherry, do you see where the Sherry asks, where do we send a question? So do you see where the poll is in the chat? Spins, I think, or Morgana, or one of them said that it's basically in the same place. You should be able to click in it and then ask a question. But it won't show up in your all's regular chat. It shows up in the question section for me. But I hope that helps. They want to go trick-or-treating. Y'all are sickos. Patricia says, first we corrupted Margaret, now Gail. It's the quiet ones you have to look out for. Right, Gail? Patricia says, I hope we're proud of ourselves. I hope you are. I hope you are. God. You're as innocent as, I don't know. Q&A time, it says on top of the chat. Let me see. Bum, bum, bum. Margaret says, oops, I think I made a comment in the question box. Oh, great. Oh, great. Patricia said, close out of the video and go back into it, Sherry. Oh, well, let me try that. Video and go back in. That was me. If you don't see it, exit out of the chat and go back in. I'm doing that, but I don't see it. Do I not see it because it's my channel? I don't know. I don't see it. Uh-oh, my alarm's going off. I got to go start watching for Kiddo Off the Bus here in a few seconds. Okay, let me get back to answering this question. What was the question? What was the question? My favorite trial / story that you've covered so far. I would probably have to say Delphi. But it's not, I mean, if you want to call it a favorite, I don't know. But I would have to say, yeah, probably Delphi. Let me see. Margaret says, see, I was corrupted. How did Margaret get corrupted? How did Margaret get corrupted? That's your question, Margaret. You got corrupted because you just so happened over into the crime cafe. And now you only spill things, drop things, fall under appliances, large appliances. And you have and frog logs. That's how we know that you are corrupted. Completely, utterly corrupt. Aurelia says, this is a question from Aurelia. Isn't it time for a fresh take on BTK? And would you be the one to do it? Oh my gosh. Wow, that would be awesome. I honestly haven't dove deep into BTK, but that's an awful. He's awful. Like, that would be a good one to deep dive and jump back into, though. That's a good one. BTK is good. And you know, it's kind of eerie to think about it because Brian Kohlberger, Idaho 4, and his initials are BK. Brian Kohlberger, BTK. Which I know BTK's initials aren't really BTK, right? I don't know what the man's real name is. But yeah. Hey Cherie, I didn't see you pop in. Sherry's question, do you ever doze off while you're not on camera and listening? No. No, I never doze off. Dennis Rader, that's it. Yeah. I never doze off. If I'm sitting here at my desk, no. Now, if I were to take my laptop and go climb in the bed or in my recliner, that's a big possibility. Yeah. But never sitting here. I can't sleep sitting upright like this unless something's wrong with me, you know? Okay. All right. La la la. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I have to go watch for her. But it might be like 5 or 10-ish minutes. I'm not sure. It just depends on the bus. So I'm going to turn the camera off and mute myself and leave the screen on. So if they do come back for whatever reason, you'll be able to see and hear it. But I'll be right back in a few minutes. Phew, okay, I'm back. Sorry, guys. That's a scary looking mask, baby girl. My child. I'm gonna have to watch. Oh, oops, hold on. Sorry. I had it playing on my phone and then it was playing back. But anyway, hold on a second. I gotta catch my breath. What, baby? You want in your backpack? Anyway, y'all gonna have to put your boys up. Let me just say that right now. Y'all boy mama is gonna have to put your boys up. This cutest little boy was standing at the bus doors whenever she came out of the bus, and he said, "Your daughter is the prettiest little girl I've ever seen." And I was like, "You're so cute. Now, go away." Crack me up. Like, your daughter is the prettiest little girl I've ever seen. My gosh. I don't know how the little boy was. He's a little bitty. But, she's 5, so. Yeah. You want your sandwich? Yeah. Okay, here. She never eats her lunch at school. She always eats it when she gets home. I don't understand why she does that unless she fills up on breakfast and doesn't want to eat. Keep her close, right? Horse lover, I know. P-Lola's like, 2 boys here. But that little boy, he was so cute. Oh, so cute. He can stay cute just as long as he stays away. Your granddaughter's 5 and she has a little friend at kindergarten. Yeah. I know. The crazy stuff, right? Crazy. All right, so I take it nothing happened. I didn't see anything happening whenever I was standing out there on my phone. He's the troublemaker. Okay, I need to get back to the questions. Let me go back over here. Were there any more? I don't see any more questions. I thought I saw somebody said that they had questions, but I don't see any more questions. The last question I see was from Sherry that said, "Do you ever doze off while you're not on camera and listening?" And my answer to that was no. I do not. Aurelia says, "I teach junior high and high school there and can kind of sort of snoop." Yeah, really, right? Oh, he already knows. He gets her off the bus, and he told me that there's some little boy that has a crush on her. P. Lola said she just asked one. In the Q&A section, can you guys explain to them where they find, because I think that if you should see the Q&A up near where the poll is. When you vote in the poll, it should be in the same area, and you should be able to click on it and then type a question in. Margaret has one. She says, "Why's all the defendants giving me big eyes lately?" Because they like you, Margaret. They like you, honey. They like you. You did a bunch, P. Lola says. I don't see any of them. Huh. I see you asked a question in the chat, but not in the Q&A part, which is fine. I don't care. Let me go back and see. I don't see him, P. Lola. She says, are we coming back for Verdict Watch? I see that one. That's the only question I saw, P. Lola. It was a black box and said, ask a question. Yeah. Margaret says, Miss King, you click on ask something and it will say ask a question, and you type it where you would normally type your chat comments. Then hit send and Jenny will get it. Sherry says testing. I see that one in the question section. Oh, here's one from Miss King. Have you always been interested in true crime? So, I won't say always, but when my big kiddo, who is whenever Casey Anthony started, when that trial started, that was my first interest in a true crime story. Now, around that time, somewhere in around there was when the Stacy Peterson, Scott Peterson, and it wasn't Stacy. Stacy's not her name, is it? Lacey Peterson. When that happened, I was kind of interested in it, but didn't really watch a lot of, I would just see regular news updates, like Nancy Grace stuff, because I love Nancy Grace. But that was my first real interest in true crime. And then through the years, I kind of got interested in the Snapped TV show. I would watch those, and a lot of the Lifetime movies, which some of them are based on true stories, some are not, but pretty much, yeah. That's my answer for that one. Margaret said, oh, big woo, the clock. Okay, P. Lola's questions here. She says, how long are you married? We got married in October of 97. Yeah. So 20-something years. We just had our anniversary too, P. Lola. Where did you meet? So we met through a mutual friend. She was a girl I worked with, and he was friends with her boyfriend. And she introduced us, and that's how we met. The wedding was not crazy pants, not anything like what you see on TV, It was still a beautiful wedding. It was in our church. I had a big, huge, massive wedding dress. All the flowers, all the things. But my mom was a very crafty woman, and she did a lot of it herself. But she did have help from a local place that was kind of like what you would consider today's time as a wedding planner. She sort of had help with that. We had a photographer, the beautiful cake, all the things, but it wasn't thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. how long have you been living in your home? So the place where I live is the place where I was raised. Yeah, we live in the house that I was raised in. It's the only home I've ever known, except for when we got married. We did live on our own for a few years, but then we've been here. When my grandfather passed away, my mom and dad bought that farm, and then my husband and I got this farm. So those are great questions, P. Lola. Love it. Did you all see where RA was called out by the judge yesterday? No. What do you mean? Wow, I missed that. India loves Nancy Grace too. Aurelia said, I was drawn into watching trials with the big school shootings. Those freak me out. Oh, P. Lola says, I'm going to walk away with an earbud. Wow, Horse Lover says, my mother was kidnapped and attacked. And about 10 years later, I started getting into true crime to try to understand why her attempted murderer went after her. Why these demons still walk our earth. Honey, I don't know. That's awful, though. That's just horrible. Miss King says, I'm nosy. Even when it comes to the police, I pass. Oh. Patricia says, that's better to me than the fanciest of fancy. Hard work by friends and family to pull it off. Right. That's how it was. But it was gorgeous. It was absolutely beautiful. And my mom even made the like flower girl dress and the bridesmaid dresses, maid of honor stuff. I mean, all the, she made those dresses. And it was absolutely gorgeous. We will need dress pictures. Ah. On today's episode of Here's Jenny. Horse Lover's been working with an earbud. What were your wedding colors? They were like a, back then, it was the deeper color, like darker colors, not the like minty, lighter, new, shades that there are today. But it was like a cranberry and a dark green, like a cranberry color, a really dark red, and a dark green. And there was a lot of like off-white, like cream, and I think a light blue, like I can't remember. It's been so long. But yeah, I definitely remember the green and the burgundy. I call it burgundy, but it's more like a cranberry. All right. You guys are awesome. These questions were great. Oh, Morgana says mine was red and green too, Jenny. That's too funny. What year did you get married, Morgana? I think it was the time, honestly. No, I didn't, Horse Lover. No, I did not save it. 94. Okay, well, I got married in 97, so there you go. Margaret was married in 97 too. Wow. We'll have to have a wedding bridal show and tell one day. Horse Lover got married in 99. Look at all of us married 90s chicks. What, baby? Oh, here. You want this? You want your cake? You want your popcorn? You don't want your popcorn? Okay. You want that? It's got like crumbs all over it. Don't drop it everywhere. Ew. This is the worst. I put like a Swiss cake roll in her lunchbox, Here. But because her lunchbox isn't actually a box, it's one of those like soft lunch bags. It's all like squished now. I need to get her a hard case lunchbox. The one she uses now just came with her backpack, you know? But anyway. Morgana says we were married on January 8th, so our church left up the Christmas trees for us in the church. Aw, that's cute. Cherie got married in 1990. Horse lover, yes, bring back the box. I'm sick of squishy food coming home. It's the worst. The worst. I hate it. Because then she wants to eat it. But the thing is she'll open it and then not eat all of it. So then what does get squished out gets all over the inside of her lunch bag. And it's just gross. With the inside of it's kind of got that like gray thermal plasticky material, you know. But still, you got to like flip it inside out and wash it with the soapy rag. And it's just gross. Gross, 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 gross. I don't like it. Gail says, I'm old. I got married in 1984. The first time I was 19 and still had braces. Oh, cute. Cute, cute. Cute, cute, cute. Oh my goodness, you guys. I'm waiting on the husband to message me and tell me what time we are leaving. Gail Morgana says she's older than you. You two are going to have to fight that out. I don't know who's older. I don't know. I see another question, Miss Patricia. No, your answer to that question is no. Oh, I have not. Have not. Have not. Margaret says she's 111 years old. I'm the oldest. Gail said she did the math. P. Lola said, I walked back for this. Put the Swiss rolls in the freezer. Chop it up frozen over ice cream. Ooh, okay. Well, I can't do that now because she ate one of them. There was one left. But that's a good tip, though, P. Lola. She says she's way older than you all. P. Lola is. And Kiddo took off with my little red coffee cup, so I can't, you know. You get the regular size coffee cup today. Patricia said, just here to remind you, if the company hasn't called, texted, smoke signaled, carrier pigeoned, or telegrammed you lately, they haven't. They were calling, but they haven't called in a while. Unless they're calling under some unknown numbers, because I've been getting a lot of those like potential spam calls lately. And I don't answer. I never answer them. I just assume at this time of the year, they're probably like political party calls. Cherie said December 8th to be exact, which also when John Lennon was killed 10 years before by a crazy fan. Yeah, the Poo in the Box Company, Morgana. That's who Patricia asked me about. She did. That's who she asked me about. Oh, Patricia's anniversary is in October too. It is a good month. October is my favorite month. And not for the reason most people think. Like most people think, oh, if your favorite month is October, that means you love Halloween. No, I could care less. I could care less if Halloween was even a thing. I really could care less. The only good thing about Halloween is the pumpkin-shaped Reese's peanut butter cups. That's it. But I just love October because that's when all the leaves change to such beautiful colors, and the weather is usually really amazing. Margaret says, I get political party texts with the whole stop to end at the end, and I sent an obscene word before stop, and they never texted me again. I need to try that. Ay, ay, ay. Horse Lover says, someone hates me and signed me up for all the political calls and texts. My husband got worried with my phone going off all the hours with all the texts. Oh, no. That's no good. Is my husband Old McDonald? No, and the farm isn't a working farm anymore, Pilola. But I do want... I do want chickens. I do want chickens one day. E-I-E-I-O. I'm getting a message from QB that says this defense attorney is fire. She's so behind. I'm assuming she's talking about the one that plopped all those bags of fertilizer down on the ground. Gail, yeah, the pumpkin ones and then the Christmas tree ones and the Easter egg ones. Yeah, they're always thicker than the regular Reese's cups. You know what I mean? They're just thicker. They're always better than the regular Reese's. Right, Margaret, she's on the fertilizer bag part. Closing time. We like 'em thick. We like 'em chunky. Right, Gail? I have chickens and 4 goats and 2 horses and 5 dogs. Cats don't survive here, or I'd have some cats. Oh, wow. Nice. Well, why don't cats survive? QB. Oh, you know what? Margaret gave it away. Because I said what I said. QB just sent me a text. She said, you talking about me? You talking about me? And the reason she said that is because Margaret said she must be on the fertilizer bag part. She's reading the chat. That's funny. Wildlife, wildcats, and the owls are relentless. Ooh, Sherry. Oh, okay, Sherry says, how did you meet QB? Well, I met QB through a mutual online friend. I did, from the crafting community. I did. That's how I met QB. We love our QB. Margaret said, ha, 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 ha. So actually, we're going to see. Hold on, let me. I don't know if she's meaning that the defense attorney is like fire, as in, you know how QB is with those defense attorneys. The one in the Tucker case, the treehouse dude, the treehouse murder dude, she was like, or no, wait, no. It was, which one was it? Was it Adam Montgomery that she, the defense, or not the defense, no. I can't remember who it was that she was like, ooh, he gave a really good closing statement, and she was like, in love. Right, Gail, wait till she gets to the part where Melody stares at us. Oh, Lord. Yeah, Sherry, it was the crafting. Was it the treehouse one, Margaret, or the other one, the Adam Montgomery one? Oh, the prosecutor. That's right. Okay, that's it. He had the dark hair, and she's like, I don't know if he's married, but he's mine. He's my trial husband. I'm going to send her a text message back and say no, because she said, you talking about me? I'm going to say no. That's when you got corrupted? Now, I think you got corrupted during Hannah Payne. Yeah, there we go. She says, mm-hmm. 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 Okay, Patricia has another question. This one's cute. Who is your favorite singer/band? Oh, let me see. I can't narrow that down into one. I can't narrow that down into just one. I would have to say anything 80s, like classic 80s music, anything 80s. If I have to pick an all-time favorite one singer, you guys are probably going to hate my guts, but I'm going to say Michael Jackson. Plain, pure, and simple. Plain, pure, and simple Michael Jackson. 80s rock, yes. That's when you started spilling the coffee all down the front of you. Clark Kent was the attorney who prosecuted Leilani Simon. He did such an amazing job. Hopefully everyone gets a chance to see. I do need to go back and see that. Horse lover said, well, okay, we forgive you. I mean, I just feel like he's one of the artists. He's one of those artists that you just can't. It can't be recreated. You know, the Killer album, Thriller. Yep, Thriller. Hi, baby. Shh. Hold on. Don't. There we go. Okay, thank you. I got her right in the nick of time. She was getting ready to blow this stinking plastic orange whistle. She was this close to getting ready to blow it into the microphone. I was like, no. Thriller, I love the song. It's probably my favorite song by him. But yeah. You asked somebody over there at that school, Margaret. I don't know, ma'am. She comes home with all kinds of wonky little things in her backpack. George Michael, yeah. As far as like other music, I'm a weirdo, okay? I also love the B-52s. I used to listen to their entire, I had a CD. What was the... Well, I mean, it had like Rome, Love Shack. It had all of their just like most popular songs. I can't remember what the name of the album was called, but I can still remember what the cover looked like. But anyway, I love that one. I'm waiting on my husband to let me know what time we're leaving. Actually, QB is going to come and verdict. She's going to cover the stream while I'm gone for the verdict watch. I said, no. And she said, mm-hmm. And I said, what? Question mark. She said, I'm pretty sure by the comments you're talking about me. You guys, right now, while she's not paying attention, just say some like negative comments in the chat that would lead her to believe that we're talking bad about her. That would be hilarious. Miss King says, I just saw Air Supply. Oof. Gosh. Cosmic Thing. Yes. Thank you, Gail. My wonderful daughter and son-in-law took me to see Billy Joel. That would be epic. My husband and I would love to see Phil Collins. Him and I are both like really big fans of Phil Collins. Never shuts up. Cosmic. Oh, no. She drives me crazy with all her food talk. Oh, she's going to be so mad. Sherry's like, never shuts up. Air Supply in the 80s. Yes. Oh my God, spins. Jeez. Oh, she has words. Has words. QB should really get her fungalitis treated. Gail said now she's seeing a dang nutritionalist. Whatever. Oh my God. That's so funny. No Pop-Tarts for her. Come back 1 year. Oh, that's so funny. You a whole lie. She said she just sent me a message. It said you a whole lie. Oh my God. Always wanting to poke people's eyes out. I know, right, Gail? QB said, tell Gail it's eye holes. She hates it here, but keeps coming back. Oh, you guys are the best. It's so funny. Aurelia did have a legit thing a while ago. What did it say? She says, I'm going to see Jeff Tate again, then Mark Daly and the Ravens and Tom Kiefer again. But I'm an 80s, 90s metal chick. Okay, well, see, my husband is an 80s, 90s metal dude. QB needs better internet. Patricia said that one's true, Mom. What's with the Wi-Fi? Must be AOL. You know she's dying right now. I'm just going to say, huh? Question mark. She gets tore up, man. She gets tore up. Girl, dump the dial up. What's with her obsession with feet? She ain't mad about it. Oh, Lord. Does she lick feet, too? She gonna be so mad. Oh, my God. She's gonna be so mad. Hi, Jacqueline. Welcome. Jacqueline jumps right into the middle of the chat with a legit comment. She says, has she been incarcerated? No. Well, I mean, I think she was at some point. But then she bonded out. So she's been out for I don't know when she was bonded out, but now y'all putting feet in the chat. Y'all are the most. Oh, well, no, it's just Sherry putting feet in the chat. Aurelia says, how come I can only find pause? Probably because you use pause a lot in your comments. Oh, no. Morgana's like, she's been incarcerated? She go flip. I thought she had a good defense attorney too, right, Morgana? I don't know what happened with that. Here comes Rich. Ugly feet are a deal breaker. Patricia, they're killing me, man. They're killing me. We got 32 votes in the chat, and you guys, there are 2 answers that are neck and neck. Wow. Hairy toes. He's like, I ain't even messaging you back. I just said, huh? Question mark. and she hasn't replied. It's funny. Ebola feet. She's gonna wear us out, man. Ugh. She's gonna wear us out. I don't mind feet, Miss King. I just don't want them on me. You know what I mean? I don't want them on me. Toe jam. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. I just got the cold chills. Like, it grossed me out when I read that. Toe jam. Ugh. Yuck, yuck. Right spins. Toe jam footballs. It's been too long since I've seen that, Rich. I barely remember that movie. Hammer toe. Stop. Hammer toe. Do, 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 do. She gonna be like, y'all so rude. QB drops out. Rude. Ay. Oh, I see the judge's face. I see. Uh-oh. And then it went to the clock. He didn't look happy. Did you see the look on his face? He did not look happy. Oh my goodness. Maybe he did actually take a little nap, Patricia. He might have went there in his office and sat down in his chair and just conked out for a little bit. He was kind of frowning, right, Gail? He didn't look very happy. Oh, I need to change the title of this video. Let me go do that real quick. Oh, yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Change the name of the title to Verdict Watch. I don't like it when the networks don't put the actual verdict clock, like the stop clock. I don't like when they don't put it up there. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Oh, Aurelia says her dog's playing with a blueberry like it's a bug. Did he have his robe on, Sherry? I didn't notice. Oh, I hear my husband. Hold on a minute. I got to check with him and see about time. Hold on just a minute. Okay, so there's Melody. They either have a verdict or a question. They either have a verdict or a question, or I can't see them going home this early, though. Yeah, something's definitely going on, Miss King. Yes, 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 yes. 6 o'clock, babe? Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Bum 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 bum. Patricia says she thinks the jury wants to go home. That would be crazy to have a verdict already, right? Well, they started what, about 3:30, so it's barely been an hour.
Let me make sure that I think I know what y'all are asking that I think you're wanting, which is all the boards and the piece of paper.
Oh,
Is
okay.
that correct? Okay. Now, some of those were not introduced as evidence and are just demonstrative of the testimony. However, the lawyers have all agreed that if it will help y'all, that they don't have a problem with sending out to you. So we're going to send each of those out to you. Ms. Frankish is putting exhibit stickers on them so that we can refer to them. But y'all have asked for the family tree, the interview dates, and the aerial shots of the photos. So that's all the things that have been on the board all trial, right? And y'all aren't asking to watch a flyover or anything of the property at this point. Okay. All right. I also understand that y'all want to break at 5 o'clock. I'm not going to bring y'all back in here in 10 minutes to then dismiss you for the day. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give y'all the instructions for when y'all want to be dismissed, and y'all can be dismissed between now and 5 o'clock whenever y'all decide to leave. Okay. So if y'all want to go in the back and then leave, that's fine. If y'all want to go back and talk for another 10, 15 minutes and then leave, that's fine as well. Everything that I have told, we are at the most critical stage of this trial in which y'all have the case. Everything that I've told you thus far, do not talk to anyone about the case, look up anything about the case, Google anything about the case. Y'all will get your phones back. We're not going to keep them from you for the rest of the week, so y'all can have them. But when you come back tomorrow, please make sure you give them to the bailiffs and turn them off. We will not do anything in the morning to ramp back up. Do y'all want to start at 9 o'clock? Do you want to start at 8:30? Do you want to start at 10? 9 o'clock. We're still going to, until, I guess we need to keep, we can get rid of 4 of the cones, I guess. But we will still have parking assigned for y'all, which if y'all saw how bad it was Monday was a good thing. So we'll still have parking for y'all. Someone asked the bailiffs about lunch. We don't typically do lunches while y'all are deliberating. I usually do it the first day, like today. I expect that by lunchtime tomorrow, y'all probably want to go get some fresh air and go away. Y'all are welcome to eat lunch together. Y'all are welcome to go about your own business. But what's the rule while y'all are outside of the jury room eating lunch? There you go. Fantastic. All right. We will take your devices up in the morning. The bailiffs will be waiting for you just like they have been throughout the trial. Someone will be at the end of the hallway. Again, y'all all show up. When you're all here, then y'all can begin deliberating. All right. So any questions about any of that or what your responsibilities are going forward?
Just important on, I guess, the parking, not parking garage side, but the ground level side. There was media out there filming. So.
All right. So, well, y'all going to be coming and going from the building since y'all have parking here. So y'all be going out the back door. So y'all shouldn't have anything to worry about, but they may be talking to some folks outside. I've asked them as best they can to do that in front of the building instead of the back of the building. All right. With that, we're going to give those exhibits. Yes, if you go ahead, Ms. Frankish.
House with the red pin in it, case 60 with the black push pin in it, and then case 59, which is the Lakeview aerial. States demonstrative 1, the family tree, and states demonstrative 2, Rusty Barton interview dates.
No objection.
All right. We'll send those out to you. And again, y'all can, we sent the calendar out with the first one because there's a smaller version of the calendar. Oh yeah. Do y'all want the big one? We'll give you the big one too. All right. All right. With that, y'all can be excused back to the jury room. Again, when y'all decide to break for the afternoon, then y'all can just leave. All right. Thank you.
Okay. So they're basically done for the day then. I'm shocked. I am shooketh. Shocked. I really thought that they were going to go. The only thing I can figure is I wonder
Mr.
if...
Roberts, now you decide to join us. Right.
I wonder if they have trick-or-treat night tonight too, like a lot of the jurors' kids. Maybe that's why they're leaving early. So, Sherry, tomorrow I plan to, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. I don't know. I don't know if we'll do it. I don't know. I'll probably start the stream at 9 and maybe just chit chat with y'all for a little bit and have it on, the stream on in case they come back with something or have questions or whatever. And we'll just chit chat or, I'll probably I don't know. I don't know. You'll have to play tomorrow by ear, I guess. But I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here so I can go get my kiddo ready for trick-or-treat night. And if y'all are doing any trick-or-treating tonight, be safe. Watch for kiddos in the street. Please and thank you. Drive slow. I don't know if it'll be a complete all-day cafe day spins. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know yet. We'll figure it out. Part of it'll be a cafe day, but I don't know if it'll be an all day, the whole day, like while they're deliberating all day. If they deliberate from like 9 till 5, yeah, I won't, probably a big chunk of the day will be just having the stream up and watching for it, you know. But who knows? We'll see. Yes, and we love you, QB. When you get to this part, I hope you get a good chuckle. Because I told him to talk bad about you in the chat, ma'am. Yay. All right. I'm out of here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And, yeah, like I said, if you get out and have doing all of the things, make sure to be safe and watch for the kiddos in the road. Oh, but wait. I have to end the poll. Ended the Q&A. Let me double check something real quick. Okay, yeah, I got all the questions. Confirm that. All right, so the poll ended. How long will deliberations take? 41% of you said 5 to 8 hours. Let me take a picture of this because I'll want to see it tomorrow. Hold on, let me get a... Yeah, okay, I got a screenshot of it. But 41% said 5 to 8 hours, 38% said 2 to 4 hours, 19% said 9+ hours, and 0% said 1 hour. So there we go. All right. So far, everybody's right at this point. We shall see tomorrow. You could have 2 streams. We could do Delphi. Oh, you know what? That's a good idea. I could leave the stream up. That's a good idea, Sherry. I'll talk with QB tonight and see if she's got plans tomorrow. We could definitely talk about Delphi for a while. Yes. And then have the Verdict Watch stream up. Okay. Well, I'll talk with her about it and see. But that's a really good idea because we do have, updates that we need to get to concerning Delphi for sure. All right. You guys have a good night. Love you, mean it. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.